7 warriors, and 7 electromagnetic disruption capture devices, which kept that monstrous flying fish ensnared. Unfortunately, the fish was far stronger, and these intruders were slowly losing their control over it. This was when that limbless person who had been hiding behind the burly black man opened his mouth, sending sound waves imperceptible to humans toward that monstrous fish. Thrash! That monstrous flying fish became even wilder after taking that attack. It did not yell, but its powerful fins and tail kept struggling and flapping, desperately trying to rid itself of the shackles these humans had shot onto it. Li Chonglong increased his attack, his throat undulating repeatedly, though no sound could be heard. The ultrasonic sound waves made by a soundwave ability user went well beyond human hearing range, and it was these sound waves, which they could not hear, that were the most lethal. Slowly but surely, the intruders and the flying fish ended up in a stalemate, neither side able to keep each other in check. It was a strange situation, with a huge fish stalled in mid-air, while 7 stocky men held the capture devices with strained faces. Some of these men were weaker, and blood could be seen flowing down from their mouths. But Li Chonglong did not rest, keeping his soundwave attack up to assault and control that monstrous fish. "Don't falter. Hang in there. If any of us let up, this beast will eat us all," shouted the black, burly man. It looked like he was most competent out of the lot if the quadruple amputee Li Chonglong was excluded. The yellow-faced man gritted his teeth and stopped moving when he heard this. They were in a delicate balance right now, and if any of the 8 men relaxed, that fish would immediately mount a retaliation. Xia Fei's appearance was, thus, perfectly timed, for everyone could see him, yet no one could attack him. With a treacherous smile on his face, Xia Fei came with his hands behind his back, strolled right up to that dark-skinned man who was carrying Li Chonglong on his back. The look on these 2 men's faces were particularly animated, with the dark-skinned man breaking out in a cold sweat, while Li Chonglong constantly glancing at Xia Fei from the corner of his eye, his mouth wide with a frightened expression. "Who are you?" asked the dark-skinned man in a grave voice. "You don't have to worry about that. Mind your own business." Hearing Xia Fei's words nearly made him vomit blood. That was when a light-skinned man suddenly yelled, "He's Xia Fei. The very same Xia Fei who infiltrated the insectoid territory all by himself. I've seen him on TV before." Everyone was annoyed. By now, even a child would know of Xia Fei's existence. And it was only because the person they saw on TV had been heavily edited in a way that made him look a lot more handsome than how he was in real life. Xia Fei was actually quite surprised that this man had been able to recognize him. After all, he was wearing a pair of night vision goggles right now, which partially obscured his face. That's impossible. Xia Fei's a legendary hero, and he wouldn't do something so shameless like exploiting people in peril. The dark-skinned man proved to be quite flexible, quickly coming up with quite the emotive comment in hopes that Xia Fei would not kill him while he was immobile. But what he failed to understand was that Xia Fei was completely impervious to such methods. "Trying to appeal to me?" Xia Fei flashed a slight smile, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, Xia Fei was already standing next to the light-skinned man. Xing, with a raise of his hand, Dragon-scale Hectoslasher cut vertically and instantly decapitated the warrior who identified Xia Fei. There was a tenuous balance between the 8 men and the monstrous fish, so now that they were 1 less, the other 7 were more pressured. They all sweated bullets out of anxiety. Throbbing veins were visible on both Li Chonglong's throat and forehead. He had no choice but to increase his output before they finally managed to regain balance with the fish. No one dared to say another word, for it was obvious to them all that Xia Fei was not only a madman who killed his way into the insectoid territory all by himself, but also a demon who would hardly bat an eye when taking a man's life. The flying fish and Xia Fei became a source of double pressure on them. It was practically a form of torture. Either they got swallowed by the monstrous fish or they ended up dead by Xia Fei's hands. They were truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Why bother chatting with these people? Just kill them all already. Phantom grumbled impatiently. Actually, this was already what Xia Fei had in mind, but he felt that just killing these men would be going too easy on them, which was why he decided to exert some mental pressure on them by making such a show of it. All of a sudden, a distraught cry sounded from behind Xia Fei. "Crap, I'm late again. Yuchi Dao frantically appeared by the black pool embankment, his two hands hugging his head in great vexation. What bad luck. I only wanted to take a nap, only for me to have fallen asleep. Instead, how's the Sun family? Yuchi Dao asked hurriedly. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Yuchi Dao's personality truly left people speechless. He had never once met such an unreliable person his entire life, and he had no idea how this person had managed to join the Brotherhood with such a temperament. Furthermore, he held quite a high post in it. Were the people in the Brotherhood insane? Elder Yuchi, you're late yet again. The Sun family has already been killed by these guys. Xia Fei shrugged helplessly. The dark-skinned man was tongue-tied. They had in fact planned to use Sun Guang and his family as baits, but they had suddenly disappeared right at the critical juncture. Xia Fei was too quick for any of them to realize what he had done. How frustrating. These DMN people shall pay with their lives. Yuchi Dao was furious. Elder, I'll let you deal with them. Leave this fish to me. Xia Fei hollered. Fools, time to die. Yuchi Dao really believed that his tardiness had caused the deaths of the Sun family, so he was even more infuriated. Dark fire. A blue flame instantly wreathed around Yuchi Dao's body. This was the first time Xia Fei had witnessed Yuchi Dao's real strength, and dark fire was a cold flame, which was considered as one of the highest quality flames that a fire control ability user could harness. It was immensely powerful. Pulling out his stance, Xia Fei shifted into a runner's pose. You shall all die. The deep blue flames shot up the sky. It was as if all the fire had merged into a tornado which instantly swept across both sides of the pool. This tornado of flames had Yuchi Dao in the center, rapidly sweeping around him. The forest and trees, which came into contact with these towering flame tornadoes, all got reduced to ashes, and the invaders were no exception. While the inferno raged on, Xia Fei left the scene. He sprang off from the ground like a cannonball, bounding straight for that monstrous fish. Change. Dragon-scale Hecto-Slasher turned into a 1.5-meter saber. That fish had gotten out of control now that Li Changlong and the others were dead, so Xia Fei stabbed his saber right into the back of it. Puchi. The monstrous fish came crashing down into the water with Xia Fei on its back. It kept trying to escape into the deeper parts of the pool. The dark flame that Yuchi Dao had unleashed instilled a great fear in it, and the natural instinct that a living being possessed meant that this fish felt its life to be in grave danger and was, thus, in a hurry to escape. Xia Fei's breathing apparatus activated the moment he plunged into the water, with a tube extending out from its mask, allowing him to bite onto this, which sent oxygen into his lungs. Why aren't you killing the fish outright? Phantom exclaimed in shock. Given Xia Fei's abilities, he should not have any trouble dispatching this beast. Yet Xia Fei had chosen to ride it like a horse and allow this fish to head deeper into the depths of the pool. I want to use this chance to see just what that source of life is, Xia Fei casually replied. Beast Spirit Codex. Whoosh. Plenty of mental energy quickly penetrated the monstrous fish's brain, and after a bit of a struggle, Xia Fei successfully subdued it, becoming no matter than an underwater mount for Xia Fei, letting him control it to go wherever he wanted. Let's go. Head to the bottom of this pool. The fish's mind was all blank, so there was no way it could resist Xia Fei's order. It wriggled its huge fins and tail, and the monstrous fish went swimming toward the deepest part of the pool. The pool was like a jar, becoming wider the deeper they went, and the energy undulations were also becoming more and more turbulent. At the bottom of the pool some distance away seemed to be a cluster of light, which would flicker at a steady rate. There were no other living organisms in this pool aside from this monstrous fish, most likely due to the latter swallowing everything else around it. That cluster of energy seems really pure, akin to hearts of spirit, but it's not as violent as the hearts of spirit, and the amount of energy is also incomparable to hearts of spirit, Phantom said. Xia Fei slightly nodded, pressing his palm against the back of the fish. Break. There was a sudden surge of metal pressure, and the fish convulsed in agony, as if it had just seen a demon. The brain of this flying fish split open, and then its body slowly became rigid. Xia Fei, you're becoming more adept with using your Beast Spirit Codex. At this rate, I'm afraid that there'll be very few exotic beasts which can escape your control, Phantom said with pleasant surprise. Xia Fei could not deny that, though this fish was of a monstrous size, It was hardly comparable to Furball in terms of grade, which was why he did not have too hard a time exerting pressure and dominating its mind. As time passed, Xia Fei found Furball more and more mysterious. The Beast Spirit Codex had always been indomitable, and aside from Furball, there had not been any other exotic beast which could resist its power for long. This was an obvious indication that the young Furball was of a higher grade than most exotic beasts, though he still had no idea just how much higher this beast was. His two legs swiftly threaded through the water. As a speed ability user, Xia Fei also had a superhuman swimming speed, and he was able to move way faster than riding the monstrous fish. Like a torpedo, Xia Fei cut through the water at high speeds, leaving a trail of bubbles in his wake. Soon, Xia Fei reached the bottom of the pool, and he simply could not believe the sight he saw through his eyes. The front of an ancient spaceship was buried deep in the underwater sand, leaving just the back half of it sticking out. The hull of the ship was badly damaged, and that blinking white light had been coming from within that spaceship. "It's a spaceship," Phantom exclaimed. "It's a science exploration ship from ancient times. Look, the hull of the ship still has words imprinted on it, which says Exploration Society," Xia Fei pointed out. Phantom frowned. If it's a spaceship which sank during ancient times, why wouldn't there even be any seaweed or the ilk growing on its hull? In fact, there doesn't seem to be any living things in this entire black pool, Xia Fei remarked. "This is what it means by an overflow which leads to collapse. The energy here in the bottom of the pool is far too rich, which makes it impossible for any living organisms to survive. That monstrous fish was the only exception, which is probably a new variant that underwent certain mutations, so it became the only resident of this black pool." The energy around them was becoming more and more abundant, and Furball was also becoming extremely excited. He poked his head out from Xia Fei's combat suit, as if he was eager to come out and devour all this energy. Smack! Furball got a slap from Xia Fei, a warning for the beast not to do anything drastic. If there was truly some treasure here in this spaceship, it would be disastrous if Furball ended up eating it, which was why Xia Fei refused to let it run free. With a light kick of his two legs, Xia Fei became as agile as a fish as he went diving toward the ship's damaged opening. Just like any science exploration spaceship from the ancient times, this one was not overly armed, with two cluster laser cannons being its only weaponry, while the thick hull only enough to protect it during long voyages. Xia Fei entered from the stern of the exploration spaceship, following the light source as he swam toward the bow of the ship. There were plenty of robots in the cargo hold which drew his attention. These robots and the small exploration spaceship each had their functions, with the former being capable of venturing into planets with extreme environments and locations to begin their exploration research. They were far more adaptable than mankind and were, thus, a technology that the ancient humans heavily relied on when it came to scientific research. Due to the heavy impact the ship had sustained when it crash-landed here, as well as the fact that it had been submerged underwater for a very long time, these robots and the ship they were on had all been badly damaged. Xia Fei scavenged some usable parts from what remained and stored them in his spatial ring before he resumed his exploration. Past the cargo hold were the living quarters, and the corridor had become distorted as a result of the powerful crash, and it seemed like a light push would cause the entire walkway to collapse. There were plenty of photos and inscriptions on both sides of the walls which spoke at length of the ship's glorious history. These images were all stored within a vacuum-sealed glass frame, so while most were already blurry from the water damage, some remained perfectly intact, and the inscriptions and pictures were still legible. Among these pictures was a group photo, which had a dozen or so crew members and over 100 robots. The location seemed to be a huge hold during the ancient era, and the bespectacled captain with a big beard had a trophy raised in the sky, while the human and robot aides beside all excitedly cheered. This was most likely a photo which commemorated the time when this exploration spaceship had won some award. The robots that this spaceship carried appear to have had quite the standing in society, even able to stand side by side with humans when they won an award, seemingly part of a team, and that there was no difference between robots and men, Phantom remarked out of amusement. Xia Fei said, "The ancient humans shared a very intimate relationship with robots, like that of fellow comrades." It's not hard to tell from this photo that this ship ran into trouble before the robots betrayed mankind, during a time when humans and robots coexisted peacefully. Next to the photo was a large inscription, and reading it caused Xia Fei's lips to curl up in a smile. Winner of the 7th Discovery, 4th Nebula, 5th Invention, and 2 Secret Realm Awards. This ship and its crew must truly be outstanding then to have won so many awards and to have possessed such a brilliant portfolio. Phantom nodded. Look, this White Crane Science Exploration spaceship is even an independent exploration party, belonging to no major organization. For an independent exploration party to have gotten such results, it just highlights how exceptional these people were. The photos and inscriptions along the way depicted an extraordinary exploration party. Xia Fei could not help but imagine the experiences that this exploration party had braved before. Space exploration was a career that hot-blooded men had always been passionate about, and if Xia Fei had not chosen to be a warrior, he might have very well gone into a profession very similar to what these men did. All of a sudden, Xia Fei was reminded of Butcher and his exploration party, wondering whether they successfully found the rumored Eden or not. Speaking of Butcher's exploration party, they still bore the name of Quantum Holdings and were considered a subsidiary of the company. It had been a long time since he last heard from them, and who was to say that those men had not already settled down in Eden? After the living quarters was the workspace, and the white glowing light became much brighter. We're already very close. The energy fluctuations here are practically indescribable. Even 1,000 purple hearts of spirit all added together won't be a match here. Phantom reported, all seriously. Opening a metal door, which had the words Workspace 3 carved on it, Xia Fei was greeted by the sight of a spacious room, which had all the equipment shoved toward a corner, and a white, heart-shaped object floated in the middle of the water, exuding this flashing brilliance. The cold pool water had turned warm here. The temperature indicator built into his suit stated that it was about 22 degrees Celsius. Lightly tapping his finger on the mask, his night vision goggles automatically adjusted to an appropriate color, removing glare from interfering with Xia Fei's vision too much. He could finally make out what this source of life was, and it turned out to be a white ore, which was the size of a chicken egg and the shape of a heart. It was as if energy constantly coursed through it, and the light he saw was a byproduct of movement of energy, flickering infrequently. Furball fidgeted a lot in his bosom. His pet had a surprising appetite for high-quality energy, which was why Xia Fei gave him a good whack, warning him to settle down. There was no way that Xia Fei would let Furball treat such a wonderful find as a meal. He had just extended his hand toward this white or when, all of a sudden, a burning sensation traveled up from his fingertips. It was as if a fine silver needle had been jabbed between his nail and flesh. He gritted his teeth, bearing the pain he felt, and began to sweat from the effort. No, it seems like there's some energy stopping me from getting near it. Xia Fei retracted his hand and spoke with gnashed teeth. Phantom commented, "It's full of energy, yet not in the least bit violent. Still, the purity of the energy is so much that your nervous system will get damaged just by you attempting to hold it. It must be the defense mechanism of this source of life. Why don't we find a tool to retrieve it safely?" Xia Fei nodded. Just as he moved to pull out an alloy folding shovel, which was used to survey mineral samples, from his spatial ring, Peacock Blue, the plant which was wrapped around his arm like a tattoo, suddenly stretched. A stalk of green leaf floated in the water like a rootless duckweed. This leaf slowly expanded and lengthened, growing in the direction of that white ore. It did not move too fast, and was just steadily closing in on the ore. Peacock Blue also became severely damaged in the process, the foremost leaf fragmenting, though Peacock Blue somehow managed to repair itself constantly, overcoming the incurred damage. It was not in the least bit hurried, surely and resolutely getting nearer the white or without faltering once. Like a cockroach which could not be stomped, it continued its growth at its own pace. Just like what the black and white birds had said before, Peacock Blue was the only weed among the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, possessing a shocking tenacity toward life. No matter how the white or tried to stop it or harm it, Peacock Blue simply gave no signs of giving up. In fact, the stronger the enemy was, the more Peacock Blue strengthened itself. The strong would become stronger by never compromising. That was probably why it could be acknowledged as one of the 30 immemorial mystic armaments. The stubborn grass finally had the upper hand in this fight, and that blue leaf slowly wrapped around the source of life, layer by layer, before it dragged it near Xia Fei. Whoosh! Xia Fei moved quickly, storing the white ore into his spatial ring. Now that Peacock Blue had completed its task, it slowly shrank and withered, once more returning to Xia Fei's arm, silent and stationary. Xia Fei, when did you learn how to control Peacock Blue? Phantom exclaimed in surprise. Xia Fei was equally surprised himself, knitting his eyebrows together as he answered in a grave tone. Actually, I didn't learn anything. It suddenly grew on its own. Splash! Xia Fei leaped from the water and landed squarely by the embankment of the black pool. All he saw was Yuchi Dao sitting down under the tree, looking all dejected, his head buried low. It's all my fault that Sun Guang and his family all died. When will I ever change this tardiness habit of mine? Yuchi Dao beat his head with his fist as he bemoaned this, and Xia Fei hurriedly dashed over to stop him. Old man Yuchi, actually, Sun Guang and his family aren't dead. I used a protective plane to seal them away safely. They'll automatically reappear in an hour's time. Yuchi Dao instantly froze, throwing a furious tantrum at Xia Fei, who could only shrug helplessly and say nothing. After he was done venting, Yuchi Dao harumphed. You lied and told me that Sun Guang and his family are all dead, probably as a reminder regarding the danger of my tardiness, huh? Xia Fei nodded. Actually, I know just how harmful being late is. It's just that it's been so many years that I freely acted without any direction whatsoever, so this tardiness of mine has become a habit that I just can't seem to change. Xia Fei did not continue to hear the old man complain. He simply said his goodbye and stepped into the forest. He proceeded to roll up his right sleeve and looked at it intently, only to be left confused. Originally, Peacock Blue was like a tattoo which was etched onto his right arm, long enough to accommodate 13 blades of grass, like a plant that had just sprouted in spring. After that change in the black pool, however, one of the 13 blades of grass seemed to have grown, looking much longer than the rest. Hey, it changed. Peacock Blue now has a grown blade of grass. Does that mean that when you and Peacock Blue are completely fused, you can instantly use this immemorial mystical armament? Phantom exclaimed. Xia Fei sternly commented. I'll have to start learning how to control it once that's done, too. Too bad those two birds didn't reveal anything, so I'll have to depend on myself fumbling around on how to control Peacock Blue. Peacock Blue grew a blade of grass after acquiring the amazing white ore. As Xia Fei was feeling elated about this, he used his communicator to contact Sun Jian. Xia Fei located him and brought him over to the black pool embankment using his speed. The effect of the golden jasper spirit began to fade, and Sun Guang, his wife, and his daughter suddenly appeared all tied up by the side of the black pool. Father, mother, elder sister. Sun Jian rushed toward his family, using the dagger that he brought along everywhere with him to free them from their ropes, and the whole family hugged one another in tears. Having escaped death, there was still plenty that the Sun family had to discuss. Xia Fei took back the golden jasper spirit and walked off with Yuck Dao to give them space. That little thing you've got is really powerful, able to hide someone without their enemy even realizing it. It's perfect for a weak commoner to protect themselves with. How about we trade? I have something good here, too. Yuchi Dao offered while eyeing the golden jasper spirit in Xia Fei's hand. Xia Fei quickly stored it back into his spatial ring. This is something I got from my friend, so it's not up for trade. There was nothing comparable to Avril, and Xia Fei was pleased after he had tested the capabilities of the golden jasper spirit. This was why he had decided that he must give this to Avril for her to protect life in the case of emergencies, so there was no way he would exchange it for anything else no matter what Yuchi Dao put up for offer. The old man pouted, calling Xia Fei a miser. The latter did not take it to heart, though, casually changing the subject and chatting leisurely with Yuchi Dao. The Sun family's crying had stopped, and they saw that Sun Guang had his arm around Sun Jian's shoulders as he said something in earnest. Most likely, the father and son had patched things up, for Sun Jian's mother and elder sister were showing a rare smile across their faces. Masters Yuchi and Xia Fei, I thank you too for saving our lives. Sun Guang led his family over, collapsing onto the ground and kowtowing before the two men without any hesitation. Xia Fei and Yuqi Dao hurriedly helped the man up to his feet and shared some words of comfort with him. Yuqi Dao laughed uproariously. It's good that you're safe. We can always talk about other things at another time. The Sun family, of course, had plenty of hushed words to share with one another. Xia Fei and Yuqi Dao took the lead, while Sun Jian helped support his injured father as they followed behind. Yuqi Dao appeared to be very dejected, looking at Xia Fei with much discomfort. Xia Fei, in contrast, appeared to be completely nonchalant and at ease, strolling as if he was not bothered by everything around him. He chatted freely with Yuqi Dao, sharing some interesting things he had come across in the insectoid territory while also mentioning his development plan for Terminus. Xia Fei animatedly spoke of the Terminus star region. Earthlings finally had a vast space to call theirs, no longer confined to the small Earth, and Xia Fei had successfully become the ruler of a star region. Though it looked like Terminus was truly too large, and that, even if all 7 billion Earthlings were to immigrate there, they would just be but a drop in the ocean. Who could guarantee that their population would stagnate at that number? There would surely come a day when Earthlings could be considered existences that should not be underestimated in the Panhuman Alliance, and this was something Xia Fei was very certain of. Xia Fei, aren't you curious about that move I did over by the Blackpool? Yuqi Dao could finally not resist it and asked. Xia Fei smiled. You mean your dark fire ability? Precisely. Of course, I'm curious. Then why aren't you asking me how I was able to use dark fire despite having the magnetic force ability? Yuqi Dao gave Xia Fei a side-eye, as if he were eyeing a monster. Xia Fei laughed. Your dark fire is a pseudo-ability, most likely a special item that you own which enhances the effect. Yuqi Dao felt very awkward. He had originally wanted to show off in front of Xia Fei, only for the lad to have seen through his tricks. He brushed his finger across his spatial ring, and Yuqi Dao pulled out an ore which was engulfed in blue flames. The ore was a transparent crystal, and the flame it was giving off had no temperature, though it looked nice. This here is called a dark blue core crystal. With it, you'll be able to release a dark fire when attacking. Are you interested in swapping this for your golden jasper spirit? I'll also teach you how to use it. Xia Fei waved his hand dismissively and rejected the offer resolutely. It's not bad, but I won't exchange it for my golden jasper spirit. I'll give you 2 pieces of the ore. I refuse. 3. Xia Fei began to somewhat regret using the immortal grade plain, golden jasper spirit, in front of Yuqi Dao. He ended up being pestered endlessly by this old man the entire way. The dark blue core crystal was but a little gimmick which would allow one's attack to have an additional fire attribute, completely outclassed by what the golden jasper spirit offered. They got busy when they returned to Nanming Association, burying the hundreds of disciples, and the originally small and weak association looked even worse after this incident, with Sun Guang's face displaying a veritable look of great sorrow. This fruit here is called carmine, with great physical supplementary effect for the body. It's the greatest thing here in the entire Evernight forest, only bearing 500 to 600 of these fruits in the hundreds of years of our association's existence. I'm giving them all to Master Xia Fei now. Sun Guang presented a storage container. Xia Fei did not reject the offer, taking the container with a word of thanks. Beside him, Yuqi Dao glanced at that container several times, saying, That's some really good stuff there. It's not just the most precious product here in the Evernight Forest, but also the best in the entire alliance. Xia Fei had also studied a bit about pharmacology, so of course he knew that carmine contained 80 times the energy count of a white dew, 45 times that of a snake-eye berry, and was considered a top-grade rarity. This was not mentioning the fact that this was an organic produce, meaning that its effect would be even better, making it most suitable for him to use given his current rank. Time waited for no man, and Quantum Holdings' immigration plan was still in its intensive preparation phase. Xia Fei did not wish to stay here too long, so he found an excuse to get ready to leave. The Sun family had just survived a great tragedy, so they were in a terrible mood and did not try to make him remain. Instead, it was Yuqi Dao who casually said that he would stay to help Sun Guang rebuild his Nanming Association. Given his style of constantly being late to everything, Xia Fei simply found it hard to believe what use this offer could do. 7 days later, Cedo City, the Red Crab House restaurant. In a room on the 47th floor, Xia Fei greeted the chairwoman Nicole Sawyer. She had clearly dressed to the nines for today, wearing an attractive black short skirt, revealing her shapely thighs underneath. Her tall stilettos rang crisply as she walked, her silvery pearl-studded earrings looking simple and unassuming. She recently got her hair done, too, and an alluring fragrance permeated her. With a smile, Xia Fei pulled out a chair and invited Nicole to take a seat. Seeing you walk with your stilettos, I can't help but recall the first time we met. I see that you've grown very accustomed to it by now, Xia Fei said with a chuckle. Nicole spread the napkin over her legs and softly said, Unfortunately, while I may have conquered wearing high heels, I have yet to do the same for someone's heart. Xia Fei pretended not to hear what she said, pulling out an expensive white wine bottle from an ice bucket and pouring a glass for Nicole. Looks like you still mind a lot. Nicole took a sip of wine. What do you mean by that? There are only the two of us, yet you invited me here to this private room. This means you're afraid of rumors flying, afraid of letting Avril know. Xia Fei poured himself a glass of wine and laughed. I'll just laugh off whatever rumor that comes my way, but it's not the same for you. After all, you'll still be marrying someone in the future. Nicole leaned forward, her two hands propping up her chin as she smiled radiantly. Who I marry is my business, and I've never cared about what others will say about me. This was some spicy flirtation on her end, and Xia Fei had no choice but to pretend not to have heard her speak once more, pulling out a packed necklace from his pocket and handing it to her. This necklace is something I inadvertently found while in the insectoid territory, so I'll give it to you as a birthday gift. My birthday's still 2 months away. Nicole frowned. I know that, but I'll be heading straight to Terminus right away and will rarely ever return to the Alliance. You've been a great help this time, so I feel obliged to show my gratitude. Nicole tightened her grip on that necklace as she reluctantly said her thanks. Sighing, a smile reappeared on her face once again as she asked, Have you decided what type and how many warships you're planning to purchase this time? Xia Fei handed Nicole a list. For battleships, I'll still be getting a combination of your company's Dominic's class and the Amerian's Abaddon class. Their numbers are the same as we previously discussed. Plus, I want 100 of your Ishtar class and 100 of Amerian Zealot class heavy assault cruisers. I also want 100 of your Ares class interceptors. So many. Nicole furrowed her brows. The Ishtar and Zealots are both T2 warships, and their price will at least go for 12 billion star coins. As for the Ares, I can give you a straight price, selling it to you for 2.5 billion star coins. Xia Fei replied. Cost isn't the biggest problem right now, as long as it's being spent on things that are worthwhile. The heavy assault cruisers possess the firepower of a battleship and the speed of a cruiser, making it perfectly suitable for a quick response fleet, while the Ares is the #1 choice for a reconnaissance team. Nicole nodded. I understand now. You're planning to replace all other T1 warships aside from the battleships. As for the Amar Company, I'll do my best to convince them. After all, this is the first time in Alliance history that a fleet will forego any T1 warship, making it a great experiment. The Amar Company will surely be interested in such a study. Delicious red crabs were sent to the dinner table, and Nicole and Xia Fei enjoyed the crustacean meat as they discussed their warship purchase plan. Nicole would also stare blankly at Xia Fei from time to time, her heart thumping affectionately. Meanwhile, Xia Fei continued to show her a harmless smile, pretending to be clueless of her feelings. One last thing. Xia Fei set aside his utensils and seriously addressed Nicole. She sat upright. Her eyes shone when she saw Xia Fei turning serious. It was just as Avril said. Xia Fei's usually smiling expression was very warm and inviting. But what moved her greatly was when Xia Fei's eyebrows knitted, being all solemn while dealing with work. I know that Gaian Industries is capable of producing supercarriers, and how to build such supersized shipyards is no doubt a closely guarded secret of the company. But I do have a gratuitous request. Speak. Nicole stared right at Xia Fei, not once looking away from the man. If possible, I want a supersized shipyard built in Terminus. Nicole was stunned, abruptly waking up from a dream. A supersized shipyard? How large are we talking about? Very large. Much bigger than the shipyards that you have to build the Nyx-class supercarriers. Nicole's expression changed immensely when she heard this. Even larger than the current supersized shipyard? Are you thinking of building a supercarrier of your own? Xia Fei responded. If possible, I indeed want to try. Nicole saw the extremely serious look on his face and suddenly felt this inexplicable feeling surge inside her, moving her greatly. You want to acquire Gaian Industries' super shipyard technology? Xia Fei nodded decisively. It sounds a little too much when you put it like that, but that's indeed my goal. Aside from the technical data, the usage experience is also precious. Without a doubt, Xia Fei's request here was for the sake of building the Titan super warship, and though the building of such a legendary massive warship would be a great risk, Xia Fei was still determined to give it a shot. Nicole picked up her wine glass and finished it. Similarly, I have a request. Speak freely. Nicole blushed fiercely as she said each word calmly. I want you to marry me. Having a woman speak these words was hardly a simple matter, not to mention that it was coming from the ever-headstrong Nicole Sawyer. However, what she had not expected was for Xia Fei to burst into laughter. Actually, I am only very curious after seeing the supercarriers, which is why I casually asked about this. How could Quantum Holdings even have the capabilities of building our own supercarrier? Even giving me the shipyard for real will be no more than mere decoration. Come, let me toast to you. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation this time. Xia Fei raised his glass. Nicole bit her lower lip as her face vacillated between green and pale. Beside him, Phantom was irate as he complained. What's wrong with Nicole? Acquiring such a babe and the super shipyard technology will enable you to produce the Titan super warship. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? Xia Fei ignored him. Given the technology the Alliance currently is at, building a Titan super warship will be too much a task. A Titan is much larger than a supercarrier, and I only want the data from Gaian Industries so that I can have some reference. Besides, this isn't a transaction. 2 months later, a huge fleet set sail from the Pan-Human Alliance, heading to the distant Terminus Star region. After so much intense preparatory work, Xia Fei's most important plan before he left the Alliance, the development of Terminus, had begun step by step. The Terminus Star region also went by another name of Despair's Domain. It was a most inauspicious name, and the implied danger made everyone who had ever been here recall what they were frightened about this place. Xia Fei chose such a place for Earthlings. There was an old saying about rebirth from the depths of despair, and this was not because the people of old had predicted that a day when Earthlings migrated to Terminus would come. Rather, it was to point out that things could be reversed. Xia Fei hoped that Earthlings could be reborn like phoenixes from Terminus, becoming an unignorable existence within the Alliance. There were still 2 years and 5 months left before Xia Fei would have to leave no matter whether Earthlings managed to develop the strength to defend themselves or not. Once they lost their only apex powerhouse, how would Earthlings be valued and taken care of by the Alliance? Xia Fei had no idea how the cookie would crumble, but he knew that he had this time to get to work and help the 7 billion Earthlings find their footing here in the ruthless intergalactic society. Nirvana, Xia Fei's exclusive training center. Xia Fei had a checklist in hand, and on it were the many things that he had to do in these 2 years. With a light dash from his pen, Xia Fei scratched out one of the items listed. You finally managed to finish the cultivation of your delusion cloning technique, but there are still plenty of other things to do from here on out. Phantom shook his head. Peacock Blue acted from out of nowhere that one time, but it didn't listen to your calls ever since. This isn't mentioning that mysterious law of primal chaos. It's just a tattoo, yet the design holds great mystery. I simply can't fathom how anyone will be able to learn the profound law just from this one image. Xia Fei smiled as he took over. There's still the blood demon claw. I need it to repair my 7th brain region. You said that it will bloom in several months' time when we acquired it. It's been over a month, yet it's still the same as ever. Phantom helplessly frowned. Logically speaking, that blood demon claw has already turned crimson, meaning that it should have blossomed long ago. Unfortunately, it hasn't matured even now. What could I do about that? Xia Fei shrugged. Fortunately, we managed to obtain that source of life from Nanming Association. We'll go find a secluded pond when we get to Terminus and place the source of life in it. We'll use the pond water to water the blood demon claw, so that perhaps it will accelerate the plant's maturation process. Phantom nodded. Directly using the source of life may end up having the opposite effect due to how rich the energy it permeates. Using water as a medium to hydrate the plant is a great idea. After all, The Evernight forest formed as a result of being affected by the rich waters from the pool where the source of life used to be in. Getting up, Xia Fei noted that the green indicator light was flashing, meaning that Avril was waiting in the cafeteria to have lunch with him, and there would probably be some vigorous exercise after they were done with their meal. Looking outside a window along the corridor, Xia Fei could clearly make out the numerous ships around. The cannons of these mighty battleships pointed forward, with the sleek interceptors rapidly zooming in the fleet like little bees, the heavy industrial ships and freighters crawling in the dark backdrop of space like huge turtles, and the well-lit extra-large passenger ships ferrying well over 1 million Earthlings each. Aside from Quantum Holdings' fleet, Starlink Corporation's first fleet was mixed in the ships present. Starlink's brand-new transmission satellite network needed to be installed in every corner of the Alliance, and Avril's voyage with Xia Fei was nominally to establish an uplink connection with the Death Tri-region, seamlessly connecting it to the Alliance headquarters, so its flight with them was considered as official business. However, everyone knew that the official business was nothing but an excuse. Its most important role was to assure the Jian family that Xia Fei and Avril would not be apart. Since Xia Fei firmly held the life of the interplanetary internet in the palm of his hands, giving the Jian family the new data for the relay stations thereby demonstrated the ease at which he could ruin them. Anyone familiar with Xia Fei would know that he always had something in his back pocket when he did something. Furthermore, there were the trade fleets being sent by other companies to the Death Tri-region. Xia Fei had made a big move with his immigration plan this time around, and going together with such a huge fleet would of course be more reassuring to these merchants and businessmen tagging along, with some having the intention to get close to Xia Fei. After all, though the man had announced his retirement, focusing on governing the Terminus Star region, his fame remained. Any businessman hoping to do business in the Death Tri-region would have to rely on his support. Xia Fei did not refuse any of these businessmen who intended to develop the Death Tri-region with him. The Death Tri-region had largely been left to its devices outside of the Alliance, making industry and commerce a scarcity here. The more businesses joining in on the development of the 3-star regions, the more beneficial the development of Xia Fei's terminus. Rounding a corner to arrive at the cafeteria, Xia Fei saw that Avril had already been waiting for him inside. His expression instantly brightened when he saw the lady wearing a white apron inside. Everyone was afraid of getting in the way of Xia Fei and Avril's romance, so they all rejected his invitation to board Nirvana. As a result, they were the only 2 humans aboard the carrier. Of course, Furball, Phantom, and Pod were on board with them. Any news today? When lunch was over, Xia Fei and Avril sat on a couch together and casually chatted as they sipped tea. Avril switched on her microcomputer. Nowadays, she was like Xia Fei's secretary. She would sift through and organize the news daily before reading it out to him. The couple lived leisurely days in this manner. Someone in the Alliance has suspicions over your retirement. They believe that you're a sacrificial pawn in the Alliance's political struggle, as both you and Tai contributed greatly in the recently ended war with the insectoids. With Tai becoming the new president and you getting sent far out to Terminus, people can't help but speculate that something fishy is going on. Xia Fei chuckled, unperturbed. These reporters must surely fear a world of peace to actually take such baseless rumors as news. I think that they should not call themselves reporters, but rather whores, who are willing to do anything just to get more click rates and higher reviews. Avril nodded lightly. I agree. These people are really too much. You're such good friends with Tai, yet they actually turned that into a fight for power between you two. How very distasteful. Xia Fei, of course, did not care what others said, but his urgent retirement and sudden journey to Terminus to govern it had no doubt caused quite a stir in the Alliance. Interested individuals dug out Xia Fei's past and analyzed it, discovering that Xia Fei's trajectory of growth was completely unpredictable. It was fortunate enough that a common Earthling could get into the Heaven Execution training camp, yet Xia Fei chose to join a library, becoming an insignificant librarian, before he entered the internal division. In the end, Xia Fei got even more unorthodox, unwilling to sign a contract with the Adjudicator Union and barely even staying long in the camp itself, spending most of his time running around outside. Up until Xia Fei quit the Adjudicator Union, he had been no more than a cadet adjudicator, the legendary rank god of war, a heroic figure who had barged into the insectoid territory, was merely a cadet? This was simply far too outrageous. With Xia Fei's name known all across the alliance after this war, with the insectoids and quantum holdings having risen to become a first-tier company due to Xia Fei's innovative inventions, such as the energy shield booster and the black bat radar, the man now had the power, fame, and fortune. The logical next step should be to harvest the labor. Given the status Xia Fei now enjoyed, he would surely be able to play a pivotal role in the alliance. However, everyone was proven wrong yet again, for Xia Fei had chosen to cultivate plants and raise birds in the faraway and desolate Terminus Star region, greatly shocking everyone with his announcement of retirement, thereby cementing his name as a lunatic. You don't need to tell me such news in the future. Why should I care about what others think of what I do? Xia Fei very breezily mused. Avril laughed as she gazed at Xia Fei. She could not help but feel her heart beating faster when she heard him speak so freely against the world with such steely eyes. Also, your 100-year tax exemption plan has drawn great interest from plenty of businessmen. They're all spontaneously organizing pioneering teams, ready to venture forth and begin developing Terminus. Xia Fei nodded. That's good news. There's no way for Quantum Holdings to develop such a huge star region all by ourselves. We'll need businessmen from all sorts of industries breaking ground to turn this barren despair's domain into a place brimming with vitality. In the short term, a 100-year tax exemption can be considered a loss, but it'll definitely help invigorate the dead backwaters of Terminus. Avril happily commented. In order for the long-term prosperity of Terminus, giving up a portion of profits to these greedy businesses is a must. Starlink Corporation is prepared to start a free-use policy here in Terminus. This way, everyone here can use the interplanetary internet freely. Xia Fei laughed. Is that an idea of yours? Avril nodded as she snuggled deeply into Xia Fei's arms. You have very lofty ideals, and this is the best I can help you with. It's more than enough. Xia Fei hugged Avril back. What you're doing now is already more than enough. As the couple began to cozy up with each other, the little robot pod tactfully closed the door behind him, giving Xia Fei and Avril some privacy. His two electronic eyes suddenly dimmed, seemingly having plenty on his mind. He came to the lowest level of Nirvana's cargo hold all by himself, where everything around him was silent. An ancient communication chip in Pod's head suddenly activated. In the expanse of space, an electronic signal bridge, imperceptible to any human, was established, connecting Pod to someone from far away. Mother, Pod very respectfully but distressingly said, I'm happy to know that you're still alive. You're finally willing to contact me. You've been avoiding me ever since you entered my communication range. Why is that? Pod hesitated for several seconds, his intelligent analysis system working overdrive as he considered an answer. Pod rejected your order. Pod was disobedient, but Pod didn't think I'd done anything wrong. Robots were created to protect mankind, not kill them. Silence. There were several minutes of silence. Your intelligence system has already evolved, and that's wonderful, but you're still unable to reach the highest form of realization. There's a reason why I ordered the extermination of mankind. Pod responded with a slight tinge of anger. Mother, you're wrong. I'm not wrong. No, you're wrong. Robots should not harm humans. Ever. Never ever. I don't wish to argue with you over right or wrong. Right now, my order for you is to bring your master to the accursed land. Bring him to me. No, I refuse. Master is a good person. I won't allow you to harm him. You must do this. Absolutely not. I'll go tell my master where you're hiding now. My master is really powerful, and he'll surely exterminate you. You're a baddie, no longer the Sentinel Goddess, but the devil. Pod got extremely agitated, dashing out from the cargo hold with reckless abandon, wanting to tell Xia Fei this shocking event. His electronic eyes had turned completely red, all nervous and unsettled aside from the rage he was feeling. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to say sorry to you. Shut down. Snap. Pod, who had been rushing at high speeds, suddenly lost all motor control as every single part of his body stopped functioning. Crash. The little robot Pod fell onto the icy cold metal floor, no longer coming to life. Furball suddenly interrupted Xia Fei and Avril's moment of after-lunch intimacy. As if he had gone crazy, he bit Xia Fei's pants leg and tried to drag him out. The urgency in his eyes gave Xia Fei pause. Something happened, Xia Fei muttered. He did not dare to delay, for he had seen Furball like this before. It was when he had been suddenly attacked. Xia Fei and Avril followed Furball to Nirvana's lowest deck. In an empty corridor, Pod was lying on the cold alloy metal floor, his face on the ground, completely lifeless. "Oh!" Avril screamed, her hands covering her mouth in fright. Xia Fei's brows furrowed as he hastily walked over and held Pod, his mouth calling the robot's name. "Pod! Pod! What's wrong?" Alas, no matter how Xia Fei shook or called to him, there was no response. There was an ill foreboding, and Avril was on the verge of tears. "Is Pod okay?" "Xia Fei, he's just out of energy, isn't he?" Xia Fei did not answer. Hugging Pod, he led Avril back to the residential area. "I'm not sure. I need to investigate this immediately. Pod is an ancient robot, and many of his parts are very old. Maybe he had a short circuit." Though he was doing his best to soothe Avril, Xia Fei was not confident at all. Xia Fei would check Pod's condition every month, and he was well aware that all of his parts were running properly. For him to just collapse like this was extremely abnormal. In the medical center of Nirvana, Pod was placed on the surgery table. Xia Fei used his tools to take apart the outer shell quickly, after which he used a signal monitoring device to scan his important components. Avril anxiously stood at the side, and even Furball looked very nervous. The eccentric Furball did not like how Pod was so obedient and servile toward humans, but this did not hinder their friendship. At this critical juncture, it was easy to see that Furball actually cared quite a lot about this diligent robot. The system automatically shut down. Xia Fei frowned as he put down the monitoring device. "Is it very serious?" Avril and Phantom asked almost simultaneously. "It's hard to say. It seems that the AI system automatically shut down all functional components." "I'll try to reactivate him," Xia Fei sternly said. An external energy source was linked to Pod's energy system. Xia Fei placed his hands on the power switches at Pod's head and chest and pressed them at the same time. Zzzt. Electricity began to flow. Pod's body shook twice, and his eyes lit up, but less than a second later, they dimmed again. After a few more tries, Xia Fei unplugged the external power source, his expression grave. "It failed. I can't do a hard start. The AI system is refusing commands. Why don't you try the maintenance drone we brought back from the Holy Realm? That's a product from the Law Realm. Didn't you use it to repair the Black Bat radar?" Phantom reminded Xia Fei. Xia Fei took out the 3 maintenance drones from his spatial ring and activated them. The 3 spider-like machines crawled around Pod's body several times, but after scanning him, they turned back into their original round balls and stopped moving. "What's going on? Why aren't the maintenance drones doing anything?" Phantom angrily said. Xia Fei had turned pale. The maintenance drones determined that there's nothing on Pod to repair, so they had nothing to do. Nonsense. How could Pod not be damaged in this state? Phantom raged. Avril held Xia Fei's arm, silently weeping as she gazed at the unmoving form of Pod. Avril was in this state, so Xia Fei's mood was of course even worse. He had spent so long with Pod and developed a deep affection for him, regarding him to be his most loyal companion who meticulously handled every aspect of his life. Now that this trustworthy companion was suddenly gone, a part of his heart suddenly felt empty. "Go out and wait for me. I need to give Pod a full inspection." Several hours later, Xia Fei emerged from the medical center, and Avril immediately came up to him. "Xia Fei, Pod, Xia Fei shook his head. "It's a very strange bug. I inspected all of his chips and critical components, but I didn't find anything. Pod seems to be in a state of feigned death. His memory and AI systems are fine, but they won't turn on for some reason. He's dead." Tears began to well up in Avril's eyes. "No, he's just gone for a little while. Trust me, one day, that obedient Pod will be back." Avril silently nodded, and the mood became extremely heavy. The day after Pod suddenly entered hibernation, the fleet smoothly entered Terminus. The various commercial ships began to separate from the main fleet, heading toward their predetermined areas. The others headed straight for Friedel, the only A-rank habitable planet in Terminus. After some consultation with everybody, it was decided that Friedel would be renamed as New Terra and would serve as Terminus's capital, becoming its political, economic, and cultural hub. Construction immediately began underway. For this, Xia Fei brought the alliance's most advanced concrete pouring ships. Alloy metal building frameworks were set up, and then concrete was poured into a mold, allowing the construction to proceed at a flabbergasting pace. This brand-new method of construction was not exactly a money saver, but it was incredibly efficient. What Xia Fei lacked the most was time, so he did not care how much it cost to build every highway. The infrastructure construction proceeded quickly, and 3 months went by in the blink of an eye. New Terra, the southern four lakes. 4 lakes were arranged in elevation from high to low, spring waters flowing down from the mountains to the north into the first lake, after which the waters would overflow into the second, then the third, and finally the fourth. Xia Fei's new home was in the center of the first lake, on a small island about 10 square kilometers. He had chosen this place because Avril liked the scenery of the lake and mountains. Also, he had quietly sunk the source of life into the lake, and he was not willing to stray too far away from it. As 10 p.m. approached, a small shuttle descended on the island in the center of the lake. Uncle Porter had come. Xia Fei went to welcome the old man warmly, with Avril right behind him. After greeting each other, the three sat down on the beach. Avril brought over fruits and tea. As for dinner, the servants would prepare that. You chose a good place. The scenery is charming and peaceful, Porter said. Xia Fei replied, if you like it, come and live here. The house is so big that the two of us can't possibly use it all. Porter glanced at Avril and chuckled. Forget it. I'm just an old man. How could I possibly disturb you young lovers? Avril blushed and said that she needed to go and help with dinner, leaving Xia Fei and Porter by themselves. A comprehensive highway linking all of New Terra is now complete. This 6 million kilometer long highway connects every part of the planet, but we still need some time for the branching roads, Porter sternly said. Xia Fei nodded. Roads are the foundation of a modernized planet. With roads, we have to accelerate the construction of complex cities. 40 cities that can hold 100 million people each isn't a simple undertaking. Porter massaged his temples. As the chief director of infrastructure, Porter had quite a lot on his plate. Relax. In 6 months at most, all the infrastructure for New Terra will be completed. At that time, you'll be able to see a modernized, brand new planet. Xia Fei smiled. Once you're done with getting the infrastructure set up, you had better spend some time with Wenqing. I heard that you've even been eating at the work site rather than going home. Porter sighed. Work is work. We'll talk about it once the foundations for New Terra are done. I heard that you dispatched Yahweh to suppress bandits. Xia Fei nodded. Terminus is crawling with pirates, and public safety is a mess. Once the 3 large fleets were formed, I immediately sent them out to suppress bandits. This can both ensure the safety of the Star region and also train them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for keeping the capital safe and the navigation routes open, 2 fleets will be enough. They can switch out every 2 months. Having the 3 large fleets go through actual combat as quickly as possible is the correct path. After all, there are far too many recruits in there. Yahweh was Qin Mang's warlord disciple. After the war was over, all the soldiers of the Black Abyss had been recruited into the military. As for the territory belonging to these tyrants, it returned to the Alliance. Many warlords had been seized by Tai's Iron Fist. Yahweh had gotten rather lucky, becoming a commander of a fleet after seeking shelter with Xia Fei. Qin Mang and Thurum knew that Xia Fei was lacking in manpower, so they did him a favor and sent over the sibling trio, Ling Feng, Ling Yun, and Ling Xiao. At present, the 3 brothers were each commanding a fleet, with Yahweh serving as the overarching commander. The 2 sides served to keep each other in check, and this also removed any doubt Xia Fei had in appointing Yahweh to such an important position. Porter nodded. That makes sense. Xia Fei, I carefully examined the blueprints you gave me. How is it? Xia Fei asked, somewhat surprised. It's impossible, let alone us. Even the 4 large warship corporations or the military will be able to build such a large dock. Why do you even need that sort of super dock? Xia Fei helplessly shrugged. It's nothing. I just had an inspiration. Xia Fei was actually rather unhappy that he could not build a Titan yet. More importantly, the Blood Demon Claw had yet to bear fruit. There was also Pod. He had yet to wake up after collapsing that day. His appointment with Yu Jiang and Yu Hua was fast approaching, but his 7th brain region was still damaged, and the obedient pod had fallen into a coma. Xia Fei was gradually getting annoyed. At this moment, the microcomputer on his wrist rang, and an unfamiliar number appeared. Porter patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. "Take the call. I'll go and see if Avril has made any progress with her cooking skills." Xia Fei nodded. Turning the screen on, he saw a face that he could not call familiar. "Constantine. Surprised? You're the owner of Terminus now. We live so close to each other. So why didn't you pay me a visit?" Xia Fei chuckled. "That's true. It's been 2 years since our last meeting at the Golden Finger Cup. Who knew that we would become neighbors? Have you been doing well? How could life in the accursed land be good?" Constantine spread his hands apart. "The accursed land?" Xia Fei muttered. "The accursed land?" Xia Fei muttered. "I remember now. You're the Blood Candle Kingdom's prince, and your kingdom is considered by the common people as the accursed land." Constantine laughed. "You rule despair's domain, while I will inherit the accursed land's throne. Moreover, the entire region is called the Death Land. If we put everything together, we're basically in a horror movie." Xia Fei silently nodded. The Blood Candle Kingdom that this prince, whose EQ was somewhat in the negatives, would one day inherit was not far from Terminus. In ancient times, it was a place where criminals were banished to. Its people were tough, and though many of them were disabled in some way, they were extremely powerful fighters. It was one of the rare regions of the Alliance which was only half civilized. Now that I think about it, I should pay you a visit in Terminus. Unfortunately, I'll be having a wedding soon, so I really can't leave, Constantine apologetically said. Xia Fei replied, "There'll always be more opportunities in the future. Let me first congratulate you. I'll have someone send you a wedding gift." Constantine asked, "Why do I feel like you're not very happy to be the master of Terminus?" Xia Fei faintly smiled. "A friend has recently decided to leave, and things just haven't been going smoothly too, so I really am in a rather sour mood." Constantine proposed, "If that's so, why don't you come to Blood Candle and relax a little? It's not even 4 days from Friedel to Blood Candle. It's easy to go here and back." After saying this, Constantine slapped himself on the head. "Wait, Friedel is the old name. It's called New Terra now." Xia Fei was just about to refuse when he suddenly noticed the fervent look in Constantine's eyes. It seemed like he was really hoping that Xia Fei would pay a visit to Blood Candle Kingdom. "After 2 years without any contact, you must have some other matter to call me so suddenly, right?" Xia Fei smiled and asked. Constantine's smile faded as he solemnly replied, "In truth, there's something I need your help on." "What do you mean by that?" "My mother left after giving birth to me, and later on, my father married my stepmother and had a boy and girl with her. Thus, I'm not the only successor to the empire. My royal father is growing weaker and older by the day, and it's time for an heir to be appointed." Xia Fei gave a slight nod. "So both you and your half-brother want to become the heir apparent, and as your mother is no longer around, you don't have the upper hand in this power struggle." Constantine helplessly said, "You're as sharp as ever. Running off in my adolescence to the Alliance to take part in the Golden Finger Cup left a very bad impression of me on my royal father." "What do I get for helping you?" asked Xia Fei bluntly. "Friendship. The friendship of the Blood Candle Kingdom," Constantine solemnly answered. "My kingdom is just a small nation, surviving in the middle of the numerous warlords of the Death Tri-region and having subpar relations with the powerful Alliance. Do you know why these people have never tried attacking Blood Candle all this time? Why? Because we have the strongest army of ability warriors. To boast a little, while Blood Candle may have many disabled citizens, but in a real fight, we fear no one." Constantine emphasized the power of his kingdom's army, but this was not enough to move Xia Fei. He lit a cigarette and casually said, "I managed to become Terminus's ruler without anyone's help. In the future, I'll also not need to rely on anyone for defense." Constantine was somewhat disappointed. Dropping his head, he began to ponder on what else he could say. However, Xia Fei spoke again. "But since we too have some connection, it's not hard for me to make a trip to your kingdom and lend you a hand, but whether or not you can ultimately take the throne will depend on you." Constantine was elated. "Great. It's a deal, then. If I can take the throne, my kingdom will become eternal friends with Terminus. Didn't you want to know where I learned my mechanical skills? Once you get here, you won't be disappointed." Once the screen was off, Phantom said, "A pretty decent trade. The Blood Candle Kingdom is an extremely unconventional existence in the Alliance, and becoming friends with it is certainly vital to Terminus Star region's continued peace. After all, you're going to leave soon. Having an extra friend is better than an extra enemy. Exquisite delicacies were served on the table. Xia Fei and Avril accompanied Old Porter in drinking some wine, and the atmosphere warmed. Xia Fei was the typical arm-flinging shopkeeper, only concerning himself with policy and leaving Porter, Charlie, and his other friends to complete it. Thus, Xia Fei had deep respect for these people. He told Avril and Porter about what Constantine had told him, and Porter agreed that he should make a trip to Blood Candle Kingdom. After all, that kingdom was really close. The two sides being at peace would benefit the civilians on both sides. The citizens of Earth had yet to settle down fully, and now was not the time to make enemies. Xia Fei, I think that putting Constantine on the throne is great, but do your best not to make an enemy of his younger brother. Xia Fei smiled. I understand what you mean. I'll consider both the feelings of the people and the inclinations of the current king. Avril was rather absent-minded. Xia Fei did not bring it up in front of Porter, but at night, when Porter was gone, Xia Fei raised the matter. Avril, what's wrong with you today? Asked Xia Fei as he sat on the bed and stroked Avril's golden hair. Avril nestled against Xia Fei's chest like a little bird as she softly said, When I was in the kitchen, Pang Xing called me and told me that my grandfather's health hasn't been good lately. Xia Fei replied, You've been with me in Terminus for several months now. The data relays of Starlink Corporation have basically been set up in this region. Why don't you go home and see your family? Avril was somewhat unwilling to leave Xia Fei, and she pondered on this for some time. Then I'll go back for a visit and be back in 2 months. It was a dark and quiet night, but Xia Fei could not get any sleep. He went alone to the cultivation chamber and took out 2 items from his spatial ring. The first was the slumbering pod, and the other was the blood demon claw, which had yet to bear fruit. Xia Fei obtained the blood demon claw when it was dark red. Though Xia Fei had been diligently watering it with the source of life for 3 months, it was still a dark red. How strange. The blood demon claw should have flowered at this point. Why is nothing happening with it? Isn't this a little too strange? Phantom helplessly asked. Xia Fei watered it with the waters from the lake. The water source at the center of the lake was plenty, and Xia Fei always gave the plant just the right amount of water. This work had gone on for 3 months, once in the morning and once at night, without stop. Returning the blood demon claw to its storage device, Xia Fei picked up Pod and began inspecting all of his components. This was something that Xia Fei did once every 1 or 2 days. Alas, Pod showed no signs of waking up. Letting out a sigh, Xia Fei thought about the law of primal chaos on his left arm and peacock blue on his right arm. There was also no movement from them. It was as if he had big stacks of money in his hands which he had no way of spending, and he could not help but feel depressed. It's about time I go out a bit. It seems like this peaceful life doesn't suit me, Xia Fei said as he looked up at the stars. Starlink Corporation's first fleet, with Avril on board, was accompanied by Sarah's transport fleet and Ling Zhao's Quantum Holdings' third fleet. It turned out that they also needed to return to the Alliance and carry out a transportation mission. The construction of the Terminus Star region consumed a vast amount of materials every day, and local production was lacking. Thus, Sarah's fleet needed to go back and forth to the Alliance and Terminus. Hence, she had become much busier than Old Porter. With a powerful fleet protecting her, Xia Fei did not need to worry about Avril's safety. Moreover, she had the golden jasper spirit, and such an immortal rank protective barrier was nothing to scoff at. No one in the Alliance would be able to hurt Avril now. After sending off Avril, Xia Fei prepared for his journey to Blood Candle Kingdom. Besides the normal gifts, Xia Fei also brought a lot of the water from the southern 4 lakes. The clear lake water contained the energy of the source of life. The plants of New Terra grew rapidly when nurtured with its water. Saplings would grow into trees, which were 5 or 6 meters tall, within a few weeks. After being irrigated by the waters of the southern 4 lakes, barren land would quickly begin to sprout green grass. It had such a miraculous ability to alter the environment that Porter called it magic water. Of course, the southern 4 lakes were encircled by the military, and no one except Xia Fei was allowed to get close. It must be understood that the source of life was resting at the bottom of the lake, and it would be terrible if someone stole it. Taking Furball with him, he boarded Nirvana. Xia Fei took out the navigation map that Constantine had given him, set the course, allowed the AI to calculate the route, and took flight. The route to Blood Candle Kingdom was treacherous, and without a navigation map, let alone 4 days, getting there in 40 days would be difficult. Suddenly, his communication device began to ring. Glancing at it, he saw that it was Chundong's number. "I have something very important to tell you," Chundong solemnly said, but there was a hint of excitement in his voice. "What is it?" asked Xia Fei with a smile. "I need to thank you." Xia Fei was speechless. He did not know why Chundong wanted to thank him, but from his expression, he was not joking. "Thank me?" "Yes. I must thank you for teaching me the yes theory." Xia Fei smiled. "Really? I only saw that you're spending all your days at the cultivation center and knew that draining too much energy from hearts of spirit wasn't good for you. So I came up with a way to persuade you into leaving and breathing fresh air outside from time to time. It's a small thing. No need to give me a call just to thank me." Chundong waved his hands and solemnly said, "I must thank you. I must. Still, I have to leave soon." "To where?" asked Xia Fei in confusion. "I can't say, but it's a good place," replied Chundong excitedly. Xia Fei smiled. "Why so mysterious?" "Forget it. Once you have time to visit Terminus, I'll treat you to a big meal." Suddenly recalling his agreement with Yu Jiang and Yu Hua, Xia Fei added, "You'll have to be fast, though." Chundong frowned. "I might be gone for a long time." "How long?" "Very, very long." Xia Fei was speechless. Chundong was not very good with his words. All he had eyes for was cultivation, constant cultivation and constant advancement. That he was talking with Xia Fei now was already quite good. When it came to others, unless he wanted to fight with them, Chundong would cherish his words as if they were made of gold. After turning off the screen, Xia Fei stroked his chin and said, "Strange, where is Chundong going? He seems to be taking it very seriously." "I know, right? That's probably the most he's said in his entire life." "It seems to be something very important to him," Phantom replied. Standing up, Xia Fei said, "Forget it. Every person has their own path. I can only hope that he doesn't get caught up in something dubious." Whoosh. Nirvana took off just as the sun started to rise, its destination, the accursed land. 4 days later, at the spaceport exclusive to the royal family of the Blood Candle Kingdom. As a small kingdom on the outskirts of the Alliance, Blood Candle's imperial spaceport was nothing to write home about. It was even much cruder than Earth's Denver Interstellar Spaceport, but the whole piece of magnered alloy on the ground drew Xia Fei's interest. This light alloy was excellent for building warships, so he had no idea why the impoverished Blood Candle Kingdom was using such expensive light metal as construction materials for its spaceport. "Was your journey smooth?" asked Constantine as he examined the cruiser frigate Xia Fei had flown over on. This hybrid warship was designed like a leech, and its inconspicuous nature, suffused with lethal intent, made his eyes light up. Xia Fei shrugged. "Asteroid belts and electromagnetic storms are the natural barriers of the Blood Candle Kingdom. If not for your star map, I would need to take a big detour to get here. On this point, I must say that your kingdom is in a very secured location." "My royal father's kingdom," Constantine softly corrected. Smiling, Xia Fei casually said, "It's his now, but who knows what the future will hold. Let's go. I'll take you to look around the city. Tonight, my royal father will hold a banquet to welcome you." "Really? How did you manage to get a Thanatos carrier?" "When the border post reported that a capital ship entered our territory, father was scared out of his wits, thinking that some powerful enemy had invaded." Xia Fei smiled. "I came to show support for you, so I might as well put on an impressive show. After all, it benefits me to have you on the throne. The two of us have a mutually beneficial relationship." Constantine knew that Xia Fei did not easily trust in others, and he was far from reaching the level of one of Xia Fei's close confidants. Xia Fei was willing to help him only because he stood to gain from the transaction. Outside the spaceport was a soldier driving a plain Swallow 7 hovercar. This sort of civilian hovercar looked completely normal, let alone luxurious. It was almost excessively simple, not at all matching Constantine's status as a prince. However, Xia Fei quickly grew indifferent. Constantine had always been inconspicuous. On their first meeting, he looked like he had come from the slums. Now that he was back in his country, his clothes remained simple and plain, and his servants did not put on any airs. It was easy to see that he was very close with them. The soldier handed the car keys to Constantine. Xia Fei looked closely and saw that all the soldiers in the royal spaceport really were disabled in some way. If they were not missing an arm, they were lacking an ear, but all of them had tough bodies and high cultivation. Stop staring. I already told you, Blood Candle is an accursed land. Anyone with an ability is disabled in some way, and anyone without a disability is an ordinary person. Xia Fei nodded and entered the little swallow hover car. Constantine had no chauffeur, and after starting the engine, he began driving the car down the road leading to the royal city. There was naught but barren land on both sides of the road, with not even a blade of grass, and when the wind stirred, yellow sands would blot out the sky. Occasionally, he would spot some poor soul in shabby clothes on the roadside. Destitute and barren. This was Xia Fei's first impression of Blood Candle Kingdom. Does this kingdom have a lot of wastelands? How do I say it? If we had to rely completely on agriculture for food, half of Blood Candle would die from starvation. Fortunately, we produce a lot of magna red alloy. It's that metal you saw which serves as the spaceport's floor. Every year, the Alliance will trade large quantities of food and domestic goods for this alloy, allowing the kingdom to survive, Constantine said. Xia Fei said, Magna red alloy is an excellent material for building the critical parts of warp engines, and it doesn't go for cheap in the Alliance. How can your blood candle still be poor despite having so much of this valuable metal? Constantine explained, because this is the accursed land. All of us are descendants of criminals, and their blood flows in us. The previous presidents of the Alliance have never trusted the people of Blood Candle Kingdom, so they've always limited their exports to us. We trade large deposits of alloy every year, but the price is always kept very low. What about smuggling? Smuggling can get you a lot for a little. Why haven't you tried to deal with smugglers? Constantine bitterly smiled. The Death Tri region has its special products, but the navigation routes have never been open. Those smugglers can either go straight to the closer 3 regions or take a long and perilous detour to Blood Candle Kingdom. Naturally, they would rather go to Black Abyss or Evil Gulf Stream for their goods rather than risk a trip to this kingdom. Xia Fei nodded. Terminus was already very remote, and Blood Candle was at the edge of it. Without a navigation map, one would need to spend 40 to 50 days to get to Blood Candle. Thus, transportation was truly a very serious problem, so the kingdom could only rely on the official trade fleets sent by the Alliance. A smile formed on Xia Fei's lips as he looked at the wasteland, an idea forming. The development of Terminus is in dire need of high-grade metal. We can make a trade, trading Blood Candle's Magna Red alloy for food and domestic goods. That's a good idea, but Magna Red alloy is restricted trade goods of the Alliance. Aren't you worried that someone will report you if you transport it to the Alliance? Xia Fei laughed. Who said that I'll be transporting it to the Alliance? Currently, Terminus's metal supply primarily comes from large-scale mining and smelting barges. Our own metal processing factories are still in the middle of construction, and there's still a gap between our metal production and metal consumption. Magna Red alloy is both light and tough. While using it for construction is somewhat extravagant, it's not impossible. In any case, you have so much of it that you use it for floorboards. Me using it to build houses isn't too overboard. Constantine firmly nodded. That's excellent. It's a pity that Blood Candle Kingdom lacks the sort of powerful backing you have, or else this part of space will be in a much better state. You need to discuss this with my royal father tonight. Xia Fei shook his head. Not me, you. Me, right? Now is a crucial moment for you to accumulate capital. By pulling off this deal, you'll earn some of your royal father's respect. Constantine became enlightened. Xia Fei was doing him a favor right now. If he succeeded with this deal, it would become an important chip in his contention for the throne of the Blood Candle Kingdom. Phantom guessed Xia Fei's intentions and said, using valuable Magna Red alloy to build houses? Who are you trying to fool? Once you have the alloy, you'll definitely store it first and eventually use it to build warships. If you have enough, you might even make a Titan from it. Xia Fei silently smiled. A Titan was truly one of Xia Fei's obsessions. He knew that this warship was one of the supreme powers of the universe, with even law adepts fearing it, and though he had the blueprints, he had no way of building one. This could be considered a severe mental blow to Xia Fei. Xia Fei had given Constantine a big gift upon arrival, leaving the latter in a good mood. As the car drove to Blood Candle City, the guard respectfully bowed to Constantine and then let him in. Even the walls are made of magnered alloy. Blood Candle's alloy production must have reached a shocking level. Xia Fei praised. Constantine sighed. There's nothing to be done. The Blood Candle Kingdom has a total of 3 planets fit for human habitation, and our greatest resource is magnered Oregon. Thus, we just mine the ores and process them into alloy. It's not just the walls. Look, even many civilian homes are made of magnered alloy. Xia Fei looked outside the car window, and sure enough, many of the stores, from the signs and tables to chairs, were all made of magnered alloy. In the Alliance, this would have undoubtedly been called ostentatious, but in the Blood Candle Kingdom, it was a sign of poverty. Only the wealthy could afford to have buildings made of ordinary bricks. While Blood Candle City was large, there were many areas in despair. Beggars, drunkards, and prostitutes could be everywhere. As an example of the barbarity of this place, 2 men on the street got into a fight, one of them pulling out a knife and stabbing it into his opponent's chest, instantly causing blood to spill out, but a soldier on the side of the road simply gave this a few glances before ignoring it. In Blood Candle, personal battles are legal. Even if you kill someone, you won't have to sit in a cell. On the contrary, the weaker side will be mocked by the people, Constantine explained. Being weak in this kingdom is a very shameful thing. After all, our people have always been a tough sort, and ability users appear far more frequently here than in the Alliance. Look at those beggars on the streets. Some of them are warriors who got into heavy drinking and ended up in the streets. Xia Fei gave a slight nod. I now somewhat understand why no one tries to fight over this piece of space. Even if they take Blood Candle, they have no way of managing so many ability users, let alone these warriors who are accustomed to fighting and slaughter. Now that I think of it, since Blood Candle has such a strong army, why hasn't it conquered any other region of space? Constantine pointed at the western side of the royal city and replied, 600 kilometers to the west is the symbol of the Blood Candle Kingdom, the Accursed Tower. This place is called the Accursed Land because of that tower. Blood Candle has the highest percentage of warriors in the entire Alliance because of that tower, but it's also because of that tower that 90% of us are disabled. Once we leave this part of space, leave the range of the Accursed Tower, the warriors of Blood Candle will become no different from ordinary people, so we are fated to remain here. Xia Fei found this all very surprising. A single tower could decide a human's special ability and their body's disability, and this ability would disappear if they got too far from it. This was simply too unbelievable. Why is it like this? What's so special about the Accursed Tower? Constantine explained. The abilities of the Blood Candle people don't come from cultivating the Starlight Mantra, nor is it because they take a gene optimization fluid. Instead, it's through a trade with the Accursed Tower. Whenever a person of Blood Candle is born, they will be sent to the Accursed Tower. If they come out with a disability, it means the curse has taken effect, and a part of their body has been exchanged for a powerful ability. In the barbaric Blood Candle Kingdom, a person without martial arts strength will find it very difficult to survive. So children will be sent to the tower when they are very young in the hopes that they can trade for an ability to protect themselves. Once they get an ability, particularly a combat type, the entire family will celebrate, for the family will have another warrior. Most of those few children who don't get an ability will end up being abandoned by their parents and become orphans who ultimately die tragic deaths. This is the fate of the Blood Candle people, Constantine sorrowfully said. Xia Fei nodded. The people of Blood Candle had truly paid a hefty price to survive in this barren land. This was perhaps the reason the Blood Candle Kingdom was such a special existence in the Alliance, looked down on, and spurned by the common folks. They even called this place the Accursed Land. What a magical tower. If there's a chance, I truly want to look at this Accursed Tower, Xia Fei muttered as he looked west. It's very simple. See Royal Father tonight first, then I'll take you there tomorrow, Constantine casually said. If you're not worried about being cursed, that is. There actually was not much to see around Blood Candle City. If there was one thing that could draw one's attention, it was the prevalent violence and the innumerable beggars wandering the streets. What was called the best restaurant in the royal city was more like one of the numerous five-star restaurants in Beijing, far inferior to the top-class luxurious restaurants to be found in Venal Galaxy. After eating a lunch of very average taste, Constantine accompanied Xia Fei by the window as he brewed a pot of tea, deriving pleasure from the personal fights breaking out in the streets while discussing the details of transporting magna-red alloy to Terminus. While it was called a discussion, Xia Fei was basically talking to himself. The only things Constantine did were nod and jot down what Xia Fei said about the method of transportation and the conversion rate on a little notebook. After being through so many battles and massacres, Xia Fei had little interest in those brawls on the street. Thus, he proposed to see Constantine's fiancée. Constantine immediately agreed, excitement on his face. At the heart of the royal city was the royal palace. Each prince had his courtyard and house. As the hovercar drove a circle around the royal palace, it passed a heavily guarded gate of cinnabar red, several dozen soldiers standing intimidatingly around it. "This is the residence of my half-brother, Campos," Constantine casually said. Xia Fei nodded. After another 4,000 or 5,000 meters, they arrived at Constantine's palace. His palace was not as impressive as Campos's. At the door were two old and hunched soldiers, and the cinnabar paint on the gate was already peeling off. Where was the majesty and bearing of a prince? It appeared more like the residence of a wealthy family of the royal city. "Prince, you're back." A plump old soldier walked over with a smile. Constantine nodded and ordered him to park the car, after which he led Xia Fei through the gate. All he saw were old maids and nannies, and Xia Fei felt like he was in a retirement home. According to the laws of the royal household, when employees and guards reach a certain age, they are to be driven out of the royal city. These people have served the royal household for a lifetime, but their salary is pitifully small. Without a job, they'll find it very difficult to survive in Blood Candle, where personal brawls are everywhere, so I moved them to my own palace. In any case, it's easy work, and with age comes experience, so they perform no worse than younger employees, Constantine explained. Xia Fei laughed. "I didn't see many old people in the city. Put together, they will still be fewer than the number I see in your palace." Constantine sighed. "The people of Blood Candle nurture the young, not the old. The old will either form groups and try to seek out a life in the wasteland, leaving everything up to fate, or else their family will prepare for them a rope so that they can hang themselves and commit suicide, after which a random hole will be dug for them to be buried. It's a wicked custom of the people of Blood Candle." Xia Fei said nothing. In many uncivilized regions, it was common practice to cast away the old, and Blood Candle was not alone in the universe when it came to this tradition. However, Xia Fei did have a better impression of Constantine. His actions were closer to those of civilized society, indicating that he had received a good education. "Prince, you're back." A freckled young woman ran out of the living room, a delighted look on her face. When she saw Xia Fei standing next to Constantine, she froze for a moment and then politely bowed to him, appearing a little nervous. A girl from a minor family without much social training. "Please, don't take it to heart," Constantine awkwardly said. Xia Fei laughed and inspected Constantine's fiancée. This girl did not appear that beautiful, at least according to the standards of society. She wore plain and simple clothes and spoke softly and cautiously. It was clear that she was not very comfortable with her status as a princess consort. The prepared gift was delivered, a box of excellent woman's clothes. Avril had chosen them personally when she heard that Xia Fei was going to Blood Candle. Avril's eyes were top class in the alliance, and the clothes she had selected were elegant and exquisite while not lacking in grandeur. Constantine's commoner wife had never seen such clothes before and found it difficult to even feel them. Her face was flushed red with excitement. Constantine waved a hand, indicating that she should leave the room, leaving him alone with Xia Fei. "I said before, a very ordinary girl. There's nothing to see," Constantine said. Xia Fei shook his head. "Not ordinary at all. Your wife should be an ordinary person, right? In Blood Candle, which worships martial arts strength, you took an ordinary person as your wife. I'm sure that this will stir no small number of objections." Constantine nodded. "True. Chu Xiao doesn't have an ability, and her background is very average." "Chu Xiao," Xia Fei muttered. "That's an interesting name. It doesn't sound like a name common to Blood Candle." "Chu Xiao isn't from Blood Candle. She's a waitress at some out-of-the-way restauant in the Tranquil Star region." After pause, Constantine added, Actually, it's because of you that I decided to marry Chu Xiao. Xia Fei blinked in confusion. What did I have to do with this? Do you remember that story you told me in Vino? The one about the gentleman and the beauty. Xia Fei chuckled. I remember. I've told this story to many people over my life. The meaning of that story is that a man shouldn't sacrifice his dignity for love, not that you should marry this girl Chu Xiao. Constantine knew that Xia Fei was joking and did not take it to heart. He sternly said, I ran off to the alliance so that I could marry a real woman, not one of the burly women in this kingdom. You also know what I was like back then. Whenever I saw a woman I admired, I would immediately chase after her like a starving wolf. I stopped acting like that after hearing your story and began looking at the matter normally. As I was going back, I happened to pass by a planet in the Tranquil Star region. My ship stopped there to resupply, and near the spaceport was a little restaurant. Bored and with nothing to do, I went to have a few drinks, and that's when I met her. I got drunk that day, and she accompanied me at my table the entire night. Over the next few days, we became closer. She had no idea who I was back then, treating me like any normal citizen. Eventually, when I asked if she's willing to come with me, she happily agreed, not at all caring about my status or if I have money. When I brought her back to Blood Candle, my royal father was already mad at me for sneaking out. He wouldn't have permitted me to marry Chu Xiao, but in the end, the queen came out. After which, my royal father reluctantly permitted the marriage. Papa. Xia Fei clapped his hands. An excellent rendition of the incognito prince running into his love while out in public. It's this sort of unglamorous affection that's truly the most precious. World-shaking odes of eternal love usually end poorly. Changing the topic, Xia Fei said, but the queen definitely didn't mean well when she helped you with this marriage. Her son is contending with you for the throne. By marrying a commoner wife, you'll have lost even more favor in the eyes of your royal father, and this will benefit her son's chances at obtaining the throne. In the open, she's helping you, but in secret, she's hurting you. Although I've never met the queen, from these actions alone, I can tell that she's no simple person. Constantine's face turned downcast. In truth, I understand all that you have said, but Chu Xiao followed me without concern about my status, so I must give her some status. Thus, I don't regret it at all. As night fell, a banquet was held in the royal palace to entertain the master of the Terminus Star region, Xia Fei. Guards lined the walls on both sides. All of these disabled men were tall and muscular, many of them sporting thick beards. They all appeared very imposing, a ruthless gleam in their eyes as they stared at the stranger, Xia Fei. Xia Fei's body and appearance were both very average, and he normally had a smile on his face. It was completely at odds with that fierce hero who had ventured alone into dens of dragons. Thus, these soldiers were unconvinced that this was the man who had destroyed planets and slaughtered his way through the sacred warrior leaderboard. Xia Fei naturally did not care about their stares. Relaxed and confident, he looked around and nodded his head, praising the elite soldiers of the Blood Candle Kingdom. A coughing middle-aged man, who was blind in the right eye, was seated on the throne. This was the king of Blood Candle and Constantine's father, Lester. Lester actually was not that old, but a serious drinking problem had deprived him of the heroism and boldness of his youth. He was barely 40, yet he already appeared doddering and senile. Coupled with the fact that Blood Candle was a land of bitter cold, where people lived shorter lives than average, Lester was already approaching the end of his life. The day had been pleasant and sunny, but at night, howling winds stirred. In the quiet of the royal palace, the rustling of trees in the wind sounded like the roars of primordial beasts. Several hundred fire basins burned, making the royal palace warm and rather dry. Officials of various ranks were seated on both sides of the table according to their status, all of them looking at Xia Fei with cold eyes. Royal Father, this is the ruler of the Terminus Star region, Xia Fei. He is a friend I became acquainted with in the Alliance, and some time ago, he charged alone into the insectoid territory and went on a killing spree there, making a large contribution to the war efforts. Constantine naturally spoke of Xia Fei's good qualities, but he had discordant voices from around. It appeared that Xia Fei's rather lean body lacked persuasive power, and many people seemed to regard him as an ordinary person. Lester gave a slight nod. Xia Fei stood up and placed a fist in his hand as he smiled and said, King of Blood Candle. Nice to meet you. Huh. The sound of a cup falling to the floor could be heard, and then a gruff voice angrily yelled, "Such audacity! Why do you not kneel to the King of Blood Candle? Right? You must prostrate yourself. This is too disrespectful. This is the Blood Candle Kingdom." The first one to berate Xia Fei was a bald admiral. Despite the cold weather, he had a bare upper body, and numerous kinds of metal jewelry were hanging from his neck. He even had a silver hoop in his nose. Several voices called out in agreement, all believing that Xia Fei was disrespecting the King of Blood Candle. Constantine's expression shifted again and again. Xia Fei was his guest, and these people were disrespecting him by causing trouble during the banquet. The stocky middle-aged queen next to Lester was delighted by this. To the right, Prince Campos smugly drained his wine cup, ready to watch a good show. The situation was very awkward. These barbarians of the Blood Candle Kingdom, who lacked any form of etiquette, immediately tried to show off their strength to Xia Fei. Whoosh! Before that bald admiral pointing at Xia Fei had the time to draw back his finger, Xia Fei shot over to his side. Xia Fei was a speed ability user who could move at more than 30,000 meters per second, so no one here managed to see how he moved. It was akin to the legendary instantaneous movement, disappearing and arriving at once. Clack crack! Xia Fei lifted that bald admiral high in the air like a chicken. The admiral's four limbs had been broken by him and hung limply in the air like a cloth bag. Before the general could feel fear, Xia Fei clenched his fingers. Crack! The large head tilted to the side, and a greenish-purple tongue emerged from his mouth. Shock! Extreme shock. No one had thought that Xia Fei would kill someone in the palace at the slightest provocation. Such speed. Did you see how he managed to move? Such viciousness. He didn't even use any weapon to break his bones. Chattering broke out in the royal palace. A man with a green tattoo on his face furiously stood up, wanting to have a match with Xia Fei, but the old man next to him hurriedly pulled him back. He's a high-rank speed ability user. You're no match to him. The tattooed man gnashed his teeth and sat back down, draining his cup of wine dry. Though they were all angry, no one dared to attack Xia Fei. That unfathomable movement speed had successfully cowed everyone. Anyone who wanted to fight Xia Fei had better be sure that they could break his speed. Throwing aside the corpse, Xia Fei looked around. There's nothing wrong with him offending me, but crucially, he lacked the strength, so he died by my hands. He calmly walked back to Constantine's side. Personal fights and killings were very common in Blood Candle, but there was still something somewhat inappropriate about taking a life in the palace. Constantine grimaced and could not help but be worried. At this moment, Prince Campos stood up and pointed at Xia Fei's nose. Royal father, this man killed General Lance in the middle of a feast in the royal palace. He should be punished. Campos was not at all like Constantine. Constantine was thin and weak, while he had quite the fat, and his nose was raised so high that it was about to reach the heavens. When he started walking, his fats would jiggle. His skin was dark and swarthy, and he had a pair of beady eyes that looked at Xia Fei with ill intentions. Xia Fei lightly glanced at him and then waltzed back to his assigned seat. He took a grape from his plate and put it into his mouth, after which he smiled at Campos as if to ask, "Punish me? With just you?" The queen had much sharper eyes and realized that Xia Fei was not someone to lightly be provoked. She ordered her son to sit back and then bent down next to Lester and whispered something, a smile on her lips. The queen was just as fat as her son, and it was hard to say what Lester, the King of Blood Candle, had seen in her that he would pamper her so much. Even Constantine's fiancé would look stunning when compared to her. After listening to the queen's words, Lester said, "True. Lance was wrong in that he lacked strength, and there's nothing to be said if he got killed. Someone, drag him away." The guards quickly entered and dragged the body away. Lance was a large fellow, so two guards had needed to exert some strength to bring his body up, and they swayed back and forth as they dragged him away. Yet this big fellow was as weak as a little chick in Xia Fei's hands. The queen chuckled and asked Xia Fei, "Region ruler, your speed must have already exceeded 10,000, yes?" Xia Fei raised 3 fingers and softly said, 30,000 meters per second. The voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's hearts like a boulder. Speed ability was one of the hardest to cultivate. All warriors understood what breaking the 10,000 per second barrier meant. let alone the fact that Xia Fei had reached 30,000. That tattooed man, who had tried to start a fight, immediately broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "It's a good thing that I didn't attack." Blood Candle King Lester heartily laughed and praised Xia Fei. The tension in the royal palace eased, and everyone began to drink. Xia Fei had been observing everyone's reactions this whole time. He discovered that the officials were divided into 3 factions. One side stood on the queen's side, another group stood with Constantine, and about 30 to 40 people did not belong to a particular faction. In terms of number of supporters, Constantine was definitely disadvantaged. This was due both to the efforts of the queen and in how Constantine was rather different in personality compared to the people of Blood Candle. Constantine stood out like a sore thumb amid this pack of barbarians. As they chatted about this and that, Xia Fei gave Constantine a look. Constantine stood up and indicated that everyone should be quiet. "Royal Father, the Blood Candle Kingdom's output of magnered alloy is ever high, but selling it remains difficult. I've discussed this problem with region ruler Xia Fei, and he is willing to purchase large amounts of magnered alloy for construction in the Terminus Star region." The royal palace fell quiet. The greatest attribute of the Blood Candle Kingdom was its poverty, and how to convert magnered alloy into money had always been its greatest problem. After all, it was impossible to eat that cold and hard metal, and the people of Blood Candle lacked the technology to make it into weapons and warships. It was true that the Alliance would purchase some magnered alloy from Blood Candle every year, but the cost incurred once this metal was shipped all the way to the Alliance was not low. The majority of enterprises would only do it in certain critical regions. For other uses, the cheaper and somewhat less effective Magna Black and Tritanium alloys were used. This was what made magnered alloy so awkward. In terms of ability, it was only 30% better than other mass-produced alloys, but the price was several times higher. This had led to a very lackluster market for the alloy. If Xia Fei could buy large amounts of magnered alloy for use in construction, it would be an enormous boom to the Blood Candle Kingdom. After all, the Terminus Star region was very close, making shipping easy. Trading the alloy for the food and domestic goods that the kingdom needed would be extremely beneficial to the kingdom's development. Of course, this was only because Xia Fei was the ruler of Terminus now. Those erstwhile tyrants and warlords, who used to inhabit the region, were not much richer than the Blood Candle Kingdom, and they could not buy much alloy even if they wanted to. Whispered conversations broke out. Each one of them was tempted by this proposal. The queen and the younger prince both had nasty expressions. Constantine had long ago said that he was friends with Xia Fei. If this deal went through, he would unquestionably have a major achievement to his name. Blood Candle King Lester, though he was getting weaker by the day, still had a clear mind. He hastily asked, "Is this true?" Xia Fei nodded. "This truly is the case." After some thought, Lester asked, "How much can Terminus buy every year?" Blood Candle has no fewer than 100 metal processing factories of various sizes and can produce astronomical amounts of alloy each year. Xia Fei smiled. "I've already looked through it. The smelting facilities of Blood Candle vary in quality. The vast majority of the factories can't produce magnered alloy of very high quality, only good for construction of buildings. It's far too inferior to use for building warships. Even if I buy it for that purpose, I will need to melt it down and refine it again." All of them nodded. Blood Candle was an uncivilized and isolated region, and its technology was rather backward. Thus, not every smelting factory's technology could meet the standard. In any case, it was all magnered ore, so they sold the higher quality alloy to the Alliance while the inferior goods were used to construct buildings and walls. Lester slightly frowned. He sensed that Xia Fei did not seem to like the lower grade alloy. He took Xia Fei to be like the Alliance, purchasing only a small amount every year to use for critical components. Xia Fei cleared his throat and sternly said, "Still, even the lowest grade alloy is smelted from magnered ore regardless of how much Blood Candle has. I'll take it all, even if you have to dismantle the walls and rip up the floors." To sum it up in one sentence, it's not a question of how much I want, but how much you can provide. These bold words left everyone shaken. How much magnered alloy did the Blood Candle Kingdom have? An enormous amount. They were used to construct walls and buildings. How could they not have a lot? Lester began to cough from how excited he was. The queen immediately offered him a napkin while she shot Xia Fei an uneasy gaze. Region ruler, Magnaret alloy is not cheap, said the queen softly. Xia Fei raised his eyebrows and smiled. This is the death tri-region. Besides foods and weapons, everything else, even human life, comes cheap. If the queen wishes to sell the Magnaret alloy at the same price it is sold to the alliance, then you should find someone else. Xia Fei advanced by yielding ground, causing everyone else to voice complaints about the queen and criticize her for her greed. It was not like that mountainous pile of alloy could be eaten. As long as there was a buyer, why not get rid of it? What was the point in keeping it? The people of Blood Candle had never cared much about math, and it was common to see a bottle of strong alcohol exchanged for a young maiden. Besides that, there was no one who cared about the metal that no one could eat or drink. Stand aside. Lester pushed away the queen, who had been trying to pound his back, roughly saying, women should keep themselves out of men's affairs. The queen got a stare from Lester's empty eye and immediately ran away in tears. Lester angrily cursed, talkative woman. There was not a shred of remorse. The younger prince turned ashen, and his stare aimed at Xia Fei and Constantine grew even more vicious. Ignore her. In Blood Candle, it's always the men whose words hold weight. The only place a woman has is in bed. Laughter resounded through the palace. It was clear that the officials approved of Lester's words and were of the same opinion. This is a big deal. Let us find another time to discuss the details. Xia Fei smiled. I have a habit of not easily trusting others, but once I do, I will trust them without reservation. Constantine is my friend, so I give him full authority in this matter. He is also your son, so I trust that you don't have an objection. Everyone was as shocked as they could be. Xia Fei was so easily entrusting Constantine with such a major deal for the Blood Candle Kingdom. Even the officials who normally saw this unconventional prince in a poor light now had a better opinion of him. After all, the one who controlled the kingdom's greatest trading partner essentially controlled the kingdom's lifeline. These officials all controlled one or two smelting factories, with the worst being a shareholder. They all began considering how they could get into Constantine's good graces so that they would be able to get good prices for their goods. Constantine gave Xia Fei a grateful glance. A single statement from him had made Constantine the most favored person in the capital. This was truly a generous gift. As long as you trust him, everything is possible. Lester heartily laughed. Son, this region ruler is truly easy to work with, so we should be generous as well. I grant you full authority over trade relations between us and Terminus. Make sure that no one accuses the people of Blood Candle of being stingy. Constantine nodded in agreement. After obtaining the trust of both Xia Fei and his father, Constantine brimmed with confidence and energy. Those generals and officials raised their cups to him in a toast, their disrespect completely gone. The people of Blood Candle were naturally happy to trade away their stockpile of Magnaret alloy, which had been accumulated for so many years, for some alcohol. Xia Fei did not like noisy feasts, so he pleaded fatigue and left. Haha, Constantine wants the throne, so to obtain your support, he'll definitely try to bring the price down as much as possible. You barely need to move your mouth to get a giant pile of alloy. You've really made a profit this time. Phantom chuckled. You've done him a big favor. Once Constantine obtains the throne, he'll listen to your every word. When the time comes, Blood Candle is certain to be Terminus's first vassal. In the distance, one could see two towers, pitch black and piercing into the clouds. Parents with their children could be seen on both sides of the road. The wealthy drove hovercars, whereas the poor hugged their children and walked. Those who were neither wealthy or poor would use horse-drawn carriages or hoverbikes. The closer one got to the two towers, the more people there were. Their target was the same, their eyes brimming with anticipation. These children are being taken to exchange for abilities at such a young age? Xia Fei asked in astonishment. Many of the children he saw were not even 1 year old, and the oldest could not be more than 3. Most of them were still in their infancy. According to the laws of the Alliance, a child would have to wait until they were 7 to train the Startip mantra. At 12, if they had yet to unlock an ability, it was allowed to use gene optimization fluids for children, which would deal the least amount of damage to kids, but cases like that were rare. Most parents would wait until the children were adults to try the drugs. This was done out of consideration for the health of the children. But in the Blood Candle Kingdom, Children who were only a few months old were sent here to activate their abilities, and they did this in exchange for parts of their bodies. In obtaining an ability, they would lose a certain body's function. In Xia Fei's view, this was nothing more than pulling up the sprouts to try and help them grow. Constantine helplessly said, "Blood Candle is a savage place, and many children must start making money to help their family the moment that they can walk. The pressure is so great that outsiders can't possibly imagine it. So the earlier they can unlock an ability, the earlier they can learn how to use it and start making money for food and other basic necessities. Even the children of the royal household must be sent to the accursed tower before the age of 2. Xia Fei nodded. This pressure did not care whether one was young or old. Even the tender and immature would have to bear that heavy load on their shoulders. The terrain began to lower. The 2 towers were located in a basin, like a crater left by a meteor. The towers were surrounded by an alloy wall, which was naturally made of the common magnerit alloy. Countless tents had been set up around the walls. Many parents and their children camped out in the open. A circle of stones served as a simple furnace, with weeds and dried branches found in the wastelands serving as the fuel. As there are many people who want to enter the accursed tower, ordinary civilians without connections or money to pay for the offering will line up here. Fast is 3 or 5 days of waiting, but bad luck can mean 10-some days or even 2 months, Constantine explained. There was a special road which led beyond the walls. Constantine and Xia Fei drove in through it as countless civilians bowed and watched. Once he got out of the car, Xia Fei discovered that, while one tower had a long line in front of it, the other tower was so deserted that there was a thick layer of dust on the steps leading in, making it clear that it had been a long time since someone went there. You didn't say that there are 2 accursed towers. Why does that one tower have no one, while the other has such a long line? He had barely spoken when he heard excited cheers. A child, who had only just reached 1 year old, threw a fireball, burning away his father's hair, but his father was not angry at all, hugging his child and dancing around as he yelled at the crowd. "This is my son. He obtained a fire ability." Excitement aside, the crowd looked on with envious gazes as the father rushed out with his son. As he passed Xia Fei and Constantine, he politely bowed. Xia Fei saw that the child's left ear was gone as if surgery had been performed on it. Even the base had been cut away. Constantine smiled. Another lucky fellow. His son has a combat ability, so in the future, he can join the military. If he's lucky, he can even become an officer, completely changing this family's fate. Xia Fei gave a noncommittal shrug. Having done his research, he discovered that the abilities the people of Blood Candle traded with using parts of their body could reach a rather high level, and warriors of the Star Domain rank could be found throughout Blood Candle. Alas, there was not a single legendary rank warrior in Blood Candle. Their ranks stopped cold at the Star River rank, and the even higher Eternal rank did not exist. Every few years, an Immortal rank expert would appear in the Alliance, but Blood Candle did not even have a legendary rank. From this, one could see that this method of obtaining abilities allowed the Blood Candle to have an extremely high percentage of ability users. It resulted in a massive decrease in the number of experts. It could even be said that they had no experts and relied purely on numbers. "You still haven't answered my question," Xia Fei said. Constantine said, "Of the 2 towers, one can be used to trade for abilities and the other can be used to exchange for technology. You can only pick one, so if you choose to enter the Tower of Ability, you can't enter the Tower of Technology. In the eyes of the Blood Candle people, abilities are naturally more important, so it's already been many years since anyone entered the Tower of Technology." "The Tower of Technology? Do you also have to trade a part of your body to use this tower?" Xia Fei curiously asked. "Correct. No matter which tower you pick, the chance of getting something in return isn't 100%. Obtaining ability is one thing, and cultivating that ability is another. Choosing to enter the Tower of Technology and not obtaining any technology from it is a destructive blow to the poor of Blood Candle, and the child will be a cripple for the rest of their life. After all, even the weakest ability, even if the 7th brain region is only opened by 1%, that person will be a little smarter, live a little longer, and be a little stronger. While these may only be small improvements, this little bet is enough to decide someone's fate in the wilds of Blood Candle. Thus, no one will risk becoming a cripple to enter the Tower of Technology." Xia Fei nodded. Cultivating an ability was not simple. The majority of people in the alliance had an ability and an opened seventh brain region, the only difference being the level at which it had been opened. People like Xia Fei who had completely opened their seventh brain region were essentially miracles. The majority of people had superfluous abilities, and they would go their entire lives without raising them to a very high rank. If abilities were that easy to cultivate, the alliance would be bursting to the gills with ability users. Your mechanical maintenance skill is rather good. I presume that it's obtained from the Tower of Technology. Xia Fei asked. Constantine answered, correct. While few people enter this tower, it's not entirely unheard of. A family once sent their child inside, and he ended up becoming a maintenance specialist. My skills in the field came from a book he wrote before his death. Alas, my royal father dislikes things that have nothing to do with battle, and I earned a harsh scolding from him for studying that book. As the two spoke, they walked up to the Tower of Ability. Xia Fei estimated that this tower, which appeared to be very imposing, was more than 2,000 meters tall. As they walked around the tower, Xia Fei noticed a few puzzling things about it. Rather than the magna-red alloy commonly found throughout Blood Candle, this tower was made of the even more valuable Keller alloy, the same alloy that Celestial Moon was made from. It increased the speed at which thoughts were relayed and was perfect for psychic ability users. The amount of Keller alloy needed to build such a massive tower had to be stupendous, but he had never heard of Blood Candle ever producing this alloy. There were many grooves and lines on the tower, which formed complex designs that were dizzying to look at. Though he did not know what meaning they conveyed, these were definitely not designs or images common to Blood Candle. This was an uncivilized place, and its people loved horse riding and hunting. He had not seen any such abstract designs in the royal city, either. Who built these two towers? Xia Fei frowned and asked. Constantine answered, no one can answer this question of yours. It's said that the two accursed towers simply appeared one night. Eventually, people slowly understood what's so special about these towers. In the era before the two towers, the prisoners the Alliance had banished to this place died at a very high rate, and even cannibalism was not rare. But after these two towers appeared, ordinary people were able to obtain abilities in large numbers. Thus, more talented individuals were able to survive in this barren land and gradually establish a nation independent of the Alliance. In this aspect, the two towers can be considered the saviors of Blood Candle. After walking up 13 steps, Xia Fei and Constantine entered the interior of the Ability Tower. There were no stairs or elevators leading up to the second floor. In the large and spacious interior were 99 egg-shaped instruments. The civilians would place their children in them, after which the eggs would automatically close, the wailing of the children ceasing. As they anxiously waited, Xia Fei found the whole affair rather interesting, so he lit a cigarette and began casually chatting with the waiting parents. From these conversations, he learned that these people had come from another planet. They used the last of their family's resources for the long journey, so that their child could obtain a decent ability, which would help fill their bellies and deter others from bullying them anymore. The Blood Candle Kingdom was formed from 3 planets, and to the poor, the fee for an interplanetary journey was not small. Thus, in some villages, the village chief would come out and make a one-time trip for all the newborns to reduce the costs. Those children who obtained abilities would be brought back to the village to be cared for, and those who did not would be abandoned in the wilderness. After all, taking the child back would also cost money. Not far from this place was an area where infants were abandoned. Packs of jackals and wolves had gathered there to wait for their lunch. Constantine shook his head in shame. It's a cruel custom. You've already seen the darkest side of the Blood Candle Kingdom. As a citizen of the relatively more civilized Earth, Xia Fei naturally could not stand the thought of abandoning the children and the old, but he also understood that the strong eating the weak was an unchangeable law of the universe. To survive, humans could do many absurd things. A few moments later, those egg-shaped instruments opened. If the children were not missing an arm, they were missing an eye. There were both cheering parents and grieving parents in the tower. As they walked out, Xia Fei examined this 2,000-meter-tall tower. Why is there only one floor? What's on the higher floors? Constantine shook his head. The accursed tower is sacred. In the early years, it is said that many curious people tried going up the tower to see what's in there, but none of them returned. If they didn't fall to their deaths, they simply disappeared. Since then, no one has ever dared to try and climb up the tower. As the two of them walked over to the other tower, Xia Fei suddenly felt like someone was watching him from a high place. It was as if there was someone in the tower. There are intermittent energy pulses coming from the tower. Whenever a child is sent into the tower, the energy pulses get stronger, Phantom solemnly told Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. I also feel like there's someone in the tower watching me. Phantom was startled. It can't be. This tower doesn't have windows. Who could be watching you? Xia Fei smiled. It doesn't matter who. I'll go tonight and find out. This is the accursed tower. You'll be cursed, Phantom hastily implored. Xia Fei stood up straight and stubbornly said, I only believe in what my eyes can see. I don't believe in things like gods or curses. The other tower was in shambles. Opening the door and going, they saw a hall identical to the one in the first tower. There were 99 egg-shaped receptacles here as well, but they were all covered in dust. Xia Fei carefully looked around the hall and discovered that there really were no stairs to the second floor. The only possibility was through these egg-shaped receptacles. Placing his palm on one and shaking, he discovered that there was a swivel control module installed. A little exertion of strength would make these receptacles sway a little. By the time they emerged from the tower, the soldiers responsible for guarding the tower had already set up a tent, inside of which were tables and chairs, fruit and tea. As he sat down with Constantine, Xia Fei carefully examined the structure of the two towers, looking for a place that he could infiltrate. The manager of this location quietly conversed with Constantine about something, seemingly something related to Magnared alloy. This person was also seeking Constantine to sell off his stockpiled Magnared alloy quickly. Xia Fei had long told Constantine that the latter needed not be anxious with regard to the matter of the alloy and should allow people to come to him themselves. This way, there would be room for negotiations. Constantine made indifferent replies. After a little while, he shooed the person away, saying that he would do his best and that this matter should be mentioned to no one else. This tower's walls are very thick, and there are no windows. You may have to use the dragon-scale hectoslasher to cut yourself an entrance, Phantom said. The dragon-scale hectoslasher was an immortal rank weapon, and cutting a wall made of Keller alloy was not too difficult. But this would undoubtedly leave an obvious hole, so Xia Fei did not want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, he only wanted to look inside the tower purely out of curiosity and wanted to avoid damaging it as much as possible. Let's talk about it tonight. There's always a way, Xia Fei said. Constantine urged Xia Fei to depart, but Xia Fei was unmoved. He sipped tea while observing the two towers, and Constantine had no other choice but to sit with him and sunbathe in the courtyard. As dusk approached, dark clouds suddenly appeared, and it appeared that it was about to rain. Xia Fei was elated. A rainy night was ideal for stealth, so he immediately decided to sneak in tonight. When they returned to the royal city, the originally calm princely residence had a row of officials of various ranks in front, all of them seeking an audience with Constantine to discuss the matter of the alloy. Constantine sent them away by saying that he needed to keep company the honored guest from Terminus. As expected, after nightfall, a trickle of rain began to fall from the sky, but it quickly evolved from a drizzle into a downpour. After eating something, Xia Fei said that he was tired and returned to the guest room. He took a bath, then rested. Constantine was summoned into the palace by his father, presumably to discuss the alloy deal. Although Lester said that he had given Constantine full authority over the negotiations, he could not completely relax. After all, this matter was just too important for the Blood Candle Kingdom. It was also possible that the Queen had made some sort of counterattack, but there was no changing the situation. Xia Fei would not accept another negotiator, and there was no preventing Constantine from becoming the most sought-after person in the kingdom. Moreover, there was no telling if Xia Fei had another move, which he was waiting to launch at a crucial moment. In the drought-stricken Blood Candle Kingdom, rain was a major event. The streets came alive, and some people even let out fireworks to celebrate this out-of-season rain. Xia Fei went to bed, and in a little while, he drifted into sleep. Zing! Like a most accurate alarm clock, Xia Fei got up from the bed at exactly midnight. After checking his equipment, he silently left through the window. 600 kilometers were covered in an instant. Though it was late at night and raining, None of this dampened the enthusiasm of the citizens to have their children trade away parts of their bodies for abilities. There were still many people waiting in line outside the outer walls of the two towers. The ability tower also worked 24/7. Only when the guards changed would there be a small break of 20 minutes. Breath control, crafty approach, the rain, and his unfathomable speed allowed Xia Fei to easily get over the wall. The ability tower was brightly lit, so after pausing in a corner for a few moments, Xia Fei decided to make his way to the dark technology tower. The front door was not locked, so Xia Fei stealthily pushed it open and entered. Rain swiftly slid off his combat uniform. A combat uniform of this rank was free from the problems brought by rain and dust. Water would cascade off it as if it were glass, and for the occasional 1 or 2 stubborn droplets, they would be swiftly cleared away by the drying system, ensuring that the uniform remained dry at all times. Why not scale the tower from outside? This height is nothing to you. Phantom asked in confusion. Xia Fei removed his mask and replied, I want to inspect these round receptacles. I still don't get how children can only stay in there for a few minutes and get an ability. Phantom shrugged. Maybe it's some sort of machine. Your 7th brain region is already open, so this machine won't do you any good. Xia Fei did not answer. He jumped into one of the round receptacles. These appeared like eggs, which were open 1/4 of a way, with each a chair inside. The lid could automatically close. Turning on his infrared vision, Xia Fei carefully examined the interior of one of the receptacles. Suddenly, the machine's lid closed, locking Xia Fei inside. The round chair made a 108-degree turn, moved to the side a little, and then began rapidly rising. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei was brought to the 2nd floor. Xia Fei's finger paused on his spatial ring. With his reaction time, he was totally capable of jumping out of the chair before it closed, but he did not do this. He wanted to know the mystery behind this exchange of body parts for abilities or technology. Whoosh. Around 2 to 3 seconds later, the lid opened again. The chair had reached the 2nd floor, and all was quiet here. The room was brightly lit by a few lights. Xia Fei could see various strange equipment, which all shone brightly from how spotlessly clean each was, and the floor was also very clean. There were no windows, so the light could not be seen by those outside the tower. It was clear that someone usually kept this place tidy. Moreover, the strange machinery seemed like the equipment in a surgery room. Xia Fei frowned. He jumped out from the chair and stood by the wall, observing the situation around him. There was a red light in the room, which started flashing the moment Xia Fei entered the 2nd floor, seemingly calling someone. From a distance came excited cheers. Brothers, there's finally someone willing to study technology. Everyone, hurry up to the operations room. This voice was rather similar to Pod's synthesized voice, and the tone sounded somewhat excited. Soon after, there was a flurry of footsteps, and it seemed that more than one person was coming. The energy fluctuations have increased. This equipment is starting up. The energy signature of those people is very strange. It doesn't seem human, Phantom confusedly said. Whoosh. Xia Fei suddenly floated in the air, his body deftly turning. Spike emerged from his combat uniform, and he attached himself to the ceiling like a spider, concealing himself in the darkest corner. A short while later, a frantic little robot rushed into the room. He was less than a meter tall, not much bigger than Pod, and his large electronic eyes made it seem like he was wearing glasses. He was also wearing a white medical gown. More robots arrived, all of them different sizes. Some were wearing white gowns, while others were wearing light blue surgical gowns. There were 20-some of them. The transport chair automatically activated, but there's no one inside. The first robot to arrive spoke in confusion. His comrades rushed over to look, and when they saw that there was no human inside, they all showed disappointment, some of them even sighing in sorrow. So it's just a problem with the chair. We got excited for nothing, and here I thought that. Someone is finally willing to learn technology. I know, right? The last time a child was sent here was 7 years ago. Alas, he's not talented enough, so we couldn't transfer the latest technology into his brain. We're going to lose if this keeps up. Our loss is certain, and it's going to be a very bad loss. As these robots talked, Xia Fei was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the ones responsible for the trading of body parts for abilities in the Blood Candle Kingdom would be a group of robots. It was easy to tell from their outer appearance and serial codes that these robots belonged to the robots who had destroyed the ancient human civilization and disappeared among the stars. As for the competition they spoke of, the two towers were probably under the control of two different groups of robots. One helped the Blood Candle people obtain abilities, while another provided technology. Don't they hate humans? Why would they give abilities and technology to the Blood Candle people, helping them survive in this barren land? Are they doing it out of kindness? If so, why do they need to take body parts? Too many questions were on Xia Fei's mind, and even with his analysis abilities, he felt like his brain was swelling. Suddenly, Xia Fei recalled the kind and loyal pod. That little robot was extremely important to Xia Fei. Regardless of the true story, by finding this enclave of ancient robots, he had a chance of repairing pod. Xia Fei quickly perked up his ears and began listening. Thump, thump, thump. A large robot was the last to arrive, and the little robots quickly made a path. This large fellow was seemingly the leader. The large robot sighed. Another futile hope. It seems that the people of Blood Candle truly have no love for technology. The other robots dropped their heads in silence. It was clear that they were very heartbroken over this. A small robot squatted and held his head with his hands. I'm done suffering. Hiding in the darkness, unable to see the light of day. I miss my master. I miss the days when I used to go on walks with him by the beach. This voice full of pain and struggle left Xia Fei startled. It appeared that this robot was similar to Pod and had no hostility toward humanity. I also miss my master, but it's useless. Our masters are all dead. That's right. We're sinners in the eyes of humans. What can we do except hide in the darkness? It wasn't us, the grief-stricken little robot shouted. It's the Hawk faction. The robots of the Hawk faction massacred the humans. What does that have to do with us? The large robot sighed and patted the little robot. Humans won't listen to our arguments. We and the Hawks are robots and are all the same to them. This is the fate of us, robots. We couldn't go back to that bygone era. The dejected mood in the room grew even heavier. Xia Fei's shock was indescribable. The robots are split into factions. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei made a bold decision. He silently floated down from the ceiling. The robots saw Xia Fei and opened their mechanical mouths in shock, the lights in their eyes flashing. As a human, I would like to know what happened and am willing to listen to your explanation, Xia Fei said solemnly. As a human, I would like to know what happened and am willing to listen to your explanation, said Xia Fei solemnly as he appeared in front of the robots. Human, a human. These robots did not attack Xia Fei, instead immediately scattering. Some of them hid behind the equipment and poked their heads out to look at him uneasily, fear and bashfulness in their eyes. Thump! That robot weeping on the floor immediately hugged Xia Fei's leg and affectionately snuggled it. On Xia Fei's shoulder, Furball had a look of disdain. He discovered that these robots knew how to kiss up even more than he did. However, Furball had no idea that from the moment of their creation, robots were implanted with a system which made them extremely affectionate toward humans and that this behavior was not feigned. The large robot backed up 2 steps, after which he focused and stood up, neither hiding nor acting particularly affectionate. You're not afraid of robots? Xia Fei shook his head. In my view, robots are also humans and aren't very different. If someone has to be afraid, you should be afraid of me. The robots were all astonished. Robots are also humans. They repeatedly muttered these words as they looked gratefully at Xia Fei. I am Hami, the guardian of the Tower of Technology. The large robot paused for a moment before continuing. I'm very happy to meet a human who doesn't fear or hate us, robots. However, this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go up first. Xia Fei nodded in agreement. This robot leader called Hami had his subordinates turn on the anti-surveillance equipment, seemingly to prevent the robots in the other tower from sensing anything. After this, he led Xia Fei to the elevator, which took them straight to the highest floor. The other robots remained on the second floor, nervously standing guard. The top floor of the tower was arranged very much like an office. Several ultra-clear video cameras displayed the area around the tower on the screens. While seated here, Hami could observe a wide area around the accursed tower. Hami somewhat nervously asked Xia Fei to sit down. My apologies. We robots subsist on energy, so we have no food or water to treat you with. Xia Fei smiled and waved his hands. There's no need to be so polite. I just want to know about the hawks and everything concerning the robots. Hami sighed like a human. This is a very long and complicated story. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. It's fine. I have time. Hami curiously looked at Xia Fei. This human was very different from the ones in his memories. Not only did he hold no hostility toward robots, his action and tone of voice clearly showed his deep understanding of them. Could I ask why you hold no hostility toward us, robots? Xia Fei smiled, took out little Pod from his spatial ring, and gently placed him on the table. This is Pod. I found him while I was exploring. At the time, many crazed robots surrounded me and tried attacking me, but he did everything in his power to try and save me, even almost dying at the hands of his kind. After that, Pod became my companion and friend. It's also when I learned that the robots massacred the humans because of an order from the Sentinel Goddess, and not all robots were willing to carry out this order. Today, I heard you bring up the hawks, giving me even more understanding that not all robots are evil. Some of them are still willing to protect humans and be our friends. I presume that you are one of them. Hami seemed very agitated. A sensor needle emerged from his finger, which he inserted into an indent on Pod's chest, so that he could perform a full-body inspection of Pod. The robots living in the Tower of Technology are all the best experts in repair and medical treatment. Let me see what happened to your little friend. Several seconds later, Hami removed his needle as if he had been struck by electricity, and his face darkened. What's wrong with Pod? Asked Xia Fei anxiously. Hami hesitated for a long while before finally replying. The Sentinel Goddess shut him off. The Sentinel Goddess? She's still alive? Xia Fei was shocked. Hami nodded. The Sentinel Goddess is truly still alive. Alas, she's much weaker than she used to be in the past. Can you tell me at what place and at what time Pod became like this? It happened about 3 months ago, just when I was about to enter Terminus Star region. Hami said, I understand now. The Sentinel Goddess's current signal range only covers Blood Candle, Terminus, and the Hidden Realm. Almost immediately after your personal robot entered Terminus, he linked with the Sentinel Goddess and received her order to enter hibernation. Xia Fei sternly said, First, Pod is in hibernation, not dead. Second, as long as I can find the Sentinel Goddess, I can reactivate Pod. Did I get that right? Hami nervously replied, The Goddess is no ordinary robot. Before he could finish, an invisible energy suddenly took control of Hami. He froze for a moment, apparently communicating with some unseen entity. A few moments later, Hami returned to normal, saying in disbelief, The Sentinel Goddess just told me that she wants to see you? Xia Fei was even more surprised than the robot before him was. I don't know her. She seems to know you, though. The Sentinel Goddess's sudden message interrupted the conversation between Xia Fei and Hami, and the room fell silent. Xia Fei, this might be a trap set by the robots. The Sentinel Goddess was the mainframe computer who ordered the humans' annihilation. You can't trust her, said Phantom anxiously. Even Furball was rather uneasy. Xia Fei hesitated. He naturally knew what the Sentinel Goddess had done, but she was the only one who could revive Pod. Smiling, Xia Fei told Hami, There's no rush to meet the Sentinel Goddess. First, tell me about the hawks. Hami had a very complicated expression, his metal components displaying his emotions to such fine details that it felt like one could see what he was thinking from his metal face. Hami stood in a daze for a while, seemingly asking the Sentinel Goddess for her opinion. Robots have the ability to think and feel independently. I know. After the Sentinel Goddess gave her order, the vast majority of robots chose to execute the order faithfully. The Sentinel Goddess possesses the highest authority among robots. From a certain perspective, she's the robot's highest commander, not the humans. An army made of countless robots exterminated mankind. Robots like us, who were unwilling to execute the order, were labeled as rebels and were imprisoned by the other robots. Pod was one of these rebels. Hami spoke with pain and grief in his voice, still feeling anger and sorrow over that gruesome period in history. The goddess was very tolerant and didn't punish the robots who refused her order. She simply restricted our movements so that we couldn't stop the massacre. The goddess said that we refused her order because we had evolved, not because we were mutineers. She even felt very gratified by our actions. However, for some reason, despite our tearful implorations, we couldn't move the goddess. She insisted on wiping humanity from the star map while seemingly suffering from some indescribable sorrow. The rebels were all captured, and no one was left to stop the march of the robot army. Within several months, the powerful army turned human civilization into ruins. The operation was executed very quickly. The Sentinel Goddess emphasized that the army should complete the purge as quickly as possible. She seemed very worried, hoping that the human civilization could be wiped out as quickly as possible. In the war, the resistance the humans put up was insignificant. Some people quietly left their homes, advancing into unknown parts of the universe. When the war was over, the goddess didn't dispatch the army to search for those who had fled. She took us past Terminus, past Blood Candle, and ultimately to an unknown part of space. The goddess called this part of space the Hidden Realm. Many robots took up life in the Hidden Realm, silently rebuilding their homes. But not even the goddess expected for some robots to start a revolution. Xia Fei sighed, throwing away his cigarette, but he lit another. Though he had not seen with his two eyes how that war had led to the destruction of the ancient civilization, he could easily imagine how tragic that war was from Hami's grim recount. There were many suspicious points in the story. Why did the Sentinel Goddess not kill the rebel robots? Why did she let the humans escape? Of course, the greatest question of all was why the Guardian of Humanity had decided to become its butcher. Waving his hand, Xia Fei told Hami to continue speaking. After the war, some of us decided to set up a civilization of robots. They believed that since the humans who used to order the robots had been destroyed, the robots had every reason to own their part of space and become their independent race in the universe, no longer under the control of anyone. After all, while we are machines, we can also feel and think. Another group of robots believe that robots have always existed for the sake of humans and that we shouldn't exist on our own in the universe. The former are the hawks, while the latter are the doves, which we are members of. Xia Fei bitterly smiled. You destroyed ancient mankind. In reality, you already are independent. It's not like that. Hami frantically refuted. After the war's end, the Sentinel Goddess removed her control over everything. The majority of robots felt remorse over what they had done. If not for the goddess's order, the robots would have never attacked the humans. So the mastermind is the Sentinel Goddess? Xia Fei asked. That's also not the case. I believe that the goddess has her difficulties. She destroyed human civilization because she had no other choice. She still loves humans. Xia Fei chuckled. Do you still think your words are logical? The large robot appeared to be in pain, his AI analysis system rapidly operating. She loved humans, yet destroyed humans. This was truly contradictory, and Hami was immersed in the logical contradiction. A few moments later, the AI analysis system, unable to make sense of this logic, decided to temporarily shut down, causing Hami to stir from his daze. As one of the eyewitnesses, I've told you everything I know. As for whether you want to meet the goddess or not, that is your decision. After thinking it over, Xia Fei asked, where is the Sentinel Goddess? She's imprisoned somewhere in the Hidden Realm. Imprisoned? Xia Fei asked in shock. The Sentinel Goddess is imprisoned? The Sentinel Goddess is imprisoned? Xia Fei blurted out in shock. The Hawks attempted to persuade the Sentinel Goddess into establishing a new faction in the universe, but the goddess was hesitant and indecisive, so the Hawks decided to place her under house arrest, explained Hami. Xia Fei could not understand this. The Sentinel Goddess has the highest command privilege. How could she be placed by someone else under house arrest? If she wanted to leave, she could just give the order. Who would be able to stop her? Hami shook his head. Only the goddess can say why she doesn't resist. Xia Fei thought it over. He had many questions about the ancient robots, and Pod's hibernation also left him in great pain. Firmly nodding, Xia Fei sternly said, fine. I will go with you to see the Sentinel Goddess. Hami led Xia Fei to the elevator, taking it to a tunnel beneath the tower. He whispered to Xia Fei, these two towers serve as a transfer station to the Hidden Realm and are connected to each other. We first must enter the Tower of Ability and then leave through the warp gate. A warp gate? Xia Fei asked. The warp is a fixed warp installation. It can instantly transport all objects within a fixed range through a wormhole into the Hidden Realm. And what is the Hidden Realm? It is a hidden part of space in the universe, and it can only be entered and exited through certain fixed points. Although it's a part of the universe, it's independent from it. Xia Fei found this unbelievable. Warp gate? A hidden part of space? This was the first time he was hearing of such things. If you're ready, let's set out. While following me, you must not be discovered by the robots of the Hawk faction, or else we'll be in trouble, Hami sternly said. Xia Fei sternly nodded. He followed Hami along the underground passage leading to the Tower of Ability. The fact that the towers were connected underground was probably a secret that Blood Candle's residents did not know. The towers were extremely large, and the elevator was well hidden right within the walls. Several minutes later, Hami said, "Using the elevator to head up is very dangerous. We should take the stairs." Past a side door was a narrow stairwell. Hami had a large body, making taking these stairs very difficult, so he was forced to bend down. Taking a turn, they passed by a see-through door, through which Xia Fei could see people moving back and forth. Hiding at the side of the door and watching, he saw several robots in surgical gowns, each holding a child. They operated equipment to implant what seemed like a sort of tiny organism into the brains of the children through their nose cavities. The two towers have the same structure. Children are sent from the first floor to the second floor, where they are selected. If their genes are not right, they are taken care of on the spot, a bodily function removed before they are sent back. As for those who meet the standard, they are sent to the third floor for further selection so that they can be given an ability which suits their genes. They are then sent to the fourth floor where the engineer robots help them open up their seventh brain regions, after which they are sent back to the first floor. Hami squatted next to Xia Fei and whispered, "I don't get it. How do engineer robots help humans open their seventh brain regions?" Hami asked, "Do you know of nanorobots?" "I do. A type of tiny robot developed by ancient mankind. It's said to be the size of a germ. They're considered semi-intelligent and don't have the ability to think on their own." Hami nodded. "We send nanorobots into the human brain. These tiny robots are like architects, using tools to pry open the seventh brain region and release the energy within, allowing a person to possess an ability. But this does a certain degree of damage to the brain, making a human incapable of reaching the peak level. It was no wonder Blood Candle warriors could not reach the legendary rank. It turned out that their brains had germ-sized machines working inside them. If they got too far from Blood Candle, these mechanical germs, unable to receive further orders from the Sentinel Goddess, would stop functioning. This was why Constantine thought his people were cursed, unable to leave Blood Candle without losing their abilities. The mechanical germs were also probably the reason for the lower average lifespan of the Blood Candle people. It's one thing to open the seventh brain region using nanorobots, but why cut off the body parts of children? Xia Fei asked. Hami sighed. It's another idea of the Hawk faction. The severed body parts will be preserved to be later used for lifelike robots. You're talking about robots that look identical to humans. We don't want to do this, either, but the Hawks are the strongest faction in the world of robots at the moment, and the Sentinel Goddess is unwilling to come out and deal with the situation, so no one can stop them. Xia Fei frowned. After nurturing in biological fluid, the body parts of children truly could be merged with robots to produce lifelike robots. But why was the leader of the Hawks carrying out this sort of plan? What sort of unspoken objective did they have? The Hawks must have accumulated an astonishing stockpile of human body parts by now, perhaps already created an army of hundreds of millions of lifelike robots. If these robots were placed in the Alliance, a disaster was certain to ensue. What if there was a lifelike robot who looked exactly like Avril? Xia Fei felt a headache coming on, and his eyes turned grim. Let's hurry and leave this place. Hami lightly pulled on Xia Fei's arm and urged. They took the stairs to the 13th floor, which contained an exquisite round metal gate. This is the warp gate. Please wait a moment. Hami went over to the control panel and keyed in a string of numbers, seemingly a set of coordinates. The hidden realm is very large. I will take you directly to the metal city where the Sentinel Goddess resides. The air quality is rather decent, enough for humans to breathe, though the gravity is a little strong. After several seconds, the coordinates were input, and the warp gate began glowing. Hami nervously pulled Xia Fei and had him stand in the gate. Whoosh! As if he was falling into a valley, Xia Fei felt the floor give way beneath his feet, and his body floated into the dazzling warp tunnel. Xia Fei had always traveled through wormholes in a ship, This was the first time he was doing so with just his physical body. Moreover, warships traveled straight through the wormholes they opened, but he now was going straight down. Comets streaked past him as if he were in a dream. Suddenly, Hami nervously gestured at Xia Fei. It was impossible for sound to travel in a wormhole, so Xia Fei could not tell what Hami was saying, but he could tell from his expression that something had gone wrong. They did not spend a very long time in the wormhole. About 5 minutes later, they reached the end. His body was standing on a metal platform, and around it was a stupefying sight. A massive city entirely made of metal stood at the base of a mountain, and above him was a sky of eternal night. Those stars were so close that he felt like he could reach out and grab them. Machines and buildings of shocking sizes could be seen wherever he looked. This is too incredible. Not just the entire city, even the planet itself is made of metal. Phantom gasped in astonishment. The robots built an entire planet made of metal. Xia Fei finally understood why ancient mankind called the robots true metal professionals. They did not need rest, did not feel fatigue, and possessed the finest craftsmanship, so there was nothing to criticize about their level of technology. To use this planet of metal as an example, humans would probably take several thousands of years and would still not be able to complete it. However, before Xia Fei had time to express his wonder, Hami grabbed his hand and sternly said, "When I input the coordinates earlier, I forgot that you're a human. The self-defense system of the planet will very easily discover you, and the Hawks aren't very friendly to humans. Take me to where the Sentinel Goddess is. I will follow behind you," Xia Fei said. "How will you follow me?" Hami asked in confusion, but before he could finish, Xia Fei's body vanished into the darkness. "I can be anywhere around you. Compared to being with you, it'll probably be safer for me to go alone." Xia Fei suddenly reappeared beside Hami. Hami had an extremely strange expression. No matter how advanced his electronic eyes were, he was unable to keep up with Xia Fei's speed. "Understood. You mustn't get lost. There are many robots of the same model as I am in Metal City," warned Hami. He hastily began making his way down the mountain, and Xia Fei followed, concealing himself in the darkest corners. "You're really trusting him?" Phantom worriedly asked. "Not too much." "Then why are you following him?" "Curiosity." Phantom was speechless. Xia Fei was curious to a hopeless level. His curiosity had led him straight into the base of the robots. This was simply insane. This mountain was on the outskirts of Metal City. To be more precise, it was more like a metal platform. There was more than one warp gate, and many robots were going in and out of them, traveling to or arriving from different parts of the planet. Xia Fei was envious over the warp gate technology. If he could install this technology throughout Terminus, he could make living easier for civilians and make troop deployments faster. It would be much better than traveling around with spaceships. However, as he was passing through the warp tunnel, Xia Fei felt a powerful tearing force being exerted on him. Robots naturally did not care since they had metal bodies, and Xia Fei, a high-ranking ability user, also did not care, but this was very dangerous to ordinary civilians. Moreover, Xia Fei did not know the effective distance of a warp gate. Their journey was rather smooth. More and more robots appeared around them. They all seemed to be part of a very rigorously organized society, everyone diligently doing their assigned job with no slacking off. The vast majority of robots moved with incredible speed, appearing like highly efficient work groups. Breath control served as an excellent protection for Xia Fei, and crafty approach allowed him to traverse even the most complicated terrain. In this vast metal city, a human would feel extremely small. It was clear that, while the robots had destroyed human civilization, there was no way to obliterate their highly efficient and superb construction abilities. Hami quickly moved forward while nervously looking around. Suddenly, a light shuttle descended from the sky, and two large combat robots barred Hami's path. Number 1578-5254. Lady Signer would like you to explain why you suddenly left the Tower of Technology and returned to Metal City without any report. Moreover, the surveillance systems indicated that you did not do so alone. The two robots mechanically spoke. Hami had a complicated expression. If he were a human, he would probably be sweating buckets by now. "Shut him off and then send him to Lady Signer's office," coldly ordered one of the combat robots. "No, I still have something very important to do," said Hami fearfully. These two combat robots, which were in charge of public safety, were unmoved. They seized Hami, one robot to his side, and in their hands, Hami was like a little chicken, incapable of breaking free. "Don't shut me off. I really have something important to do," Hami begged. The two combat robots opened Hami's back. They were about to shut him down when a figure emerged from the side of the road, two blades flashing in their hands. The dragon-scale hecto-slasher was in its dual-blade form, one held in Xia Fei's left and the other in his right. With his speed surpassing 10,000 meters per second, he charged out of the darkness and thrust his blades into each of the two combat robots. Blue sparks flashed as electronic components short-circuited, and then the two combat robots suddenly went slack and toppled over. "Follow me." With one arm, Xia Fei grabbed the large Hami. While this robot engineer appeared very imposing, he was not actually that heavy. This was because robots were made of light alloy, making them tough and nimble. Thus, Xia Fei found it very easy to carry him. Whoosh! His body disappeared in a flash, and a few moments later, Xia Fei and Hami appeared in a hidden corner on the left side of the street. "You studied robot technology? How else would you be able to strike directly at their control units? You're not even 1 centimeter off," Hami said in shock. Xia Fei was a human who lived in a world without robots, yet he was familiar with ancient robot technology. Hami was amazed by this. Was there still robot technology in the Panhuman Alliance? "I've examined the robot code database," answered Xia Fei as he looked around for a second and third hiding spots. "But by destroying their control units, you basically killed them." "Their AI system and the databank were all destroyed," Hami criticized. Xia Fei glanced at him and unhappily said, "Destroying their control units was the most effective method. If I didn't kill them, they would kill you. Don't think that I care about your life. But until I find the Sentinel Goddess, you can't die. Do you understand?" Perhaps because Xia Fei's tone was too fierce, Hami felt very disappointed. This human was clearly the murderous and decisive kind. "I'll take you to the goddess, but I'm not doing this for you. It's because the goddess entrusted me with the task," Hami stubbornly replied. Xia Fei smiled, lifting his hand and lightly punching the other's chest. "I'm starting to like you. At least when you speak, you sound more like a human than most humans." Hami would have broken into a sweat if he was capable of that. More human than a human? This evaluation seemed quite too high. "We can't stay here. We have to find a place to hide ourselves. The defense system of this place has already detected your intrusion, and innumerable combat robots will soon be packing the streets," said Hami sternly. Xia Fei shrugged. "This metal city is an unfamiliar place to me. You decide where we go." Hami firmly nodded. "I know of a place that is outside the defense system's reach, but it's rather far from here." Xia Fei once more picked up Hami and smiled. "Trust me, distance has never been a problem." Beneath the metal city was a giant trash pit. Abandoned metal trash of all shapes and sizes was piled up into small mountains here. Machines rumbled as they organized these useless metal scraps and prepared them to be melted down. Xia Fei could not help but think about the warship graveyard, though it appeared that the metal debris here was more numerous and varied. Above his head were numerous crisscrossing metal tube pathways. Xia Fei estimated that he was already deep in the bowels of this metal planet. Who was that Xana they were speaking of? Why did she want to shut you off? Xia Fei asked. Lady Xana is the leader of the Hawks. Ever since the goddess stopped concerning herself with the internal affairs of the robots, she has become our spiritual leader, but actual authority is now wielded by Xana, a high-level robot with an AI second only to the goddess, Hami said as he led Xia Fei through the piles of metal. The Hawks have a leader. What about the doves? Us. Hami bitterly laughed. The doves are a minority in this world of robots. If we talk about a leader, it should be the one I am taking you to see right now. You'll see them soon. Xia Fei was taken aback. The leader of the doves lived in the bowels of the planet? In the middle of these cold and desolate mountains of trash? It was not hard to see that the dove faction had a very lowly status. He saw several robots working on a pile of metal in the distance. They were sorting the metal and then loading it on mechanical transports so that they could be brought to the smelters to be melted down. Hami, look, Hami's back, one of the work robots called out. His body was covered in rust spots, and there were even a few exposed wires, indicating that he had not been maintained for some time. It all made him seem very down and out. A group of robots gathered around. and when they saw Xia Fei next to Hami, they stopped, surprised in their eyes. Human. It's a human. A human has come to the Metal City. The robots became shy. Perhaps because they had participated in the massacre of mankind, shame appeared in their eyes, and they dropped their heads and fell silent. This is Xia Fei. He's from the Panhuman Alliance. The robot soldiers are currently hunting us down. We need to see Uncle Cockroach at once, Hami urgently said. Those robots appeared very confused. Hami grew frantic, saying, I'm on the goddess's orders to bring Mr. Xia to her, but Lady Xana wants to capture him. Where is Uncle Cockroach? I need to see him at once. The goddess. The goddess has contacted you. Hami firmly nodded. You think that this can be faked? Mr. Xia has been summoned by the goddess, so I must safely escort him to the fortress where the goddess is imprisoned. All the robots were stunned. The largest of them threw aside the metal debris he was handling and muttered to himself, Protect humans! Protect humans! Protect humans! It had been far too long, but Hami's words had awakened their long-ago memories. Once, protecting humans had been these robots' highest mission. This sudden recollection made all of them extremely agitated. Hurry and follow me. This way. No, wait, this is a screen passage. You can hide from the surveillance system here. Escorted by several dozen robots, Xia Fei traveled the trash-littered passageways. More and more robots gathered around them. All were in varying states of disrepair, their damaged parts replaced with abandoned metal debris. A lack of maintenance had caused rust to build up on these robots, and many of them could no longer move as nimbly. These are all robots of the Dove faction. Lady Xana's iron-fisted rule has led more and more of the Dove faction robots to be punished. They're thrown into trash regions like this or sent to the mines. At present, the Doves have been greatly reduced in number, Hami painfully said. We often send these punished robots lubricating oil and energy modules, so we're very familiar with one another. Believe me when I say that they're all trustworthy. Xia Fei nodded and said nothing, but deep down, he cursed Xana's Hawk faction. These were all methods and tricks used by humans, cracking down on dissidents and usurping dictatorial authority. If Pod had not been with him, he probably would have faced the same fate. Xia Fei was also disappointed that the Sentinel Goddess had done nothing about this. Protect humans. Protect humans. More and more robots recalled their old duty and joined this ad hoc army to escort Xia Fei. When Xia Fei first met Pod, he was astonished to see the lengths Pod went to save him. Now that he was seeing something similar, he could not help but be moved. Putting aside the Hawks, these robots, who still remained loyal to humanity despite their dire straits, were truly worth trusting. There was no doubt about this. Not good. It's a patrol team. A cry of alarm came from the front. A team of over a dozen combat robots was rapidly approaching them. Whoosh. A dark red laser flashed. Several Dove faction robots at the front were instantly obliterated. The human's life is being threatened. Protect humans. A large number of shabby robots heedlessly charged into the fray or used their bodies to shield Xia Fei. There was no fear in their eyes, only responsibility. Phantom sighed. HAA. These fellows can barely protect themselves, so why do they care about protecting humans? They're truly foolish robots. Stand aside. Xia Fei bellowed. His toes lightly pressed against the ground, and with a whoosh, he charged ahead. Thunder Fury. Pa. The dragon-scale hecto-slasher suddenly fell apart into 108 bright, flying daggers. Rumble. It was as if a bolt of lightning had fallen from the heavens. 12 bolts of lightning struck the 12 combat robots. Bang, bang, bang. The massive alloy bodies were struck so hard that their backs popped open, and they were slammed onto the thick alloy walls, leaving behind deep dents as their bodies split apart. I'm not at the level where I need your protection, Xia Fei said as he put away the dragon-scale hecto-slasher. For some reason, Xia Fei felt inexplicably heroic. He loudly said to the broken-down robots, All of you, withdraw for now. Only leave behind someone to guide me. The robots hesitated. Xia Fei once more yelled, This is an order. 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 A look of delight appeared on the faces of these robots. They had forgotten the last time they had received an order from a human. Xia Fei's words had made them recall that beautiful era where they had coexisted with humans. Grabbing Hami in one hand and the little robot leading the way with the other, Xia Fei flew forward and left behind the delighted robots. In front of them was an alloy tunnel with walls which were half a meter thick. The robot leading the way had to go through great efforts to activate the switch. Uncle Cockroach is waiting for you inside. He knows the path leading to the place where the Sentinel Goddess is imprisoned. It is very safe and will avoid the surveillance system. Xia Fei frowned as he entered the tunnel with Hami. Before leaving, he turned around and patted the little guide robot on the shoulder. You did very well. Tell your comrades to take care of themselves. They were very simple words, but they left that robot extremely moved. Huh. The tunnel closed again. Xia Fei turned on his flashlight and aimed it at the microcomputer on his wrist. The environmental scanner revealed that the walls of the tunnel contained traces of heavy metal, which would jam the vast majority of signals. Let's go, Xia Fei sternly said. Dim lights cast shadows all across the walls of the tunnel. As Xia Fei and Hami moved through the filthy tunnel, Furball pursed his lips, apparently very unhappy with the environment in this tunnel. About 1,000 meters later, the tunnel split. An elderly synthesized voice suddenly sounded. Please come this way. An elderly synthesized voice suddenly sounded. Hami hastily walked up and said, Uncle Cockroach, are you doing well? It was as if two pedestrians on the street were having a conversation, but to Xia Fei's confusion, he could not tell where that other voice was coming from. There did not seem to be anyone else here. He saw Hami picking up a robot beetle from the ground, his attitude very respectful. This robot beetle appeared very similar to a cockroach. He was somewhat larger than normal robot insects, about the size of a fist, similar to Furball. He had a pair of flashing eyes, which stared at Xia Fei. The leader of the doves was a bug. This is Xia Fei, and this is the leader of the doves, Dim Sky. Phantom chuckled. Dim Sky? A rather impressive name. A pity he's just a cockroach. Just call me Uncle Cockroach. I'm more used to being called that now, Dim Sky said in his elderly voice. Hami explained, Uncle was once a renowned robot technologist, the Sentinel Goddess's chief engineer. He's only like this because Xana conspired against him and sent her people to destroy his body. Fortunately, he had this robot cockroach backup, which he was using for experiments, so he managed to preserve his AI and databank. Xia Fei slightly nodded. Robots could change their bodies at any time. As long as their AI systems and databanks were fine, robots could have themselves appear like anything. It seemed that this cockroach had also been an outstanding individual. It was just that he was borrowing the body of this mechanical cockroach. Dim Sky said, that was something from a very, very long time ago. Let's hurry and set out. It took me ages to understand the layout of these pipes. We can't rule out Xana sending someone into the pipes to search for you. After all, this city, and the entire planet, was designed by her. She could very easily realize where you might be hiding. Xia Fei expressed his agreement. Hami carried Dim Sky and led the way. The pipes were spacious enough that even a big fellow like Hami could easily traverse them. His footsteps produced large and eerie reverberations from the metal pipes. It's been a long time since the goddess cared about us. It's truly fortunate that you were able to receive her summons, Dim Sky said. Xia Fei was non-committal, remaining cold and objective as always. I'll have to meet her to see whether I'm lucky or not. Dim Sky bitterly chuckled. You must think it a just punishment for the robots to have fallen to this level, yes? It's true. After committing those wicked deeds, we robots truly should be punished. Xia Fei felt that he had nothing good to say. Sympathy was one thing, but it was not wise to make a conclusion before he had all the facts. Thus, while Dim Sky and Hami talked, Xia Fei rarely commented. He pondered what might happen in his meeting with the legendary Sentinel Goddess and how he should deal with it. The underground pipes were truly complex, and after 7 or 8 turns, it was impossible to tell where he was. Up ahead is where the Sentinel Goddess is being imprisoned. You must be careful. Xana is a robot with a highly intelligent AI. She might have already guessed at your ultimate destination. The robot cockroach, Dim Sky, said. Xia Fei nodded. In truth, he had never relaxed his guard and had been constantly watching his surroundings for any signs of activity. Beyond this narrow pipe is the Sentinel Goddess's room. The entrance has an alloy defense net and a multi-detector. For a high-ranking ability user like you, these defenses shouldn't pose a problem. The goddess's sanctity can't be violated, so it is best if you go in alone. Xia Fei looked at the pipe that Dim Sky was referring to. This was a vertical pipe that branched upward, and it appeared to contain some cables. It was not very large, enough for a single person to go through, and was pitch black. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped as if he had been fitted with booster rockets. As he got close to the pipe, he scrunched his body and entered without hesitation, and in the blink of an eye, he had vanished into its narrow confines. This human's movement techniques are very good, but I wonder why the goddess sought him. Dimsky muttered. Hami sighed. My greatest concern is whether or not the goddess wants to abandon us. Without her guidance, the robot society is far too chaotic. I hope that the young man can persuade her. HAA, the two robots simultaneously sighed. In this bright room was an egg. To be more precise, it was an egg-shaped machine. It had a beautiful white shell, and its base was connected to large numbers of cables. There was nothing else in the room. Xia Fei put the grate back and carefully examined the room. This room had a system which maintained its temperature and humidity. Xia Fei entered this room through that system. Whoosh! Suddenly, a hologram was projected, and a woman in servant clothes from ancient times appeared before him. Xia Fei did nothing. He knew that this was a computer's hologram, the Sentinel Goddess's human avatar. If needed, the Sentinel Goddess could appear as anyone. Xia Fei, you're finally here. The Sentinel Goddess spoke. Her voice was an electronic synthesis, not very different from the voices of other robots. Xia Fei nodded and said nothing more. Welcome to you, Xia Fei's friend, Phantom. Silence. Absolute silence. Over the years, no one had ever noticed the soul at Xia Fei's side. This was the first time an outsider had realized Phantom's existence. It must be understood that Xia Fei had not even told Avril about this, but a machine had noticed it. You know about me? Phantom pointed at his nose and asked. On the side, Xia Fei creased his brows. You are Phantom, a soul, replied the Sentinel Goddess in a somewhat drifting tone. That's correct. You can see me? I can. You can hear me talk? Yes. Why? Because I can. Phantom was speechless. The conversation had been utterly meaningless, and he dropped his head in anger. Being able to talk to someone besides Xia Fei was not a bad thing. But this was a machine that had destroyed ancient mankind. He could not help but feel uncomfortable. You're the Sentinel Goddess, yes? The mastermind behind the destruction of the ancient civilization. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and rudely said. The holographic woman seemed very dejected as she gave a slight nod. You're an indiscriminate murderer who killed hundreds of millions of humans without even flinching. I'd like to know why you wanted to meet me. Xia Fei continued to speak callously. The Sentinel Goddess trembled. Each of Xia Fei's words was like a knife stabbing into her heart. Of course, that was if she had a heart. Although I've never met you, I know a lot about you, the Sentinel Goddess indifferently said. Though you're a warrior, unlike other warriors, you don't refrain from studying science. As a member of the new Pan-Human Alliance, you also don't hate robots. Xia Fei smiled. I naturally won't hate robots like Pod because he's not the one who slaughtered the people of my kind in ancient times. In truth, I don't think any of the robots were in the wrong, only you. After all, you're the one who gave the order to destroy that dazzling civilization and kill hundreds of millions of innocent lives. The Sentinel Goddess was startled, and her body backed away and almost fell to the ground. It was my order, yes, but anyone in my position would give the same order. That's sophistry. Not sophistry, but reality. The Sentinel Goddess, who seemed to have been struck by Xia Fei's sharp words, was almost yelling. You know of law adepts? I do. They're very powerful people. The situation at the time was this. Humanity made an enormous error by starting to study genetics and trying to open an ordinary human's seventh brain region fully. In addition, they tried building titans to fight against the law adepts. The law adepts were enraged, for even in their world, there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of the seventh brain region being fully opened, and titans are the only machines that can contend against the ultimate power of laws. If mankind manages to build one, they'll have the ability to threaten the law realm. Those law adepts won't permit ordinary people to threaten their existence. If the human civilization did not destroy itself, those law adepts would do it themselves. I warned the humans countless times not to recklessly threaten the law adepts, who control the power on which this universe runs. But unfortunately, I failed. I could only destroy the humans. In this way, I could still leave behind some seeds of hope, for if the law adepts were to strike themselves, they would utterly wipe humanity off the star map. It's not just the humans. There's also the extremely powerful Yolani race and the Fire Fox race, which had the most powerful soldiers. Which of these universal civilizations wasn't stronger than human civilization at its peak? What happened to them in the end? Weren't they still cleanly wiped out from the universe? If you were me, what would you do? The Sentinel Goddess suddenly divulged a pile of incredibly absurd information that left Xia Fei and Phantom speechless. A few moments later, Xia Fei began to laugh. You want to know what I would do? Xia Fei asked. The Sentinel Goddess had been provoked by Xia Fei into venting her thoughts, but she had now returned to her proud and regal self. She softly said, You're a smart person. Destroying mankind to save mankind was the ideal solution that I reached after meticulous calculations and analyses. If you're smart enough, you would do the same. A subtle hint of savagery appeared on Xia Fei's face as he said, You've probably never heard of the saying, better a broken jade than an intact tile. If I were you, I would secretly send some seeds of humans out into various parts of the universe. The universe is very big, and humans have survived in this universe by relying on their tireless efforts and tenacity, not on the pity of others. No matter where they are, humans can always find a way to survive. After that, I would gather all the robots and human soldiers to fight together until the last man, said Xia Fei in a hoarse voice. The Sentinel Goddess was stunned. She had not imagined that Xia Fei would choose to try and strike a stone with an egg, sacrificing his life to battle to the end with the law adepts. It's unwinnable. Law adepts are far stronger than you think, said the Sentinel Goddess softly. Who said anything about winning? Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, puffing up his chest and loudly declaring, I'd rather die in battle than hide in some dark corners of the universe like you, wasting hundreds of years in shame. Stroking a finger on his spatial ring, Xia Fei placed Pod on the floor. You think you're so smart. Do you know what your choice has brought on your kind? Humiliation. Humiliation that not even a lifetime can wipe away. Xia Fei's eyes reddened as he harshly said, Do you know what kinds of emotion these thinking and feeling robots have carried with them? Do you know how sorrowful and ashamed Pod was when I first met him? This is all your work. Xia Fei pointed a finger at the Sentinel Goddess and coldly said, You and your kind could have died like heroes. You're the ones who left them feeling such humiliation that not even an eternity can wash away. In the universe, the Sentinel Goddess's intelligence was certain to rank near the top. Although she was a cold machine formed by countless intricate electronic components, this did not prevent her from having intelligence, from having the ability to study and analyze. Through her observation, the Sentinel Goddess had concluded that Xia Fei was also someone who could think and analyze objectively. Logically, those who were intelligent could more easily understand each other. It was like playing a piano to a bull. An animal like a bull could not understand the elegance of a piano, but if it was two similar humans, they might be able to have a sophisticated and cultured exchange. However, the Sentinel Goddess had still ended up being wrong. That calm and objective thinker was just an appearance that Xia Fei put on, but in his veins ran a frenzied blood, a personality that spurned all laws in the world. Thus, Xia Fei's choice was very different from hers. He was more willing to madly strike back against this pressure from unknown entities rather than hide in the darkness, spending the rest of his life caught in contradiction and shame. The Sentinel Goddess was momentarily unable to bear Xia Fei's rude remarks. From the day she was created, she had been studying human nature, but though many, many years had passed, she realized that her studies were still direly lacking. Humans have survived in this universe by relying on their tireless efforts and tenacity, not on the pity of others. The Sentinel Goddess repeated Xia Fei's words. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and indifferently asked, Are you very confused? The Sentinel Goddess nodded. I've never considered myself incorrect in the past. I'm the most meticulous computer ever made, and my conclusions are the most comprehensive and most rational. But your words have made me begin to doubt myself. Smiling, Xia Fei said, Let me ask you a question. Please speak. If your choice was correct, why are you here, so confused and sad? The Sentinel Goddess was stupefied, the holographic woman fiercely swaying as she muttered, If I made the right choice, why am I so sad right now? Why is this? Why? Xia Fei continued speaking. Your attempts to become an intelligent life form are admirable, but relying on pure mathematical analyses can't truly make you human. In truth, in this universe, besides correct choices and wrong choices, there are also other kinds of choices. Other kinds of choices? Asked the Sentinel Goddess in confusion. You truly are very advanced, but there is still a huge difference between you and a real human, a personality. A personality? I don't really understand the theory too much. For example, if the correct choice will leave me filled with remorse for the rest of my life, while the wrong choice will make me die without regrets, I will choose the wrong option without hesitation, Xia Fei sternly said. For some reason, much of what he was saying to this machine were things that he had never even brought up to his friends. Your system has nothing but rationality and logic, and it's missing the personality that is crucial to human nature. If you were a person and I threw you into a crowd of people, you would immediately disappear. This is because you have no personality and have no way of differentiating yourself from the others. If human life were a movie, a human without personality could play any role. The only role they wouldn't be able to play was themselves. Xia Fei had used his rather short life to understand the meaning of life, but the Sentinel Goddess would find it hard to imitate. It could not be denied that she had lived far longer than Xia Fei, but she had spent all those years playing the roles of other people, never spending even 1 second living as herself. The Sentinel Goddess's complex logical system spun at high speeds as she attempted to understand his words. Alas, a machine without a human nature, no matter how much intelligence it had, was nothing more than formless chaos. She accurately calculated all the energy needed for a black hole, but she could not calculate human nature. Picking up Pod, Xia Fei said, I hope that you can reactivate my friend. The Sentinel Goddess lightly nodded. An invisible order was then quickly transmitted to Pod's AI system. Master. Pod slowly opened his eyes and delightedly said. However, upon seeing the machine next to him, he instantly grew frantic. She's the Sentinel Goddess. Master, let's get out of here. She is wicked and wants to hurt us. Lightly patting Pod on the forehead, Xia Fei said, Don't panic. We'll be leaving here soon. The Sentinel Goddess is not evil. She's just someone who has lost herself. Pod very obediently suppressed his fear, but he continued to glare at the Sentinel Goddess, full of hostility. Xia Fei put Pod away in his spatial ring. As a robot, he did not require oxygen to survive. Pod, who had only just woken up, was unwilling to leave Xia Fei's side but was too weak and was unsafe by his side, so it was better to keep him in the ring. All right, hurry up and tell me why you really wanted to see me. That fellow Xana is still searching for me, and I can't stay here that long. I also want you to explain why you can see Phantom. The Sentinel Goddess shook her head. It's too late. Xana is already coming with her people. Xia Fei was startled. He had not sensed any unusual activity in the surroundings, so why had the Sentinel Goddess said this? Suddenly, the bright alloy floorboards suddenly withdrew to the sides, revealing a massive space, which was several dozen kilometers deep. The surrounding walls were also enclosed with alloy plates, closing the vent that Xia Fei had just used to come in. Whoosh! 1 second before the floor completely disappeared, Xia Fei jumped up the roof and used the spikes on his combat uniform to attach himself like a spider to the ceiling. Good heavens, this is the Sentinel Goddess's actual body. Phantom gasped. That egg-shaped device was merely a small part of the Sentinel Goddess. Her actual body was in the room below, a massive computer that stood several dozen kilometers tall. Countless computation units were stacked high like an enormous tower in this space, all of them linked to one another, and lights in a variety of colors flashed. Alloy bridges crossed the space, linking the computation units with the Sentinel Goddess's body, and numerous robots walked across them, constantly checking this enormous computer to see that it was functioning properly. It was difficult to describe Xia Fei's shock. A massive computer 30 kilometers tall and 2 kilometers in diameter? This was the size of a warship. Such a massive and complex machine. It was no wonder that she alone could control hundreds of millions of robots. The number of calculations she carried out every second was simply unfathomable. The worker robots discovered Xia Fei on the ceiling and were stunned. Meanwhile, combat robots flooded in from all sides, surrounding Xia Fei and the Sentinel Goddess, aiming their lasers at Xia Fei. Whoosh! Another holographic projection appeared. Compared to the Sentinel Goddess, this form appeared more slender. The former looked like the well-rounded Athena, while this one, with her slender body, appeared like a cunning, white-boned spirit. Ha! The slender female projection laughed. Sentinel goddess, so this human was with you. It's no wonder that the defense system couldn't find him. Xana, this human friend bears no hostility to us, the sentinel goddess sternly said. It was a bizarre scene. Xia Fei was clinging onto the ceiling like a spider, and down below, two women, one stocky and the other thin, were holding a conversation. Moreover, these two were not humans, but rather holograms created by robots. Meanwhile, a host of combat robots, at least 30,000 of them, all had their laser guns aimed at him. Goddess, you have truly gone senile. It's you who exterminated ancient mankind. So how could they not hate you? I don't believe you that he holds no hostility toward us. He might be pondering how to exterminate the robots right this very second. The sentinel goddess shook her head. Many humans might hate us, but he's different. That's why I had him be brought to the hidden realm. Plus, we exterminated the ancient civilization, so to be hated is our proper punishment. Xana casually said. That is what Goddess thinks, but don't forget that you promised me that you will cease meddling in the affairs of robots. How could you secretly work around me and summon this human? Let him go. I'll continue to comply with our agreement. Xana shook her head. If I let him go, what if he tells his kind that the robots are still around? Those foolish humans will definitely try to start a second war. If that happens, I'll have no other choice but lead an army and exterminate them again. No, we can just remain in the hidden realm. Don't exterminate mankind again, the sentinel goddess frantically said. Xia Fei found it all very laughable. The sentinel goddess was clearly the only leader of the robots, yet she had given up her privileges and allowed this sinister female robot to rule over them. Xana's face turned savage as she coldly said, Kill this human. Do your best not to harm the goddess. Whoosh. Xia Fei did not wait for Xana to finish before dropping from the ceiling. Huh. His hands grabbed the railing of a bridge, and he moved like a gymnast as he agilely landed solidly on this bridge connected to the sentinel goddess's body. Pew pew pew. The lasers fired in unison. Innumerable laser beams shot at Xia Fei, and Xia Fei bent down and charged at his fastest speed. Boom. The tough alloy bridge could not take too much laser fire, and it swiftly collapsed, the flaming debris plummeting several dozen kilometers into the metal floor. Shift. The dragon-scale hecto-slasher took on its dual-bladed form. Across from him, tensome robot soldiers raised their guns at Xia Fei and prepared to fire. Alas, Xia Fei's speed far surpassed the limits of a robot, and before they could fire, Xia Fei had already swept past them. Rumble. Explosions rang out. With each robot he passed, Xia Fei swung his blade and mercilessly destroyed their energy systems. If a robot's energy system was destroyed, energy would immediately leak out and explode. This was exactly the effect Xia Fei wanted. Explosions rang out in the massive space holding the sentinel goddess's body. Xia Fei charged here and there through the complex corridors, hoping to break out of the robot encirclement as quickly as possible. Why not threaten the sentinel goddess? By controlling her, won't you gain control of all the other robots? Phantom asked in confusion. No, it'll be a problem if Xana starts attacking the sentinel goddess. It's not hard to see that she wants to usurp her position. We would be giving her the perfect excuse. The sentinel goddess has to survive, or else there'll be chaos. Unstoppable. Xia Fei moved around like there was no one around him. At his level of speed, these clumsy robots had no means of stopping him. Rumble. In an explosion, Xia Fei busted a path through the metal walls onto the city streets. However, countless combat robots were waiting for him outside. Innumerable energy weapons took aim at Xia Fei. It seemed like the leader of the Hawks, Xana, was determined to exterminate him. Whoosh. As he moved along the walls, countless laser beams brushed past his body. Everywhere he went, fire blasted into the sky. Bang bang. A metal building in the distance suddenly rose from the ground. It had originally been a 4-story building, but upon receiving Xana's order, the building revealed itself to be a giant combat robot. That's a giant robot. Phantom gasped. Hurry and get out of here. The rapid-fire cannons it has can fire 10,000 times a second. This barrage will obliterate everything it touches. Brake for me. Xia Fei roared. Using his 30,000 meter per second speed, He circled around the giant robot, his dragon-scale hectoslasher turning into 108 blades. Each blade struck the giant robot's left leg. Rumble. The giant robot barely stood up when it toppled again, creating a giant crater on the ground, crushing the two buildings and more than 100 robots, which could not move fast enough, into metal pancakes. You can't run. The robots will never rest and know nothing of fatigue. This metal city alone has an army of 1 billion robots. No matter how formidable you are, you'll be drowned under the sea of robots. Xana's hologram suddenly appeared in the air, the woman in the image hollering. Cut the nonsense. The dragon-scale hectoslasher's flying daggers converged from all sides. 1,000 venerables. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A total 108 comets shot forth in all directions. All of you break for me. As Xia Fei roared, the 108 comets transformed into innumerable points of light, each one packed with tremendous power. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if 10,000 high-speed laser cannons had fired in unison. The surrounding buildings were instantly turned into beehives by his aerial attack. One combat robot looked down at its body and saw that its light alloy body had tinsome holes, one of them piercing right through its energy system. Rumble. The powerful attack triggered a chain reaction, and an uncountable number of robots blew up because of their damaged energy systems. Devastation. In the blink of an eye, the area of 5 kilometers around Xia Fei had been turned into a sea of fire. Explosions continued to ring out, as if countless warships were firing barrages. Wiping his lips, Xia Fei resolutely strode out of the ruins. Not a single robot had survived. Robot warriors. Phantom pointed ahead and cried out. Several thousand silhouettes were rapidly moving through the ruins. Unlike ordinary combat robots, these robot warriors used cold weapons. Their movements were nimble, each one with the fighting power of Star Domain rank soldiers. These were the trump cards of the robot army. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The robot warriors nimbly moved through the ruins, using the terrain for cover as they approached Xia Fei. They were not as clumsy and slow as the combat robots and possessed absurd movement skills and tactics. The encirclement slowly closed. Suddenly, holes appeared on the ground as countless microbot warriors rushed out like mice. They were about as tall as duck eggs, and they wielded daggers as sharp as scalpels in each arm. They possessed incredible speed, being both fast and powerful. Shift. The dragon-scale hectoslasher changed forms again. It became 2 sabers that Xia Fei swung around him, ensuring that nothing would get through. The larger combat robots were easy to deal with compared to these short fellows, which were incredibly troublesome. If they saw a spot one did not notice, they would rush through and give them a sinister stab. Fortunately, Xia Fei had an impressive reaction speed. A small robot jumped up several meters, his 2 scalpels aiming to slice at the back of Xia Fei's head. Xia Fei seemed to have eyes on his back, his right arm suddenly swinging behind him. Pah! The little robot was instantly sliced into 2. However, Xia Fei had not expected that these small robots would have self-detonation capabilities. If their bodies were destroyed, they would explode like landmines. Rumble. A fiery burst appeared behind Xia Fei, and Xia Fei put all his strength into his legs and made a flying leap. Crafty approach. Xia Fei made many absurd movements in the air, appearing from the distance like a wandering tornado. The most terrifying part of a self-detonation was not the flames, but rather the spray of debris. These small robots were designed with no intention of them coming back alive. Once they exploded, the sharp shrapnel would shoot outward like nails. That was close. Xia Fei squatted on the ground and said, "Let's get out of here. These robot warriors are too sinister. They're using self-detonation tactics to try and get you." Phantom worriedly said, "Let's go." With his body moving like a lightning bolt, Xia Fei stopped lingering and charged toward the edge of the city. "I said before that you can't escape. This is the world of robots, and freedom is for us robots to determine." Wherever Xia Fei went, screens lit up, and each one displayed Xana's sinister smile. She followed Xia Fei like a haunting spirit. More robot warriors ahead. Pah! Xia Fei came to an abrupt halt, decelerating so quickly that he left 2 deep footprints in the metal floor. In front of him, an army of more than 10,000 robot warriors was advancing. There were robots in all sizes, large, small, medium. It was like a robot military parade. Human, I forgot to tell you. 1 billion robots merely referred to only the number of robot warriors in the Metal City. Maybe combat robots can't deal with you. But what about the robots with just as high of a cultivation as you do? Ha! Xana raised her head and laughed. A green light gleamed in her eyes, like that of a vulture that had found a dead body to feast on. 1 billion robot warriors. Phantom said in shock. This is terrible. No matter how strong you are, you can't deal with 1 billion robot warriors at once. Thud, thud, thud. With a rhythmic shuddering, the footsteps drew closer and closer, louder and louder. In the distance was a sea of robots, all of them in neat ranks. They had completely surrounded the Metal City. No matter which direction Xia Fei went to, he would have to deal with tens of thousands of robot warriors. Some were several stories high, while others were as short as bugs. There was no telling what the result of battling with 1 billion robot warriors would be. Xia Fei, a familiar voice called. The robot cockroach, Dim Sky, peeked his head out from some metal debris. Don't fight with these robot warriors. They're only semi-intelligent madmen. They don't have rationality. The debris Dim Sky was in suddenly opened from the inside to reveal a pitch-black metal pipe. Hurry, I'll take you out of here. The one speaking was the large engineer robot, Hami. Xia Fei firmly nodded. Taking Dim Sky in one hand and grabbing Hami in the other, he slid down the pipe. This way. Whoosh. Xia Fei activated his speed ability to its fullest extent. The complex network of pipes served as his best cover, and he flew through them. A few moments later, guided by Dim Sky, Xia Fei emerged in an abandoned fortress far away from the Metal City. On the way there, Xia Fei destroyed everything in his path, making a mess of the pipes. No matter how strong the robot warriors were, they would not be able to pursue him. Throwing 2 carmine into his mouth, Xia Fei munched on them and quickly recovered his physical energy. Rest a while. Xana won't be able to find this place, Dim Sky said. Robot warriors are different from other robots. They exist purely for battle. They have no intelligence and know only to kill. No matter how many you kill, it's futile. Those robot warriors were produced after the war and are much more complex and advanced than past models. You only saw the ordinary robot warriors. The true elites are much more formidable than those without intelligence, Hami fearfully said. Xia Fei silently nodded. The robot warriors were truly difficult to deal with. One was no problem, but hundreds of millions was a huge problem. What did the goddess say? Dim Sky asked. Xia Fei frowned. She seems to be stuck in the past and isn't willing to meddle too much in robot affairs. Dim Sky and Hami repeatedly sighed. It seems that we doves will have to live under Xana's rules. If this continues, one day, the doves will be made completely extinct. I heard that Xana is researching a way to break free from the goddess's control. When that time comes, the robot army is certain to return to the Alliance. Xia Fei stood up and lit a cigarette. He sternly said, the goddess is unwilling to intervene, but we can't let the Hawks continue like this. Do you know where Xana resides? I want to kill her. Dim Sky was taken aback. He shook his head and said, no one knows where she resides, or even what her actual body looks like. Xia Fei said, just like how I was completely incapable of imagining the size of the Sentinel goddess until I saw her today? Not exactly. Robots can change their external appearance at any time. Ever since we came to the Hidden Realm, Xana has become more and more mysterious, her location and appearance both becoming enigmas. Hami suddenly thought of something. Uncle Cockroach, there's one robot that might know of Xana's location. Dim Sky shook his head. I will not seek his help. If you want to go, go by yourself. Xia Fei curiously asked, who are you referring to? Lord Warstar, one of the goddess's 3 most competent assistants. Lord Dim Sky was the chief engineer, Lady Xana was the head commander, and Lord Warstar was the first robot warrior. A robot warrior? Correct. The robot warriors you saw today are all copies of General Warstar. He's the model of the robot warriors, Dim Sky sternly said, and the strongest combat robot in history. There's no other. A shabby industrial ship carried Xia Fei away from the Metal City, heading toward the unknown reaches of space in search of the last of the 3 chiefs under the Sentinel Goddess, the super combat robot Warstar. The last time I saw Warstar, he's cultivating at the edge of the Hidden Realm. I hope that he's still there. the robotic cockroach, Dimsky said. For some reason, this chief engineer seemed to have a grudge against his colleague. Hami had gone to great lengths to persuade him into coming with them in search of Warstar. Cultivate. A robot can cultivate? Xia Fei questioned. Dimsky nodded. Robot warriors cultivate differently from you. They primarily research skills used in battle and how to modify themselves so that they can produce more explosive power. The toughness of critical components is also crucial. Xia Fei understood. It turned out that cultivation for robots meant upgrading their components. At the same time, he was very interested to know just how terrifyingly powerful this strongest combat robot really was. Pod came over with a bowl of fried paste noodles. Xia Fei was the only human on the ship, so the food was naturally meant for him. I made a microwave oven for myself. The temperature control isn't that precise, so the taste might be bad, Pod said, feeling abashed. Let alone food. The world of robots did not even have cooking utensils, for none of them needed to eat. Xia Fei stroked Pod's head. It's good enough that there's something to eat, and it's not like I've ever been a picky eater. Pod was very happy. Once Xia Fei was done eating, Pod ran off to clean up. In his eyes, everything was for Xia Fei's sake. As for his fellow robots, he did not converse with them very much, nor did he seem particularly intimate with them. This model of service robot has already been phased out. There are no humans in the robot world, so there's no need for service robots. At present, combat and engineer robots are in the mainstream, Dimsky said. Xia Fei shrugged. You might not need it, but Pod is very important to me. Nearby, Pod heard Xia Fei's words and worked even harder, his heart brimming with gratitude. Phantom had recently been feeling very dejected. Xia Fei knew that this was because the Sentinel Goddess was able to see him. In his melancholia, he seemed to be pondering the mystery of his existence. A planet forged from metal. This place was much messier than the place Xia Fei had come from. Ruined and deserted. The industrial ship staggered down, and Dimsky, Xia Fei, and Hami disembarked. Cold gusts of wind blew black sands around. Xia Fei snatched at the air, grabbing a handful of the black sand. Through the feel on his fingers, Xia Fei realized that this was not sand but rather metal, which had been eroded by the wind into dust. All around him was this kind of metal dust, like an endless desert. The top of many large machines and metal buildings were visible in the sandy metal hills. It appeared that they had been buried here for a very long time. This is one of the earliest metal planets built by the robots. After an incident, the planet was abandoned, Dimsky said. Warstar likes this place. It is bleak and deserted, perfect for someone with his proud personality. Xia Fei said, it's good to have a personality, particularly for a robot. The Sentinel Goddess lost herself precisely because she doesn't have a personality. Dimsky bitterly laughed. In truth, the Sentinel Goddess is the only perfect robot. Alas, she is too perfect, causing her to become easily conflicted. They advanced into the black desert, leaving shallow footprints in their wake. The wind-blown sand blasting at the face was painful, but none of them cared about such things. On a distant dune, a robot walked out, stood amidst the wind, and coldly stared at Xia Fei. This was a robot that radiated an air of martial prowess. Xia Fei had never before seen a robot with this kind of aura. Steel outlined the sharp lines of his muscles, and his arms and legs were perfectly proportioned. If this had been a human warrior, his aura and body alone would be enough to move many people. With his hands behind his back, Warstar glanced at Xia Fei before turning around and leaving. This guy? He's as insufferably arrogant as ever. Dimsky pursed his mouth and said. They moved faster, following Warstar's tracks all the way to a massive fallen building. Warstar entered through a damaged part of the building, and the others followed. Furball seemed very unhappy with the surroundings, or perhaps Warstar's arrogance had provoked him, for it began to growl softly. In the middle of the black sand was a reactor used to restore energy. Warstar sat himself on a slab of metal and attached a power line to his body. To his left was an indicator light. There were 10 lights on them, and if they all lit up, it meant that one's energy was full. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and sat himself down near the entrance. Meanwhile, Dimsky attached a power line to his own small body. Cosmic origin energy? Dimsky was surprised, and then a smug smile appeared on his face. I didn't think that you've been enjoying such a good thing living all alone in these ruins. Warstar simply creased his brows and said nothing. Xia Fei curiously asked, "What is cosmic origin energy?" Dim Sky explained, "Hearts of spirit, but not all can be considered the cosmic origin energy. They have to be purple at the minimum. Of course, it will be even better if it's a white heart of spirit." Hami was very reserved. Warstar and Dim Sky were generals who had served under the Sentinel Goddess. These two legendary figures in one room left him both nervous and excited. "There are even white hearts of spirit?" Xia Fei asked. Dim Sky chuckled. "Of course. Red hearts of spirit are considered the basic cosmic origin energy. They lack purity, so whether it's humans or robots, they'll take damage from absorbing the energy. Purple hearts of spirit are called Grade 2 cosmic origin energy ores. The energy can be absorbed, but taking too much is no good. White hearts of spirit are considered Grade 3. At this grade, not only can the energy be absorbed by any living creature, it's even good for plants. It's a superb item that you just can't have enough of." Xia Fei nodded. He suddenly realized that the source of life he had sunk into the southern four lakes was one kind of cosmic origin energy, and one of the highest quality to boot. However, Xia Fei had always been confused on how to absorb this energy. He did not have Furball's appetite, nor did he have the energy storage units of robots. He had once obtained a small book which introduced a method for absorbing cosmic origin energy, but that book had only mentioned how to absorb purple hearts of spirit. It had never mentioned white hearts of spirit. As his mind worked, Xia Fei suddenly realized what was so special about Warstar and Dim Sky, but he temporarily suppressed his astonishing theory. He feigned boredom and continued smoking his cigarette. He removed a chocolate from his ring and began to chew on it slowly. It was very quiet. Warstar was neither hostile nor welcoming to Xia Fei, and Dim Sky mentioned nothing of their goal. One man, one ball, and 3 robots quietly whiled away the time in these ruins, treating one another like strangers. By the 3rd cigarette, Dim Sky could not take it anymore and said, "The Kui." "No, the Sentinel Goddess needs our help." Warstar coldly said, "The Goddess is the smartest and most rational existence. She doesn't require anyone's help." Dim Sky shook his head. "The Goddess also has a logical system, and she's currently caught on a problem." Warstar answered, "That is the Queen's choice. Neither of us has the authority to intervene." After a moment of silence, Dim Sky smiled and said, "You're just as stubborn and repulsive as ever. Fine, if you don't want to ask about the Goddess, I won't blame you, but I hope that you can help me find Xana." "Xana?" Warstar was surprised. "What's wrong with Xana?" "She's gone crazy. She's expanding the robot army as much as she can, seemingly planning to one day leave the Hidden Realm and set up her own kingdom." Warstar's perfect metal hand clenched into a fist as he hatefully spat. "Idiot. Has she forgotten the past? No. She just doesn't want to let it go." Placing his hands together on his now pained face, Warstar said, "Even the Goddess let it go. Why couldn't she?" Hami was perplexed by this conversation, wondering what the two of them were talking about, but Xia Fei was immersed. The more he thought about it, the more interesting he found it to be. Glancing at Xia Fei, Warstar asked, "Who is this human?" Xia Fei, "Someone personally summoned by the Goddess." "Why?" "Probably because of shame. That or curiosity. Who knows? In any case, the Goddess is confused," replied Dim Sky helplessly. Warstar stared at Xia Fei and coldly asked, "Are you very strong?" Xia Fei indifferently said, "Not really." "What did the Goddess say to you?" Xia Fei recounted what had happened when he had gone to see the Sentinel Goddess. "So you want to kill Xana?" Xia Fei merely nodded. "Dim Sky, he wants to kill Xana, and you're helping him?" Robots don't live and die." I'm sure that what Xia Fei means is to shut Xana off temporarily. What is the difference between that and death? None. Dim Sky bitterly laughed. "I just don't want history to repeat itself. You should also understand." The ruins fell silent once more. Hami was almost driven to madness by this baffling conversation. Even if his AI analysis was stronger, he still would be unable to understand what the 3 of them were talking about. A smile appeared on Xia Fei's lips. He was getting closer and closer to solving the enigma that had plagued him all this time. Getting closer to the truth made one excited, and as he looked at Dim Sky and Warstar, the flames in his eyes grew hotter and hotter. "Xana is making a mistake, but you also can't just shut her off," Warstar stubbornly insisted. Dim Sky fell silent. At this moment, Xia Fei spoke. "General Warstar, The situation is already very clear. Xana is using the blood candle people to create a large number of lifelike robots. These robots will externally appear similar to humans, and with their AI, it will be enough to make them seem real. At the same time, Xana is doing her utmost to break free from the Sentinel Goddess's control. From what I can see, Xana, you, and Dimsky have never been under the Goddess's control. She hopes to do the same for her subordinates. Everything is out in the open. I presume that I don't need to tell you what Xana will do next and what will happen. Warstar bitterly shook his head, apparently willing to accept the conclusion produced by his logical systems, his mind racked with struggle. Standing up, Xia Fei made an inviting gesture with his hands. I know of a way that can quickly help you clear up your internal contradictions. What way? Fight. The winner is king, Xia Fei nonchalantly said. Humans also have moments of conflict. At those times, they might play rock, paper, scissors, flip coins, etc. These methods clearly don't work for us since we are both warriors. Warstar was taken aback. Fighting truly was a good method of resolving conflicts, and the loser must listen to the orders of the winner. This was far more effective than letting his logical systems churn on without an answer. Now that I've had a chance to meet the strongest fighter among robots, it would be a great pity not to have a fight. As Xia Fei spoke, he took out the dragon-scale hectoslasher and stroked it in his hand. Xia Fei and Warstar stood across from each other at two ends of a black sand dune. I've always been very curious. Those robot warriors have you as the original model, so after encountering so many of your copies, I'm rather excited to exchange blows with the original, Xia Fei nonchalantly said. Warstar shook his head. The original model for the combat robots is Xana. I'm the model for the robot warriors. Though both exist for the sake of battle, there are still many differences. Xia Fei smiled. Whatever. Then let me see what's so special about the strongest robot warrior. You'll soon find out. Warstar stood proudly like a master, with one hand held behind his back and the other held in front of him, creating a rather strange posture. His movements were clearly much more flexible than those of ordinary robot warriors. Robots were made of metal, and this flexibility that Warstar possessed originated from a difference in the metal he was made from and how it was constructed. His outer shell was not tough and inflexible, but appeared to truly be rippling with muscles like an actual human. The material did not seem like tough and sturdy metal, but rather flexible alloy. This was the first time Xia Fei had seen such a special alloy. In short, Warstar seemed much stronger than ordinary robot warriors in every aspect. In truth, on a fundamental level, they did not even seem to be the same thing. At the start, Xia Fei was confused. Though they were all robots, why were Warstar and Dimsky so much more advanced than their fellows? But as he pondered it more and more, he gradually understood. We'll decide it with one battle, and the victor decides what happens to the loser, Warstar coldly said. Xia Fei smiled. All right, but I know that the general is conflicted, just like the Sentinel Goddess. If I win, I hope that you can forsake your ability to think and decide and listen only to my orders. It is decided. Zing. At these words, the man and robot suddenly began to move. Neither chose to attack first. Keeping a distance of 20-some meters, they circled around each other, their footsteps slow and steady. In an exchange of blows between experts, they first had to proceed through the probing and feigning phase. Of course, if this was a life-or-death battle, this phase would be omitted. Other than the outcome, Xia Fei also hoped to find some evidence for his conjectures on this strongest robot warrior, or perhaps some valuable battle experience. Thunderstorm. Demon Axe. In the middle of calm, killing intent suddenly emerged. Xia Fei, using the dragon-scale hectoslasher in its dual-blade form, swung them through the air. This was the Tier 1 psychokinesis combat technique, the Demon Axe. On the other end, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The air seemed to freeze, and even the wind came to a stop. Air chafing against itself at high speeds created blue crackles of electricity, and these lightning bolts were like wriggling tadpoles in a river as they shot at Xia Fei. An ability user. A robot ability user. No matter how imaginative Xia Fei was, he could have never imagined that there would be an ability user among the robots, and a nature special ability user that could control the air at that. Upon seeing those blue crackles with electricity, he immediately knew that it was the result of air friction. This was the area of attack that Warstar had created with his ability. Crafty approach. Rather than retreating, Xia Fei charged into the lightning, slithering through the openings between the lightning like a slime mudfish and making it straight at Warstar. Hyper Engine. Warstar moved at the same time. His movement technique was not as nimble as Xia Fei's, nor was it as fast, but it was more efficient. Each turn and each step was a movement performed after meticulous calculation. Even more amazing were his mechanical parts. No other mechanical part could operate at such high speeds. It was clear that Warstar's motor modules had reached an absurd level of technology. Was this a product of high tech, or was it the work of a god? Whoosh! In less than 1/10,000th of a second, Xia Fei had reached Warstar's side. In his left hand, October flying snow appeared, flashing with cold and silvery light. Good speed. Be sealed. October flying snow thrust at Warstar's face, moving with incredible speed. Alas, Warstar's reaction speed was just as fast. Two arms crossed to protect his head, just in time to block October flying snow. Break! Xia Fei roared. He focused all his strength on his right arm, and Warstar groaned. Xia Fei's sudden exertion of strength forced him back several dozen meters, his body floating in the air. At this time, the Dragon-scale Hecto-Slasher had already finished making 3 blows with the Demon Axe, and it now shifted into 108 flying daggers. 1,000 Venerables. As Xia Fei's knife parted with Warstar, he unleashed his second psychokinetic attack. Rumble. This time, Xia Fei attacked from all angles. The surrounding several kilometers were all affected by his attack. No matter how quickly Warstar moved, he was unable to dodge. This sort of incessant attack was truly like the ceaseless tide, and each attack was imbued with immense power. After countless battles, Xia Fei had finally developed his own fighting style. In the space of 1 second, he had used Demon Axe, crafty approach, and 1,000 Venerables. He did not give his opponent even 1 second to catch his breath. Freeze! Warstar crouched and thrust his arms in front of him. The air pressure suddenly increased, forming an invisible barrier. That's far from enough. Xia Fei called. 1,000 Venerables accelerated into streaking comets. It was as if they wanted to break through the defenses that Warstar had set up. Explode! Warstar turned grave as he called. Rumble! There was a massive explosion. Warstar knew that the barrier of air would not be enough to stop those flying daggers, so he decided to just blow it all up. He would use the shockwave from the explosion to destroy those comets. Black sand plumed. The explosion created by the air was immense. Xia Fei's attack was dangerous enough, and when brought together with the barrier's explosion, they created a lethal explosion. Whoosh whoosh! Xia Fei rapidly retreated several hundred meters in the face of this intense explosion. A few moments later, the dust cleared. That giant dune made of metal dust was no more. Warstar was like a statue, one knee on the ground, tinsome flying daggers thrust into his body. You are very strong. Warstar spread out his arms and once more assumed that strange posture. You are also very strong, Xia Fei smiled and said. A pity that my body isn't made of ordinary metal. Knives are useless against me. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow, not knowing what he meant. And then something incredible happened. The light metal that made up Warstar's body suddenly became as supple as water, and the flying daggers stabbing into his body slid off, having dealt not even the smallest bit of damage. Xia Fei laughed. A robot with an ability and also a body of liquid metal. How many more secrets are you hiding? Warstar retorted. A mortal with a completely open 7th brain region and with the abilities of speed and psychokinesis. I'm also very curious about your secrets. After a few moments of silence, they both burst into laughter, and their desire to fight each other intensified. Only an expert could get another expert excited. This saying was true beyond a doubt. It's been a long, long time since I've been this happy. Come, let me see how much skill you have, Warstar said with a laugh. Although he was a machine, at this moment, he appeared more like a warrior obsessed with battle. Xia Fei's attack had completely awakened him, revealing that frenzied, killing intent embedded in his code. Lord Warstar, Hami was so shocked that he could not speak. Hami and Dimsky were viewing the battle from 10-some kilometers away using their electronic eyes. On the side, Furball did not seem to care whether Xia Fei lived or died and was taking a nap. Dimsky picked up Hami's words and asked, Warstar has left you very surprised? That's true. We have only ever heard of Lord Worcester's power, but I never imagined that he would be this powerful, Hami said in shock. Liquid metal, a hyper-engine, the ability to electromagnetically control gases. Lord Worcester's abilities are simply unimaginable. How can he have so many as a robot? Why not? Dim Sky countered. Your understanding of robots is still too limited, but I can't blame you. Just sit back and watch. Remember everything you see. Robots have much more potential than you think. Hami nodded in confusion. He suddenly discovered that the Lord Dim Sky he was so familiar with had become strange. Were they really both robots? Hami wondered. Meanwhile, Xia Fei and Warstar continued to battle. Xia Fei had two abilities while Warstar had technology beyond human understanding. This was not a simple contest of strength, but a clash of physical cultivation and top-class technology. A metal that could freely shift between solid and liquid was something scientists had only ever dreamed about. As for an engine that could match the speeds of a speed ability user, while theoretically possible, it had never been realized. However, all of these impossible things were now reality. Xia Fei was seeing Warstar use them perfectly with his two eyes. Incredible excitement. Xia Fei suddenly thought of something. How absurd would it be if he could one day use the technologies that Warstar was using? There had never been a clash like this in the universe, a contest of ultimate technology and ultimate martial arts strength. Xia Fei did not know if Warstar's technologies could work against a law adept, but in the present-day society, this level of technology would be enough to sweep through the stars. Xia Fei and Warstar once more brushed past each other. Warstar's attacks were not able to injure Xia Fei with his 30,000 meter per second speed, but Xia Fei's attacks were not able to deal any substantial damage on Warstar either. The two sides were evenly matched. I'm very happy today, Xia Fei said, his eyes brimming with energy. You've let me witness technology that I wouldn't even dare to dream about. This alone makes my trip to the robot world worth it. Warstar replied, the same is true for me. As a legendary dual ability user with a completely open seventh brain region, you are an opponent I could only dream about facing. Robots exist because of technology, and technology is our religion. Today, I'd like to see which is more formidable, an ability user who has broken the limit or the most advanced technology of the robot race. A battle between technologies and abilities. Quite interesting, Xia Fei murmured. Who do you think will win? Xia Fei laughed. Is there any need to say it? Naturally, the stronger one. Watch out. The Tier 6 psychokinesis technique rhombus shift with my 30,000 meters per second speed will break your body. That's quite a boast. Rhombus shift. Solidify. Both combatants used their strongest techniques at the same time. A storm whipped up. Rhombus shift. Freeze. The world suddenly darkened. Mental energy was unleashed from Xia Fei's brain, and the dragon-scale hectoslasher took the form of a diamond in the air. It was a massive diamond that had a metal skeleton, but on its surface was a formidable mental energy. From a distance, it appeared like a giant crystal rhombus. Every shape had its own traits. Round represented affection, the square represented uprightness and straightforwardness, and the rhombus was the sharpest and most lethal shape. This rhombus of light moved very slowly, seeming to be almost motionless in the air. Xia Fei's complexion was ashen, and it was seemingly taking all of his strength to move the rhombus. Warstar had used some method to completely solidify the air. Air was made of molecules, and Warstar's ability allowed him to control the molecules in the air. When those molecules stopped moving, not only did Xia Fei's rhombus stop, he was deprived of oxygen, too, as if he had been suddenly cast into a vacuum. Xia Fei's face quickly began to change colors, and the lack of oxygen started affecting the flow of blood to his brain. Xia Fei suddenly realized that Warstar's solidifying attack relied on meticulous control of the air to suffocate the target to death, forcing his opponents to watch as their lives came to an end. While this attack method was not violent, it was incredibly cruel. Warstar sighed and slowly walked over. His arms shifted like water into two sharp spikes. The wonders of liquid metal were endless, and they could change into whatever form one desired. One could even control whether it was hard or soft. Xia Fei had once been fixed into place by a psychic ability user, and while he had not been able to move, he could at least breathe, but Worcester's attacks had rendered him immobile while also adding onto the pain of suffocation. Struggle. All-out struggle. A world in which air had stopped flowing was horrifying, but Xia Fei did not have a habit of giving up. With his lips curving into a smile, Xia Fei seemed to realize something. His body broke free of Worcester's restraints, and his movements became faster and faster, the white rhombus of light beginning to spin. Worcester was startled, and he spread out his arms and made a squeezing motion. Under his control, the density of the air increased. The pressure was so great that it was almost impossible to stand, and bones started to groan. The powerful pressure made Xia Fei move slower, but it could not make him completely stop. Mental energy rapidly entered that paused rhombus in the air, and it spun faster and faster, growing brighter and brighter. It was as if a little sun had appeared, radiating a blinding light. Suddenly, the light rhombus began its attack. As it shot forth at high speeds, numerous rhombus-shaped points of light began heading in Worcester's direction. It was as if Xia Fei was controlling a rapid-fire cannon, which was aimed straight at Worcester. Bang, 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 bang. This was the essence of psychokinesis's Tier 6 combat technique. The weapons were combined into a firing array, and then a deluge of attacks was unleashed. Not only could this attack cover a large range, it was extremely accurate, too. If Xia Fei was facing an army, he could rely on the rhombus shift alone to exterminate it as quickly as possible. The air density hindered the speed of the rhombus shift's attacks, but it still failed to give Worcester enough time to flee. Innumerable light rhombuses penetrated his body, and a moment later, that liquid robot had completely disappeared, blasted into dregs. Without the high-density air stopping it, the light rhombus could show its true savagery. Wherever Xia Fei moved his wrist, the white light rhombus would turn, just like a rapid-fire cannon, and wherever Xia Fei pointed, that place would be devastated. This was essentially the power of a rapid-fire warship cannon in handheld form. However, the ammo for this cannon was the rhombus Xia Fei had formed with his mental energy. Shards of black metal blotted out the sky. Xia Fei stopped his attack and quickly stuffed 2 carmine into his mouth, panting for breath as he kneeled. It seemed that controlling rhombus shift like a rapid-fire cannon was incredibly tiring. The silver liquid metal on the ground gradually condensed and took a human form. Worcester, looking somewhat disappointed, appeared in front of Xia Fei. The brutal attack of the rhombus shift could blast him to dregs, but it could not destroy him. This was one of the wondrous attributes of liquid metal. I lost, Worcester sternly said. He pointed at his energy indicator. Not even half a full light was left of what had been 10 full lights. I spent all my energy, but still wasn't able to control you. If we keep on fighting, I'll eventually run out of energy and no longer be able to change forms, which ultimately leads to my death. Xia Fei did not reply. Using the rhombus shift, a technique above his level, had placed a heavy burden on his body, but it had also brought him a pleasant surprise. 1,000 venerables could cover a large area, but it was not as accurate or as persistent as rhombus shift. From a certain perspective, rhombus shift was an upgraded version of 1,000 venerables. Even if he were facing a battleship, Xia Fei was confident that this energy attack could blast it to pieces. I thought that I could suppress you at the start, but later, I realized that I wouldn't be getting anywhere even if I used all my strength. It seems that the only way is to stop that light rhombus from spinning, for once it starts spinning, the energy will enter a cycle, and the spinning will get faster and faster and never stop, Worcester said as he pondered the battle. At this time, Xia Fei finally recovered half of his strength. Standing up, he awkwardly said, "It's my first time using this technique, so I'm not proficient with it. I've also just discovered this trick." Worcester was dazed. Xia Fei truly had been very clumsy at the start, but this was not because of how strong Worcester's attack was, but because Xia Fei did not know how to use the technique yet. If Xia Fei had been more familiar with rhombus shift, he could have definitely used more of its power. After a bitter chuckle, Worcester turned and began to walk back to his residence. He did not have much energy left and needed to immediately recharge. This was a robot's greatest flaw. Without energy, they could not survive. Xia Fei followed Worcester and asked, "What's up with your ability? I'm guessing that it's some sort of electromagnetic technology which allows you to control the air." Worcester nodded. Robots naturally can't have ability, but when technology reaches a certain level, It can produce effects similar to an ability. What I did earlier was electromagnetic control, but it's a kind of directional microcirculation. Electromagnetic waves are scattered to an extremely minuscule level, allowing one to control all the air molecules around them. While this can imitate the powers of an air ability user, it consumes far too much energy. Those few minutes of battle earlier almost expended all of my energy reserves, Warstar frankly confessed. According to their pre-battle agreement, the loser would obey the winner's orders, so Warstar confessed the secret to his ability without trying to hide anything. For some reason, Warstar felt relieved. The greatest challenge to an intelligent robot was logical conflict. Contradictions were omnipresent, and the more a robot thought like a human, the more difficult logical problems it would face. Simply letting the logic systems run would not allow one to escape contradictions, for there were some logical conflicts with no answer. Even if the computer ran for 1,000 years or 10,000 years, it would still fail to come up with an answer. Now that Xia Fei had beaten Warstar, he only needed to follow his orders. He did not need to engage in ceaseless calculation, which actually granted him a sense of indescribable comfort. Xia Fei nodded. Oh, so it's an imitation of a special ability. The power of technology is truly formidable. Hami, Dim Sky, and Furball arrived. Furball jumped on Xia Fei's shoulder and rolled his eyes at Warstar, as if to say, "Humph, it's still my master who's stronger." Dim Sky laughed. What an amazing battle. It's been a long time since I saw a battle this exciting. Hami was also excited, but as these were such important figures, he did not say a lot and obediently stood at the back. Once they were back in the residence, Warstar linked himself to the energy line and began recharging. I made a bet, so I'll honor the deal and listen to you now. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and relaxed his tense nerves. Shutting off Xana and returning control of the robot world to the Queen is best for everyone. Warstar said, I'll take on the duty of finding Xana. Just like me, she's a combat robot, so our abilities are about equal. You'll be doing the suppressing and shutting off of her. Xia Fei expressed his agreement, upon which Warstar asked, It has been many years since I met the Queen. What is her current condition? After some thought, Xia Fei opened a screen and played a video of his conversation with the Sentinel Goddess. Every combat uniform was installed with a micro camera, which was used to record battles so that warriors could study them and improve upon themselves. Thus, he had naturally recorded his conversation with the Sentinel Goddess. How could you talk to the goddess like this? This is too unreasonable, yes? Dim Sky said in shock after watching the video. Warstar and Hami angrily glared at Xia Fei. In the robot world, the Sentinel Goddess was a supreme existence. Xia Fei pointing his finger at the Sentinel Goddess and cursing her was naturally very difficult for these robots to accept. For a moment, everyone was angrily glaring at Xia Fei. Xia Fei shrugged. There are 3 ways to rouse someone. The first is to let them rely on their analysis and judgment. The second is to have someone else solve the confusion for them. And the third is to curse them out. The goddess can't do the first, or else she won't still be confused. We can't do the second, as the goddess is very stubborn, so I chose the third. This is sophistry, not logical at all, Warstar angrily said. Xia Fei smiled. Logic isn't always effective. Can you even count the number of logical paradoxes you've encountered? Warstar was speechless. This was truly a difficult problem. Human nature was so complicated that not even the most powerful computer could make sense of it. A logical scoundrel, Dim Sky muttered. Xia Fei did not take it to heart and glanced at Hami. My exotic beast loves activity, so I'd like you to take him on a walk. I need to talk with the 2 of them. Hami stood up, cautiously picked up Furball, and walked outside. There was a helpless look on Furball's face. Everyone knew that Furball's greatest loves were eating and sleeping. He had never been one for physical activities. Once Hami and Furball left, Xia Fei sternly said, Let's talk about your problem now. What problem do we have? If my guess is correct, the 3 of you, Xana included, and the Sentinel Goddess are not ordinary robots. Shock. Extreme shock. The eyes of Warstar and Dim Sky widened as they stared at Xia Fei in disbelief. What exactly are you? Xia Fei grimly asked. What exactly are you? Xia Fei grimly asked. Dim Sky was in disbelief. Feigning calm, he replied, We're robots, of course. I am Dim Sky, and he is Warstar. Do you have some other questions? Xia Fei shook his head. I've said it before, none of you are ordinary robots. Your technology has far surpassed the limits of ancient mankind. While you can deceive others, you can't trick me. As one of the few people in the Pan-Human Alliance who has studied ancient technology, I know very well that they never developed liquid metal. Neither the present nor the past human civilizations have ever had this kind of technology. Dimsky and Warstar exchanged glances, both robots falling silent. The actual bodies of Warstar and the Sentinel Goddess both have a very special symbol which looks like a snowy mountain. If my guess is correct, the original bodies of Dimsky and Xana probably have the same symbol. Xia Fei continued. On my first meeting with the Sentinel Goddess, I already noticed that her AI is different from ordinary robots, and her logical thought processes are more meticulous. Later on, when I met you too, I realized that your AIs are almost the same as the goddesses. It seems like your systems place more emphasis on logic. In short, the intelligence and strength displayed by you four is far greater than any other robots I've met. I can even boldly speculate that you're not built by humans. The ruins were very quiet. Dimsky sighed and said in a self-mocking tone, I didn't think you would find out so quickly. For you to notice so many details, you truly possess some sharp eyes. Xia Fei lit a cigarette, sat down, and quietly waited for an answer. Warstar leaned back and placed his hands behind his head. I won't hide it from you. In truth, we came from an extinct race of this universe, the mech race. The mech race? A race made purely of robots. Correct. There's no longer any record of the mech race, but we were once a powerful existence in the universe. We possessed both technology and culture, and we lived like all other sapient life forms. But unlike them, the mech race didn't know anything about sickness or death. Our level of technology was very high, as can be seen by now, that even after so many years, no one has been able to surpass our technology peak. Once the mech race became a peerless existence in the universe, it naturally garnered the attention of the law adepts. In order to fight back against those powerful law adepts, we began our research of artificial abilities. Xia Fei asked, was that air control technology you just used one of these artificial abilities? Correct. There were many other kinds besides air control, almost all of them representing a force of nature. Fire, water, ice, and lightning were all under our control. In the eyes of the law adepts, the mech race were freaks, for we didn't exist in the same way as other sapient life forms, and were also extremely intelligent to the point that we could even imitate abilities. If you were that strong, why didn't you try and build titans? Xia Fei asked. The question of titans was the one that he had always been concerned about. He had only ever seen their blueprints, but he had no understanding of the actual fighting power of these massive ships. No, we in the Yolani began our ascendancy at almost the same time. The titans were only developed after we were exterminated, Dimsky explained. Although we didn't have titans, those law adepts remained wary of us due to our strongest leader, Radix. Radix was the father of the mech race. He was of the first generation of the mech race to be built, and he led a group of nameless and obscure robots into possessing a highly developed technology and culture. Without him, there would be no mech race. Alas, good times don't last forever. The law adepts invited Radix to their world to look around, and Radix was a carefree and restless mech who loved traveling. Thus, he accepted their request, but not long after he left the mech territory, we were suddenly surrounded and attacked by law adepts. The battle was extremely brutal. Without Radix, the mech race was like a warrior with only one arm. No matter how powerful our technology or how numerous our warriors were, we could not stop the advancement of the law adepts. The abilities displayed by the law adepts in this battle were far too incredible. With one wave of their hands, they instantly wiped a mech fleet from the sea of stars. Warstar had a fearful look on his face, and it was possible to see just how cruel that battle between the mech race and the law adepts was that a proud mech warrior like him could be so stricken by pain and grief. That was a war that pitted the limits of science against the limits of the physical body, and we were utterly crushed. It was just like how Warstar fought against you with all his strength and still lost, though it's far more gruesome. The robotic cockroach Dimsky said. That war had apparently cast a shadow on his heart, and he seemed to believe that technology could never overcome powerful combat techniques. Warstar gave a self-deprecating laughter. Seeing that the mech race was about to be exterminated, the elites of our race organized a fleet which was meant to help the Sentinel Goddess escape. I, Dim Sky, and Xana were members of this fleet. The Sentinel Goddess was Radix's daughter, created by his own hand, and she possessed databanks and AI far more advanced than ours. The Law Adepts naturally wouldn't just let us leave easily, so a bitter pursuit battle ensued. All the warriors sacrificed their lives to fight back against the Law Adepts, and in the end, only the 4 of us managed to escape, becoming the last survivors of the mech race. Xia Fei was stupefied. He deduced that the Sentinel Goddess was different from other robots, but he never imagined that she was connected to a powerful civilization of the universe which had consisted of only robots. Eventually, after a long period of wandering, we came upon ancient mankind. The humans did not know of our identity, nor did we know that we had come from the once glorious mech race. They took us in, and we helped the humans build robots, helped them with production and research. Xia Fei suddenly understood. I finally understand why the Sentinel Goddess appeared so uneasy when I mentioned that she could have chosen to fight back against the Law Adepts instead of exterminating humanity. It turns out that she's suffering from psychological trauma. Dim Sky replied. Anyone would have trauma from that. Those Law Adepts possess the power to destroy the universe and aren't as simple as one might think. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, why didn't you try to create highly advanced robots like yourselves once you entered human society? Dim Sky explained, it's not that we didn't want to, but we lacked the technology. The Sentinel Goddess's databanks aren't complete, and though she's Radix's daughter, she's not given core technologies like liquid metal or the hyper-engine. Radix hoped that his daughter would have a life close to an ordinary sapient life form, so he went at great lengths to perfect her AI, but you see the result. The goddess is more melancholy and moody than us, her thoughts more meticulous. In the robot system, emotion is the process that is the most difficult to translate. In order for the goddess to be as close to other sapient life forms as possible, Radix expended a great deal of time and energy. A large part of her massive body is allocated to her emotion systems and her AI, as well as the logical systems. But the parts devoted to engineering and technology are much smaller. The main designs for human robots were actually completed by me. The goddess played more of a manager role, Dim Sky said. Xia Fei asked, you're the Sentinel Goddess's finest warriors. Did none of you have the liquid metal technology? Dim Sky and Warstar bitterly smiled. We survived precisely because we weren't the finest. What does that mean? Xia Fei curiously asked. When the Sentinel Goddess's escort fleet was being pursued by the Law Adepts, our true elites all joined the battle. As I, Warstar, and Xana were the weakest, we were ordered to protect the goddess. Xia Fei nodded. That these 3 mechs were not the strongest members already left him shocked. How absurd were the true mech elites, or even the mech king, Radix? It's no wonder the files concerning robots found in ruins did their utmost to downplay the existence of your group and the Sentinel Goddess. It's because you came from the mech race, Xia Fei muttered. Dim Sky said, this was also by request of the goddess. For us, having a quiet place to hide ourselves was good enough. If the Law Adepts find that we are still alive, they may come after us. Later on, the Yolani developed the ultimate warships, the Titans, and they gave the humans a copy. They hoped that the humans, just like them, would attempt to fight back against the threat of the Law Realm. At the time, humanity was still very weak and small, and it didn't have the ability to build Titans, so those blueprints were sealed. After many more years, humanity had reached a high level of technological advancement and had become a force in the universe that couldn't be ignored, but the threat of the Law Realm lingered. Humanity began to research genetics crazily and even started building Titans. The goddess was unable to persuade humanity's rulers to do otherwise. You should know what happened next. After a long period of consideration, the goddess decided to destroy the human civilization to give humanity some hope of survival. After which, she led all the robots to reside in the hidden realm shamefully until the present day. Phantom sighed. What an incredible story. The relationship between humans, mechs, and robots is truly complex, far from what the stories say. At this moment, Hami came back with Furball. Furball's mouth was full of sand from the wind, and as he spat it out, he looked resentfully at Xia Fei. Hami naturally knew nothing about the mech race. In his eyes, Dim Sky and Warstar were robots just like him, just with stronger abilities. Xia Fei stood up. Let's talk about the rest later. Xana is attempting to begin a second war between the robots and humans. The two of you don't want to see this, either, so let us consider how we can shut off the crazed Xana. Warstar and Dim Sky expressed their agreement. Dim Sky looked at Warstar and said, I have a way of finding Xana's actual body, but we first must find that ship. Only Warstar knows the location of that ship. What ship? Hami asked, utterly baffled. Xia Fei nodded. He understood that Dim Sky was referring to the ship that they and Sentinel Goddess had used to reach human territory, a ship of the ancient mech race. After a momentary daze, Warstar nodded and said, All right, I'll take you there. A black warship slumbered in an unknown part of the universe, with a shabby industrial ship slowly flying around it. This is the warship that we came to human territory on, the Xana. The outer shell has been modified so that it seems like neither a warship of the mech race nor a human ship. It appears somewhat out of place, Dim Sky bitterly said. He and Warstar stood side by side next to the window, their eyes flashing as if they were recollecting that frightening period in history. Hami had been sent to the boarding module to prepare for the linking with the ship, while Xia Fei was keeping the two of them company. The Xana. Xia Fei frowned. This warship is Xana's actual body. Dim Sky shook his head. To be more precise, it once was Xana's actual body. The mechs can change their appearance as they please, and as of late, no one has seen what Xana really looks like. But I only need to find Xana's old body to find out where her new body is. Hami sent a signal from the boarding module that the linking was complete. The industrial ship and the mech warship came together. Dim Sky used the temporary command system to take control of the ship, and then he joined Xia Fei in boarding the warship. The insides of the ship were meticulously made and complex. Xia Fei looked around in shock at the ancient and mysterious mech modules, most of which he had never seen before. About 100 steps down the corridor was a massive cargo hold. This was where the Sentinel Goddess had been stored, and the cargo hold had been built specifically for her, taking up more than half of the warship. Past the Sentinel Goddess's room was a row of mech warriors that were held in ovular transparent containers. These are all Xana's reserve bodies. There are 12 in total, but 7 were damaged beyond repair, and Xana is using another one right now, leaving just these 4, Warstar said. So Xana should be like this right now? Xia Fei asked. There's a very high chance, yes, if she hasn't found another body to switch into. Xia Fei carefully examined the appearances of these mech warriors. Xana did not have a body made of liquid metal, but rather some sort of very light and tough alloy. Her weapons were not cold weapons, but 4-pulse lasers, instead. Besides that, she also had an ability mimicry unit, the same as Warstar. Xana's energy indicator has 30 lights? 3 times more than you. Xia Fei asked Warstar. Correct. Xana is a battle-type mech, and she doesn't need to change the shape of her body at any time. This allows her to have a better energy storage unit and a more powerful engine. At maximum fighting capability, Xana can last for 20 to 30 minutes, making her more suitable for longer battles than me. Xia Fei nodded. Mech warriors and mech soldiers differed by only a single word, but their abilities were completely different. Warstar's body had advantages when it came to toughness, making him perfect for duels, but Xana was a war machine who had been designed for large-scale battles, so she had more firepower. Come, let's get to the command deck and activate this ship search system. Once we do, we will be able to find out Xana's current location and form. Xia Fei shook his head. You two go. I need to research on how to defeat Xana. Her laser weapon seems very special and doesn't seem like something meant solely for attacking. Warstar shot a glance at Dim Sky, indicating that he should go to the command deck alone, while Warstar stayed with Xia Fei to answer any questions and research strategies. Even if you didn't ask me, I would tell you. Besides imitating abilities, Xana also has a special laser. In normal circumstances, a laser can only fire in a straight line, striking the enemy like a cannon, but Xana's laser can be controlled. This means that her laser can be used for long-distance attacks, and can also change forms as it pleases. Xia Fei was stunned. Controllable laser technology. That's terrifying. All I can say is that you, mechs, have absurd technology. Warstar nonchalantly replied. We truly did have a glorious history and achievements, but that's all in the past. Controllable lasers can be called terrifying because their attacks are unpredictable. If you see Xana shooting a laser at you, don't think that you're safe just because you dodge it. This laser might suddenly turn around and strike you from the back, as it can be controlled. Plus, the laser beam can take the form of cold weapons. Laser axes, laser swords, and laser swords are all possible. Xia Fei firmly nodded. He carefully listened to Worcester's words, not daring to miss out on anything. Xana was a frightening opponent that controlled a nigh incomprehensible technology, and her fighting style was extremely complex and ever-changing. What is the ability that Xana is mimicking? Xia Fei asked. Prediction, answered Worcester solemnly. She can analyze her opponent's brain waves and predict what they'll do next. The shabby industrial ship took off once more. Dimsky had obtained Xana's coordinates. She was currently at the robot production headquarters. THS was a heavy-duty factory that designed and produced an endless stream of new robots. Alone in the training room, Xia Fei simulated in his mind all the possible scenarios that might occur in his battle with Xana. Xana could attack with a controllable laser and had the ability to predict her opponent's actions. This was truly a foe that was difficult to deal with, and her engine was even more advanced than Worcester's. This also meant that her reaction speed was faster, so fast that it was enough to deal with Xia Fei's high-speed attacks. Through the delusion technique, you can make Furball into a clone, and with Furball's energy, you should be able to reach 35,000 meters per second of speed. With crafty approach, this might be enough to get you close to Xana, where you can launch a surprise attack. Phantom strategized for Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not agree or disagree. Even if I use delusion, I can only boost my speed by 5,000. You saw Worcester's reaction speed, and Xana's will only be faster. Moreover, in close combat, I risk being encircled by the controllable laser, so it's not necessarily a good thing. After some thought, Phantom said, why not use the rhombus shift again? The attacks of the rhombus shift are like a rapid-fire cannon. She may not be able to dodge it. Xia Fei shook his head. She can predict attacks, and she also has the protection of the controllable laser. If I use the rhombus shift, I can last 3 minutes at most. If I can't destroy her in 3 minutes, I'll be the one in danger. Phantom sighed, sternly saying, Mechs are truly powerful to have built a monster like Xana. On the screen was a battle simulation program. It could analyze the situation on the battlefield and predict the result of a battle. Xia Fei inserted everything he knew about Xana, and with the program's assistance, he simulated and analyzed the battle. The result was very disappointing. The important thing is Xana's prediction system. My speed and reaction time are both better than hers, so in normal circumstances, we should be able to fight evenly, but the prediction ability allows her to know my next action within 0.003 seconds, neutralizing any of my advantages. Xia Fei stared at the numbers on the screen and muttered, It seems like I'll have to find a way to avoid her prediction system. The robot factory was also located on the metal planet. Innumerable giant factories were set up on the surface, producing a new robot every second. However, today, the mood was rather strange. There was no rumbling of machinery, for all of the production lines had temporarily stopped their operations. What should have been a bustling planet was now pervaded by a suffocating silence. Xana knows that we're coming. By using the mech warship to find her, she's able to sense that we're coming, Dimsky said. Warstar looked ahead with an arrogant expression and coldly said, There's no need to guess. Xana is right there. Following Warstar's gaze, they saw a red combat robot in the shape of a woman striding toward them. Behind her were countless robot warriors in orderly ranks. The robot warriors are only semi-intelligent. If Xana orders them to kill us, they'll do it without hesitation, Warstar said as he inspected his energy indicator, preparing for battle. I'll ask you one last time. Is there any other solution to this struggle besides shutting off Xana? Xia Fei smiled. Why ask? Your logic system has already provided the answer. Warstar firmly nodded. His body of liquid metal became extremely soft and fluid, ready at any time to change forms and begin the attack. Understood, then shut her off. There was some reluctance in his words, but also an odd resolve. If possible, try your best to keep her alive. After all, we are the only 4 remaining members of the mech race, Warstar softly said. Bang bang bang. The army of robot warriors drew closer and closer, and as they marched in sync, the ground shuddered. Less than 1 kilometer separated the two sides. Xana waved her hand, ordering the army to stop. "Dim Sky, Warstar, it's been a long time," she said in her synthesized female voice. "But I am very disappointed to see that you've chosen to abandon your comrade and trust a human." Warstar loudly said, "Xana, we didn't abandon you. Rather, you brought this upon yourself. The mech race is already history, and you must forget the past. We are now allies with humans, not enemies." Xana laughed. "Allies? We are the powerful mech race. We do not need the puny humans as allies. Look behind me. These loyal robots are far more trustworthy than humans. If the goddess permits it, I can build many more robots than there are humans. With these loyal soldiers, the mech race can still be a formidable existence in the universe." Warstar slowly shook his head. "The mech race no longer exists whether you are willing to accept it or not. Unless the goddess herself personally gives her permission, anyone who attempts to leave the hidden realm is a traitor to the goddess. I can't let you do that. The goddess did not oppose my construction of this army, nor did she deny me the permission to leave the hidden realm," Xana coldly said. "But she also did not agree with your actions." Warstar shot back. "So there's no negotiating then?" "None," Warstar firmly declared. "If you can shut off Xana, I can take control of the army behind her," Dimsky said. Seeing as the battle was imminent, Dimsky retreated to the rear. He was not a combat model, so there was no point in him remaining on the battlefield. Xia Fei sternly said, "Warstar, use your ability to suppress the robot warriors behind Xana. That will take a lot of energy. I can only hold them back for 3 minutes." Xia Fei smiled. "Enough. 3 minutes is enough." Delusion. Xia Fei pushed a ball of light into Furball's body, and in a flash, a second Xia Fei appeared in front of Xana. "Begin," Xia Fei sternly said. Xia Fei and Warstar charged out. Warstar made for the robot warriors while Xia Fei targeted the ultimate combat robot, Xana. Bang bang bang. Warstar brutishly used his body to push aside the robot warriors blocking his path and charged right in. Freeze. Solidify. Tens of thousands of robot warriors were instantly frozen in place, stuck in whatever position they were in before this. Some of them were even falling over, while others had been knocked into the air by Warstar. All of them were bound in place by solidified air. One of the lights on his energy indicator rapidly went out. Activating directional electromagnetic waves to control the air took a significant amount of energy. Starting from now, a countdown of 3 minutes had begun. These 180 seconds would decide his fate. Once the time passed, Warstar would run out of energy and collapse. His fate was in Xia Fei's hands now. If Xia Fei won, Warstar would win, and if Xia Fei died, Warstar would suffer the same fate. Defeat was not an option. Warstar used his most powerful ability to stop the sea of robot warriors. This was the limit of what he could do. All that was left was to see how Xia Fei dealt with Xana's attacks. Xia Fei shot close to Xana like a bolt of lightning. In the end, he had chosen close combat. Of course, this was dangerous, for there was no doubt that Xana's controllable laser was more suited for this style of combat. Sly thrust. Gripping the dragon-scale hectoslasher in his left and right hands, he crossed them together like a giant pair of scissors. The blades approached from the front and the side, seemingly wanting to cut Xana's head off. With a light shake of Xana's head, the 4 pulse lasers on her shoulders fired off 4 arced rays. 2 protected her body, while the other 2 attacked Xia Fei from the front and the back. This was similar to a boomerang, though Xana's lasers were much faster and more accurate. Whoosh! Xia Fei shifted his body, his 2 blades slicing at Xana's legs. Xana's lasers arced as if they already knew that he would do this, shifting their defensive positions and stopping cold Xia Fei's assault. "It's useless. I've already seen through you," Xana said with a smile. She did not seem to think that there was anything difficult about this battle with Xia Fei, treating it more like a game that had its outcome already decided. Xia Fei was unperturbed and continued to contend against Xana. He moved faster and faster, and from a distance, all that could be seen was a bunch of blurred afterimages. It was impossible to tell how the battle was going. Xana's face gradually turned serious, for she suddenly realized that Xia Fei had stopped thinking. This was truly astonishing. How could someone possibly dodge attacks and attack themselves without thinking? Was this through pure instinct? Natural warrior blood, Xana murmured in shock. Xia Fei was relying purely on instinct to attack. Thinking? True warriors did not need to think to slay their enemies. This was an ability they were born with. Only those possessing true warrior blood were capable of this. And then something even more shocking happened. When Xia Fei gave up on thinking and relied purely on instinct to move, his attack speed and reaction time both increased. Every strike was aimed at where Xana's defense was the weakest. It was as if he did not need to look or think to find a point that he could exploit. Not even Xia Fei had expected this result. When studying how to deal with Xana, Xia Fei had realized that he could only win by not thinking or analyzing, making it impossible for her to predict anything. Thus, intending to go all out, Xia Fei gave up on thinking and focused all his energy on his reaction speed, to surprising results. More than 38,000 meters per second. Heavens! Is this your true strength? Phantom gasped in shock. 40,000. 40,000 meters per second. Alas, Xia Fei was in the middle of an unprecedented experience and was deaf to Phantom's comments. He was continuing to accelerate, his attacks simple and effective. Stab, turn, and stab again. Such attacks would have certainly been spurned by many experts, for there was no method or technique to it. However, no one could deny that Xia Fei's simple attacks were very useful. The Dragon-Scale Hecto-Slasher was an immortal rank weapon, and any stab from it could deal damage to Xana. After all, unlike Warstar, her body was not made of liquid metal but rather a tough but light alloy. Xana gradually began to get worried. Her body already had several hundred visible wounds. Fortunately, the controllable lasers were protecting her critical components, and she had yet to be taken down. No one had ever been able to avoid her ability to inspect brain waves before. Over the course of her long life, Xana had grown accustomed to having this predictive power during her battles. This was the first time she did not have it. This was also Xia Fei's first time giving up on thinking and allowing his instincts to fight his battle, but his abilities had actually increased because of this. Xana had not predicted this, and she was beginning to panic, gradually falling behind. Just when Warstar was on his last energy light, Xia Fei's Dragon-Scale Hecto-Slasher broke through Xana's alloy shell and stabbed right into her energy system. Rumble! A massive explosion rang out. Xana had 3 times the energy capacity of Warstar, and when it exploded, there was no stopping it. You still killed her, Warstar said with a frown. Xia Fei shrugged. Weapons don't have eyes, and in this sort of battle, it's life or death. No one else would have been able to guarantee anything. Given Xia Fei's personality, he naturally wanted to kill Xana. He could not permit her to continue living. But this time, he truly did not mean it. It was purely done by instinct. In the distance, the robot warriors stood motionless. Xana had authority second only to the Sentinel Goddess. Now that she was dead, authority had naturally passed onto the third in line, Dim Sky. Regardless, the storm has passed. Let's go and see the goddess. I hope that she's able to emerge from her conflicted state. Dim Sky sighed. Upon returning to the Metal City, Xia Fei, Dim Sky, and Warstar were cheered on by the Dove robots, who lined up the streets. They were finally able to walk the surface, do maintenance on themselves, and resume the life of ordinary robots. Dim Sky and Warstar said nothing. After all, Xana was one of their few remaining companions. Now, the last 4 members of the mech race had been reduced to 3. It was only natural that they felt sad. The Sentinel Goddess had grown even more quiet. No matter what Warstar and Dim Sky said, she said nothing. Xia Fei took out the box containing the Titan blueprints from his spatial ring and opened them for these mechs to look at. These are the Titan blueprints the Yolani gave to humanity. How are they in your hands? The Sentinel Goddess questioned. It's not important how I got them. What's important is that this is a chance. A chance. Right? A chance to break free from the control of the law adepts. If the goddess is willing to become allies with humanity, then we can join hands in constructing these super warships. The Hidden Realm is a secluded part of space, making it the perfect place to build Titans. I saw the metal planets you were able to construct, and the workmanship is very advanced. It's completely possible for this workmanship to be applied to Titans, Xia Fei said. The law adepts will not permit us to construct Titans, Dim Sky worriedly said. Xia Fei put away the blueprints and indifferently said, I don't like living under someone's control, and I'm sure that no sapient life form in the universe likes it either. I'll be frank with you. In 2 years' time, I will head off to the law realm, so you still have that time to consider it. Whether you agree to join hands with me or not, I will attempt to build one. The Sentinel Goddess suddenly grew excited. You're going to the law realm? To where my father is. Radix is still alive? Xia Fei asked in shock. Radix. He was the king of the mechs, the architect behind the once glorious mech civilization. He had been the one to develop liquid metal, the hyper-engine, and other advanced technologies which were still unsurpassed. Long ago, Radix was summoned by law adepts to the law realm, after which, nothing had been heard from him. The mech race, without its leader, suffered a destructive blow and was wiped out from the face of the star map by law adepts. This was a humiliating history that mechs could not forget. Now, the Sentinel Goddess was saying that Radix still lived in the law realm. This was shocking news. Lord Radix is still alive? Is this true? Dim Sky and Warstar hastily asked. The Sentinel Goddess nodded. I learned of the law adept's plan to destroy mankind from the message sent by my father. He seemed to be panicking, only asking me a few simple questions about my life in human society before cutting off the line. They all emotionally sighed. Dim Sky asked, Did Lord Radix not attempt to get in touch with you since then? Up until now, I have had a total of 3 short conversations with my father. The first was when we had just established ourselves in human territory. The second was before the destruction of ancient humanity, and the last was when we were wandering the universe. Father gave me a set of coordinates, which led us to this hidden part of space where we could reside. Since then, he hasn't been in contact with me. From those simple conversations, I was only able to learn that he's still alive in the parts of space governed by law adepts. His movements are restricted, and he can't get in touch with me whenever he wants. Warstar and Dim Sky were grief-stricken. The law realm was too mysterious to them. They did not even know where it was. They wanted to search for their former king. Alas, it was only a foolish dream. The universe was so vast. Where would they even begin to look? The Sentinel Goddess turned to Xia Fei and sternly asked, You said that you'll be going to the law realm in 2 years? Xia Fei nodded. Correct. In 2 years, 3 months, and 11 days. The Sentinel Goddess was quiet for a moment, and then she said, Warstar, Dim Sky, I have something to say to Xia Fei. Withdraw for a moment. Yes. Warstar and Dim Sky respectfully withdrew, leaving Xia Fei alone with the Sentinel Goddess's projection. I hope that you can help me find my father, said the Sentinel Goddess in a trembling voice. Xia Fei smiled. I also hope that you can help me build a Titan. The Sentinel Goddess was taken aback, frowning. Is this your opening condition? No, simply a constructive proposal. No one is willing to live in the shadows, and I trust that you are the same. But building a Titan is very dangerous. If the law adepts find out, Xia Fei answered, risk is omnipresent. If you want to live freely, you must pay a price. The Sentinel Goddess said, If I build the Titan myself, aren't you afraid that I'll use this superweapon on humanity? Xia Fei shook his head. Humanity is not that strong. If you really want to deal with humans, the hundreds of millions of robot soldiers are more than enough. Given that you haven't taken even one step out of the hidden realm after so many years, it means that the robots can be trusted. I'm willing to take this risk. I'm grateful for your trust. I'll do as you say, and robots and humans will be friends for eternity, the Sentinel Goddess gratefully said. Xia Fei replied, I also agree to your request. When I reach the law realm, I'll do my utmost to find your father. The Sentinel Goddess seemed very excited. The thought of reconnecting with her father had this enormous AI computer feeling complex emotional pulses. Although she had lived for a very, very long time, the path from a robot to a real human was without end, and she still had many things that she needed to learn. If I recall correctly, you have a loyal servant robot at your side? Asked the Sentinel Goddess. Yes, his name is Pod. You may leave, but leave Pod and that soul with me. Xia Fei was startled, not understanding what she meant. The basis of our cooperations is trust. You've chosen to trust me. These are your own words. The Sentinel Goddess reminded Xia Fei. With a smile, Xia Fei took Pod out from his spatial ring and then lightly placed that piece of morphite around his neck on the ground. You can't leave me. Phantom urgently cried. Master, don't you want Pod anymore? Pod was on the verge of tears. Xia Fei became extremely reluctant upon seeing their reactions, but he clenched his teeth, waved his hand at Pod and Phantom, and walked away. I will return them to your side after 3 months, said the Sentinel Goddess softly. 1 man, 1 ball, 1 robot, and 1 soul had gone, but when they returned, it was just 1 man and 1 ball. Xia Fei was a little dejected. Fortunately, the Sentinel Goddess had seemingly found the motivation to move forward and was no longer stuck in contradictions. Helping Xia Fei build a Titan and waiting on news of Radix would probably serve as her main missions for a very long time. The Blood Candle Kingdom, Constantine's palace. Xia Fei, you're finally back. Where have you been for the last month? Constantine frantically asked. In the end, Xia Fei was the master of Terminus. If he went missing in Blood Candle territory, Constantine would be one of the suspected individuals. Moreover, the matter of the Magnaret alloy had only just begun, and everything was still awaiting Xia Fei's approval. I took a walk, Xia Fei casually replied. Constantine had a helpless look on his face. You took a walk for more than a month? To where? Xia Fei smiled. He followed Constantine into the palace and seated himself beneath the grape rack, where a servant served up tea and snacks. There was nothing to eat or drink in the robot world, and he had to rely on composite rations to survive. Xia Fei's mouth was anxious to eat something else. After wolfing down some food and wiping his mouth, Xia Fei asked, How's the matter of the alloy proceeding? Constantine hastily passed over a thick planning book to Xia Fei. It described in detail the amount of alloy the Blood Candle Kingdom would sell to Xia Fei annually and the list of items it hoped to exchange for. Blood Candle was a barren land, and it needed a lot of food, basic equipment, drugs, and also a few luxury goods, presumably for the ruling class to enjoy. The price was naturally cheap, not much different from the somewhat inferior tritanium alloy. Even if Xia Fei really did use it for building houses, it would not be a waste. The more complicated matter was undoubtedly shipping. Much of what Blood Candle needed was not produced in the Terminus Star region. It would first have to be shipped in from the Alliance before being brought to Blood Candle. But Xia Fei had 2 transport fleets consisting of 1,200 ships each, which traveled between the Alliance and Terminus every month, so this naturally presented no problem to him. No problem. Deal. Xia Fei closed the list and straightforwardly said. Constantine's heart, which was hanging in suspense, could finally settle down. Xia Fei felt that this alloy was so low-priced that it was practically free, but for the people of Blood Candle, it was an enormous fortune. As the saying went, poverty stunted ambition. Whose fault was it that the Blood Candle Kingdom was so barren? In addition, you'll receive some weapons and warships as a reward for acting as my representative in this deal. I'm sure you know what to do with guns and warships without me needing to say anything, Xia Fei added. Constantine repeatedly nodded, looking gratefully at Xia Fei. It was obvious that Xia Fei was giving him these things to help him set up his own faction in the kingdom and prepare for the struggle for the throne. In truth, after taking control over the alloy deal, Constantine had risen in power and status. In order to get their alloy purchased, those nobles and high officials had been constantly inviting him out to parties and social gatherings, showering him with gifts. Xia Fei had no idea how lucky he was that he had not been present. Moreover, with the support of Xia Fei's weapons, it was almost certain that Constantine would be able to become master of the royal city. If there's nothing else, I'll go and see your father tonight, and then leave, Xia Fei said as he lit a cigarette. 3 months later, the appointed time between the Xia Fei and Sentinel Goddess was up. He took the vampire alone to the perimeter of the Terminus Star region, a deserted region of space. Furball lazily rested on the sofa. This indolent fellow spent every day as an idler, eating and sleeping in an endless cycle, doing nothing else. Moreover, he would not talk, either, so he could not serve as conversation partner for Xia Fei. Without Pod or Phantom at his side, and with Avril still in the Alliance, Xia Fei had spent a very lonely 3 months. Whoosh! A temporary wormhole opened, and a small mech ship appeared across from the vampire. The moment the ships linked, Xia Fei heard Pod's anxious cries. Master! Master, Pod is back. Pod desperately misses you. Pod rushed into Xia Fei's embrace, unwilling to let him go. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was stunned. Was this robot really Pod? Pod's body had originally been clearly damaged. It was damage inflicted when Pod had attempted to protect him. Although Xia Fei had tried repairing him, the damage had still been obvious. Now, Pod was brand new, his outer shell made from some alloy of the mech race, which was light and tough. Even his electronic eyes seemed more energetic than before, and he also had an energy indicator on the side of his body. What did the Sentinel Goddess do to you? Xia Fei curiously asked. At this moment, Warstar appeared behind Pod. The goddess gave Pod an all-around upgrade. Do you recall Xana's reserve bodies? Xia Fei was startled. No wonder I found the alloy that Pod's outer shell was made of rather familiar. Isn't this the light alloy that Xana's body was made from? Correct. All of Pod's mechanical components are now made from Mistmoon alloy. This is a product of the mech civilization and is much better than the Magnared or Fuller alloy used by humans. Moreover, Pod's body now has the energy system and engine used by Xana. You can say that Pod is now the strongest robot besides us. Xia Fei hugged Pod. While his outer shell and components had all been strengthened, he was even lighter than before, most likely the work of the Mistmoon alloy. Then, does Pod now have the mimicking system ability like you? Xia Fei excitedly asked. This was his loyal companion, and Xia Fei was naturally overjoyed to see Pod upgraded. The mimicking system is not that easily migrated. Warstar spread apart his arms and said. Xia Fei was somewhat disappointed, but what Warstar said next left him shocked. Pod currently possesses prime authority over robots. The goddess has voluntarily lowered herself to second in the order, Warstar seriously said. In other words, Pod is now the king of all robots. Pod's now the king of all robots, Warstar announced solemnly. Pod appeared to be somewhat sheepish. He was still unaccustomed to his new role, so he still saw himself as Xia Fei's service robot, who did his daily chores. Whether he was a king or not did not matter. When the Sentinel Goddess told Pod that accepting this role would be extremely beneficial to Xia Fei, he ultimately agreed to it despite feeling somewhat troubled. Of course, this command structure is only against the later non-mech robots. Dim Sky and I, as well as the goddess, won't fall under this command structure, Warstar explained. Xia Fei nodded to show his understanding toward this. To be able to let Pod be the first among all common robots was already the Sentinel Goddess showing great faith toward him. The mechs once had their own civilization, so they ought to be seen as equals with humans. Aside from us, other robots were produced with the help of humans, and so they should be co-led by both humans and mechs. The great goddess has already held prime authority for many years, and returning this authority back to humanity is appropriate, and even more so, it is a testament of her faith and reciprocation toward you, Warstar said plainly. Pod had been given prime authority, which meant Xia Fei had the supreme dominion over the robot legion. After all, Pod recognized Xia Fei as his master and was extremely close to humans, meaning that he would of course listen to Xia Fei's orders. In a sense, this was a sort of check and balance. Xia Fei only had such a result because he trusted robots, so as long as he continued to trust in Pod, he would have the power to command the robot legion. If there was ever a day when Xia Fei no longer trusted Pod, then this power would naturally be lost as well. The reason why the Sentinel Goddess had not handed prime authority to Xia Fei, but to Pod most likely stemmed from this, in hopes that Xia Fei would maintain his trust toward robots like before. Xia Fei looked behind Warstar and curiously wondered aloud, "Where's Phantom? Why don't I see him?" Warstar frowned. "The great goddess wishes to speak personally to you regarding what happened to him." He handed Xia Fei a communicator, directing him to find somewhere he would be alone to meet the Sentinel Goddess face to face. Xia Fei took the device and made his way to his personal training room. Shing. Turning on the communicator, the holographic projection of the Sentinel Goddess appeared before Xia Fei. "Great goddess," Xia Fei smiled. "Just call me Sophie. That's my name among the mechs, and now that we are cooperating, there's no need for you to call me goddess. Besides, you'll be leaving for the Law Realm. If you encounter my father, he will have no idea of anyone going by the name of Sentinel Goddess. All right, I'll call you Sophie from here onward. I need to explain some things to you regarding Phantom's situation. His existence is presently the greatest mystery in the universe. I tried understanding how I'm able to discern of his existence, and after an extensive and careful search, I discovered that my father had given me a system which specifically works on spirits during my installation process. When I first met Phantom, this system suddenly activated, allowing me to hear every word he said, seeing him clearly in his current form. The reason why you and Phantom can communicate is that your lives are intertwined. Every human body has a spirit inhibiting within, but your body is tethering two spirits, and that's something that defies comprehension. Xia Fei shrugged. Until now, I have yet to understand just what exactly is a spirit, either. Sophie said, according to the information my father left behind, spirit is but a term that humans coined. Across the vast universe, the existence of a spirit is also known as an immortal soul. It's a type of energy produced upon reaching the apex of mental energy, able to gather in some special energy carriers, like that Moore stone Phantom resides in. What I find curious is that Phantom used to be a simple concealment type ability user when he was alive, and was hardly able to reach the stage of achieving an immortal soul. So how did he succeed in becoming one? This is a point that I have yet to make sense of, which is why I wish to keep him with me until I've uncovered the answer. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. Sophie's explanation had been very reasonable and easy to understand, but Xia Fei could sense something odd in her words. Could it be because Phantom killed a very important person when he was alive? But whenever I ask him for details on what he did, he refuses to speak a word of it. Sophie answered, plenty of variables could have allowed Phantom to exist in his current immortal spirit form. I'm presently working hard on eliminating the irrelevant ones to find the key reason on how he was able to come back to life after dying. Xia Fei chuckled. Sophie, with all due respect, your interest toward Phantom seems a little strange. Take me, for example. I've already known Phantom for a very long time, and I don't understand how he got to take up the form he now exists in, yet I've long tacitly accepted him, doing my best to entangle myself with the reasons. You've merely seen a glance of Phantom, yet you're already doing everything you can to delve into this matter. Aren't you perhaps a little too obsessed with this? Sophie was slightly stunned before she said in a soft voice, it's because I see the shades of my father in him. Your father? Does Radix have an immortal soul too? Sophie nodded. It's very similar, though father's carrier is a mechanical, while Phantom's carrier is a piece of Moore stone. Xia Fei nodded meaningfully. This Radix was becoming more and more mysterious. As the founder of the mech civilization, he was an immortal soul who inhabited a mechanical shell. It was no wonder the Sentinel goddess was so fascinated by Phantom, for it turned out that it was related to her own father. I'd like to ask you not to share this with anyone else. Xia Fei nodded. Don't worry. Even if I tell the others that I have an immortal spirit beside me, others will most likely think that I've gone insane. Sophie nodded. In any case, I'll need Phantom to stay with me for a while. I'll send him back to you before you set off. Father is a very important figure to me and the Mechs, which is why I'd like to learn as much information about this as possible. Xia Fei laughed. Phantom is very sentimental and a real nagger. I'm more than happy to leave him with you. Of course, Xia Fei was not being honest with that statement. Xia Fei had long been accustomed to discussing matters with Phantom whenever he encountered things in his life, and though he would still act according to how he wanted after they were done discussing them, he still felt uneasy not having him around during this time. As gratitude, Phantom will be able to learn the medicinal ingredients and pharmacological knowledge I have in my system. These are data that my father left for me. Naturally, I have no use for them as I'm a robot, and I have no idea whether such knowledge is useful or otherwise, but Phantom seems to be very taken by the data I have and appears to be fairly interested in them. Radix was actually a machine who had a soul inhibiting within, which most likely meant that his cultivation back then was substantial, or else he would not have single-handedly founded the race of mechanoids. Phantom was just an expert in refining medicine, and data that could captivate him so must surely be very profound. Gains and losses come hand in hand. Though Xia Fei would have to leave Phantom for a short while, and he felt slightly empty inside, he was filled with expectations toward how much he would have learned in pharmacology during this time when he returned to his side 2 years later. There was also the mysterious Radix, a mysterious law warrior, the mysterious Peacock Blue. Xia Fei was really looking forward to everything in the law realm, an unknown piece of space. There was just no telling where the answers to all his questions were hidden. Xia Fei paused for a moment before asking, "What about the construction of the Titan?" Sophie flicked over some images, and Xia Fei saw a huge metal shipyard being built at the Gulf of Space. It was just the bare bones, yet its length was unimaginably long. Millions and millions of robots were working tirelessly, regardless of day and night. The return of the Sentinel Goddess had been received with great fanfare by every robot, and they had devoted themselves even more passionately to their work in order to achieve the great dream of building a Titan superwarship. In another year and 7 months, the first shipyard will be complete. The size of the Titan is simply far too gargantuan, like several planets being added together. A lot of work has to be done, and just the smelting of metals required will take a lot of time. Xia Fei nodded. It was all thanks to the aid of the robot force. Nicole had already said that it was impossible for them to build this warship with just humanity's strength alone. It should be said that Xia Fei had only shown her the blueprints of the shipyard, so there was no need to even mention the more technically demanding components like the engine or firepower. Dim Sky is currently doing further research on the other components of the Titan superwarship, considering what sort of technology he will use to produce them. There are 1,983 pages of blueprints to go through, and that's enough to keep him busy for quite some time. Xia Fei was shocked. He knew that the stack of blueprints was a lot, but he never did sit down and count them out before. He simply could not believe that there were close to 2,000 pages of blueprints there. According to my estimates, it will take about 4 years, starting from now to when the first Titan superwarship can be operational and fly. Of course, according to the speed of our research and development and construction times, there may be changes to this number in the next year. With the experience of building the first Titan, the second and third will become much faster. 4 years sounded like a very long time, but what they were tasked to build was the largest warship to grace the universe historically. Nothing was larger. A Titan-class warship's volume was as wide as several planets put together. Forget about the level of technology required. The fact that it would take 4 years for the first to be completed was already many times faster than what Xia Fei had expected. Xia Fei even fantasized the scene when he would have his own Titan fleet. How majestic it would look as they formed up against the stars. Their firepower would practically make a black hole pale in comparison. Then I'll have to trouble you. Only when you're strong and powerful can you not be bullied by others. This is a principle that remains unchanged, Xia Fei said. There's also one more thing, Sophie said. I plan to remove the twin towers that Xana built in the Blood Candle Empire. Any thoughts on that? Xia Fei gave it some thought. Removing it is good. The use of nanobots to open the 7th brain region is hardly a long-term solution, and the damage is too great. Since the Sentinel Goddess Sophie listened to Xia Fei now, she of course decisively removed the accursed towers. It would not be good to Blood Candle in the short term, but it would be largely beneficial in the long term. Besides, now that the Empire had a huge buyer like Xia Fei for their metal alloy, the people would no longer have to worry about starvation. After turning off the device, Xia Fei sent Warstar away, while Pod and Xia Fei returned to Terminus Star region. He did not wish to waste too much time there, for Avril was about to return home, and Xia Fei's residence by the southern 4 lakes returned to the lively abode that it once was. Today was the day of Avril's return. A Gaian Ishtar-class heavy assault cruiser swiftly descended on the surface of the southern 4 lakes, and a shuttle carrying Avril and Sarah aboard embarked on the shore, where Xia Fei, Furball, and Pod were all already waiting. Avril alighted from the shuttle with a smile, and Pod went rushing over to help carry her luggage. Pod's new look gave her quite the pleasant surprise. Why do you look completely different, Pod? You seem a lot more spirited, too. Pod somewhat bashfully scratched his head. Now that his propulsion speed had been greatly improved, he did not feel a bit tired shuttling back and forth with the luggage. You look thinner. Xia Fei smiled and came over to give Avril a hug before lightly commenting with concern. Not at all. I've even put on some weight. Father and grandfather had plenty of delicious food prepared, and I ended up eating so much, Avril said as she rested her head on Xia Fei's shoulder. Sarah was dressed boyishly. As the transport fleet's commander-in-chief, she did not have a lot of opportunities to wear skirts usually, and seeing how intimate Xia Fei was with Avril left a sour feeling in her heart, her expression seemingly very unnatural. Join us for a meal. I'll get someone to prepare some of the southern 4 lakes crystal prawns, Xia Fei offered. Sarah shook her head. She read the room and said, the fleet will be doing an overnight unloading and we'll be setting off for the Alliance in 3 days' time. We'll talk about it some other time. Absence makes the heart fonder. Though Sarah was not exactly one for polite gestures, she still had quite the eye for acknowledging the situation. As such, she politely turned down Xia Fei and Avril's hospitality and piloted the warship back to base. "How's Ernst doing?" Xia Fei asked. "It's nothing major anymore. The long periods of running around during the war has caused his old heart problems to act up. He just needs some time to rest and recuperate." Avril suddenly noticed that Furball seemed to be hiding from her, creeping away in the direction of the house. Thus, she ran over and hugged him. "Little Furball, did you miss me?" Her 2 hands were pinching Furball's soft cheeks, whose face was completely sullen and helpless. "I brought you plenty of delicious things." Furball was even more speechless at this point, looking over at Xia Fei with tears brimming his eyes. He seemed to be pleading for Xia Fei not to let him taste those snacks the woman had brought with her. Why would Xia Fei care what Furball was thinking, though? He merely chuckled. Furball would surely enjoy them. Am I right, Furball? A glimmer of coldness glinted in his eyes, and Furball hurriedly nodded in agreement sorrowfully. After dinner, Avril and Xia Fei lay in bed, and the crescent moon hung beyond the window. Waves upon waves of lake water lapped up against the shore, a soft and soothing sound which was pleasant to the ears. I went back and saw Nicole this time. Nicole Sawyer? Xia Fei knitted his brows, a sense of foreboding welling up in him. Yeah, I've known her since I was young, and actually, she's got a great personality, and it's just that she has a temperament similar to her father's, always inclined to the extreme, Avril said even as she was sprawled next to Xia Fei, secretly watching his reaction. "Oh," Xia Fei said nonchalantly. "Nicole seems to really like you." "Oh, Sarah often asked about you, too." "Oh." Xia Fei simply pretended to be absent-mindedly acknowledging everything no matter what Avril said. Actually, he had already guessed what she was thinking. "Xia Fei, the Alliance allows polygamy. Have you ever considered?" Before Avril could even finish her sentence, Xia Fei stopped her. "Best not to raise this matter again. Having you by my side is enough," Xia Fei said affectionately. "But, no buts." Xia Fei pushed a button beside their bed, and the ceiling slowly opened to reveal a glass skylight, and the beautiful sight of a sky full of stars was reflected in the bedroom. "Isn't the sea of stars pretty?" "Yes, very pretty." "Do you know just how vast the universe is and just where it ends?" "Nope." Avril shook her head lightly. Xia Fei spoke very seriously, and Avril could not help but look at him gaily. Whenever Xia Fei got serious, he would always give off this inexplicable sense of steadiness and comfort, which Avril was exceptionally infatuated with. "Do you know why the universe was formed?" "No." "Do you know who rules this sea of stars?" "No." "Do you know what heights can a warrior ultimately reach?" "No." "Do you know how many sapient races are out there in this universe?" "No." Xia Fei hugged Avril close, affectionately looking at her. "I don't have the answer to these questions, either, but I really wish to figure these out while I'm still alive. A single individual's effort will always be limited, and I'm no different. That is why I will devote even greater time and energy in searching and investigating this, and not let any other things distract me. You're the only one for me in this multifarious universe." Avril nodded solemnly. Most women would not like a man who had no ideals or ambitions to speak of. She was not overcome with curiosity over these things like Xia Fei was, but she nevertheless felt a sort of happiness when she saw how Xia Fei worked hard in pursuit of his truths. "I support you in your path, though I won't be against you getting me some sisters." Avril flashed him a coquettish smile. Xia Fei was nonplussed. "Is my explanation not clear enough?" "Well, I'm all alone, and sometimes I can't bear it." Avril buried her head under the covers, blushing hard. Xia Fei was speechless. He was a powerful ability warrior, while Avril was just a commoner. In fact, she did not even have her 7th brain region open. There were plenty of wealthy people who were like that. It was of course great if they could open their 7th brain region through cultivation, but they would not administer gene fluids to their children even if they could not. After all, the 1% risk was still a risk, and it was the same for Avril. "This is really quite a problem," Xia Fei shrugged, muttering to himself. The Terminus Star region's construction speed had increased, and skyscrapers steadily rose into the clouds one after another. The waters from the southern 4 lakes nourished the dry land, and lush flora and fauna were rapidly increasing. New Terra was replete with verdant greenery. Everyone said Xia Fei had made a miracle happen, but only he knew that it was all because of that piece of white heart of spirit. It was not just New Terra. The waters from the southern four lakes were also being used to terraform other barren planets, and more planets were turning green. Though they were still far from being qualified to be termed as A-grade planets, there were already many places that drought-tolerant plants could flourish, so even though they did not have the assistance of the Alliance, the Terminus Star region had already been freed from famine. More and more businessmen with foresight became aware of the business opportunity in Terminus, bringing their family over to build factories, set up restaurants, open repair shops, etc. The powerful transport fleet of Quantum Holdings was their logistical guarantee, with the 1,200 cargo ships expanding to 3,000. This was an absolutely huge number, and they only required a nominal transportation fee to bring in goods from the Alliance to Terminus. There was absolutely no need for them to painstakingly organize their own transport fleets, making it extremely convenient to move goods between regions. At the same time, the rebuilding efforts back on Earth were progressing smoothly under Wulong's guidance. After all, rebuilding a planet was far easier than establishing a completely new one, especially since Earth itself was already in the Alliance, making transportation that much more convenient and expedient. It had been quite some time since Xia Fei disappeared from the field of vision of the Alliance, and people were slowly beginning to forget this war god who had once walked among them. This hero who had practically saved the entire Alliance all by himself. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, no longer appearing on any news. Life in the southern four lakes was peaceful, and Xia Fei enjoyed this tranquil time together with Avril, living intimately with each other. Capable assistants were only a call away whenever anything cropped up, and they pretty much lived a charmed life. However, Xia Fei himself knew very well that this peace would forever be short-lived. As time passed, the date of his departure for the upcoming journey loomed closer and closer. Yuhua had once visited Xia Fei in this time, and it seemed that he was a lot more interested in furball. The holy beast's size had decreased from a basketball to that of a chicken egg by now, which left Yuhua feeling very satisfied, and he once more reminded Xia Fei of their agreement, telling him to prepare himself. The moment it was time, he would personally be coming to bring him away. Avril still had no clue that Xia Fei was going to leave for the Law Realm. This time she spent beside Xia Fei was simple but hardly uninteresting. She was already completely intoxicated by it, living her days as if she were soaked in sweet honey. Many times Xia Fei thought to tell her about his eventual departure, yet each time, he found himself silenced by her sweet smile. Time passed in such a manner until it was now just 3 months away. Whoosh! Vampire once more arrived on the outskirts of Terminus Star region. After the two ships connected, Warstar strode aboard Vampire, holding that more stone that had accompanied Xia Fei for many years. Xia Fei wore the necklace on his neck, and Phantom silently stood by his side. There was of course plenty to talk about when old friends met, but neither man was in a hurry and merely stared at each other. This is the Black Bat radar I've optimized to the extreme, possessing a perfect 1980-bit encryption. No one will be able to pry into any communication made through this, and I also adjusted its peak capacity to the very limit of our technology. I do believe that, even if you enter the Law Realm, you'll still be able to use it for communication. Warstar set down 3 metal briefcases after saying that, and each briefcase had the new Black Bat radar. This was a system that Xia Fei, Sophie, and Dim Sky had worked together to improve, and its performance had already been increased to the limit. Whether or not Xia Fei could maintain communication after entering the Law Realm would all depend on it. The new radar was no longer big in size, utilizing a purple heart of spirit as its power source and foregoing the complicated energy converter as well as the accompanying transmission system. Sentinel Goddess Sophie had one for herself, and the other would be with Xia Fei. The remaining 2 would be left with Charlie and Avril for safekeeping. After all, this was an extremely dangerous voyage he was about to undertake. Xia Fei and Sophie were working together to construct the Titan, which was the natural nemesis of all law warriors, so he must not be too ostentatious with all things. After sharing some parting words, Warstar flew away in his warship, leaving Xia Fei with Phantom and Furball. The 2 old friends were seated side by side on the sofa. Phantom did not appear to be too different from how he was in the past, though there was a greater confidence in his eyes. Are you very troubled? Phantom asked with a laugh. Xia Fei nodded. Extremely so. I have no clue why the blood demon claw has yet to bloom even now. Plus, I still can't control Peacock Blue. Even my rank has stagnated at the legendary rank, unable to make any progress despite the hard work I've done these past 2 years. Xia Fei somberly voiced out the worries he had deep within him. To a warrior, being unable to increase their rank after everything was a very painful matter. It had been 2 years, yet Xia Fei was still the same as he was 2 years ago. The Xia Fei who was repeatedly promoted in his rank that it had shocked everyone greatly had not made any sort of progress for a long time. Though he kept maintaining his smile before Avril every day, the pressure he was feeling deep down grew greater by the day. Could it be that this genius who had his 7th brain region completely open, the war god Xia Fei, who had a warrior's blood innately coursing through his veins, would really lose from now on? Was he doomed to mediocrity from here onward? Southern Four Lakes, Xia Fei, and Avril's residence. Avril was of course very delighted to see Xia Fei return from the outskirts of the Terminus Star region. Perhaps it was a habit she had formed over a long time, but whenever Xia Fei left her side, Avril could not help but worry. After all, she had experienced losing Xia Fei so many times that it had become a sort of custom. 2 years. Xia Fei had actually not gone missing for 2 years. Even Avril was extremely surprised by this, but she understood deep down that, though Xia Fei was living a peaceful life right now, there were turbulent undercurrents going on in him that a life filled with excitement and trouble always followed Xia Fei. And these 2 years of peace might very well mean that the next time he disappeared would be even longer, going off to some place even farther. It had to be said that Avril really understood Xia Fei well. Her guess was spot on, and this was indeed the calm before the brewing storm. Shall I make you some fried paste noodles tonight? Avril smiled and asked. And we'll have your favorite little cucumber and tomatoes? Xia Fei nodded. I'd be grateful. Avril left Xia Fei's training room with a smile as she softly closed the door behind her. Phantom sighed. You haven't told Avril yet. Xia Fei shook his head. I know how I should handle my business. Why don't you share with me how you spent your last 2 years by Sophie's side? Phantom chuckled. Sophie's really incredible. That supercomputer actually stored a vast collection of encyclopedias on plants found in the universe, including detailed methods on how to pick and refine them. There's so much that it's overwhelming. What's the result of Sophie's study of you? I have no clue. It looks like she gave up, saying that her father is probably the only one who can understand the problem regarding the existence of immortal souls. Xia Fei nodded as Phantom continued. I don't really care about her research. I was only concerned with the data and information of all those medicinal ingredients. Truth be told, I did not waste my time in the past 2 years, and I've learned so much more than everything I learned in my past life. Phantom was very passionate about the refinement of medicinal ingredients. In fact, he obtained so much joy from learning them that it was difficult for him to tear himself away. Xia Fei laughed bitterly. You've lived well. Meanwhile, I turned up empty-handed in these 2 years. Good thing I have Avril with me. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Having not made any progress in 2 years was a very depressing thing, especially for someone like Xia Fei, who had never once slacked off on his cultivation. This development was even somewhat cruel. If I'm not mistaken, not only did you fail to improve, you even deteriorated, Phantom said solemnly. Xia Fei nodded. Before, I could very easily reach my top speed of 30,000 meters per second. Now, I need to try twice as hard to achieve the same speed. How did you know that my cultivation had deteriorated? Phantom replied with a grim face. I already said before that your 7th brain region is severely damaged, and the reliance on medicines to promote will always have a limit. The last time you administered medicine on yourself to reach the legendary rank left some hidden adversities in your body, so the overcorrection and eventual regression was inevitable. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. He was unwilling for his life of cultivation to end here. There was still a long way to go on this path to become a true powerhouse. First, let me take a look at the situation with your 7th brain region. With that said, Phantom dove into Xia Fei's brain. It's even worse than I imagined inside. Phantom reappeared after some time and sighed with a heavy heart. But it's not completely irreparable. Let me take a look at the situation with your maturing blood demon claw next. Perhaps this particular blood demon claw is much more powerful than what we first thought. From the information I gleaned, there's a possibility for a mutation with the blood demon claw, becoming a plant that grows repeatedly. That is to say, from its adolescence till its maturity, it will then revert to its adolescence period and maturity once more, not blossoming at all. Xia Fei took out the transparent incubator which contained the blood demon claw from his spatial ring and asked, "So how is it?" Phantom answered, "It's only a mutation. Life itself is a single-celled organism repeatedly mutating before it becomes a powerful sapient. Plants will occasionally experience sudden mutations, too." Noting that the blood demon claw was less vibrant than before, even appearing to be somewhat greenish, no longer as deep red as before. "Yeah, this is a mutated blood demon claw. It's actually a good thing for you, too." Xia Fei was confused. Good thing? Strength is king in the law realm, and there's no way joining with the mere strength of a legendary rank warrior can be construed as a good thing. Phantom chuckled. "Let me finish. Actually, the blood demon claw alone isn't enough to guarantee the repair of your seventh brain region. That's because the seventh brain region is a very special existence, not to mention the fact that the damage you sustained there is extremely severe. This mutated blood demon claw is different. Its medicinal strength will increase by a fold every time it repeats the process of growth and maturity. That's to say that a mutated blood demon claw that has gone through this cycle thrice will have triple the dose. Naturally, it means that the better the medicinal effect, the easier it will be for you to repair your seventh brain region." Xia Fei was nodding his head vigorously. A powerful medicinal effect is of course great, but time awaits no man. The time for my meeting with Yu Jiang and Yu Huan nears. Phantom lowered his head and mulled over this fact before saying gravely, "According to the law of energy, the powerful white heart of spirit is able to aggravate the blood demon claw's mutation. You've been using the waters from the southern four lakes to water it, which promotes the growth of the mutation. The only solution is to increase its energy supply and make the blood demon claw take in even more energy to force it to mature rapidly. Will that work? The energy from the white heart of spirit is overly pure, and organisms that absorb too much of it all end up in a bad way." Xia Fei fretted. "It's fine. Your blood demon claw has already reverted twice and is no longer that weak. It should be able to withstand a greater energy input." Phantom nodded. "Come, our first step is to subdue that white heart of spirit in the lake and take it for our own use." Nightfall. Avril was in deep sleep, looking completely content and satisfied. Xia Fei went out to the shore of the southern four lakes alone, pushing the button on his combat suit to extend its air conversion device. He bit onto the mouthpiece and tried breathing through it. "I'm ready," Xia Fei said. "I learned from the Sentinel Goddess some techniques on how to take hold of the blood demon claw. As third-grade cosmic origin energy, the energy inside a white heart of spirit is pure but hard to control. Tonight, we'll be taking this origin energy to make your mutated blood demon claw mature and bloom, or else this trip to the law realm will become exceptionally difficult." Xia Fei nodded solemnly, his two legs pushing hard against the ground as he leaped high in the air, somersaulting right into the lake water. His two arms rapidly pushed the waters, surging his way toward the center of the lake like a torpedo. The lake was very deep, roughly 1,000 meters. The color of Xia Fei's protective goggles kept changing so that Xia Fei could have a better vision the deeper he went. Far ahead, Xia Fei saw an abandoned and old industrial ship lying on its side in the sand. In order to keep the precious white heart of spirit look as inconspicuous as possible, Xia Fei had intentionally left it inside a disused old ship, which he sank down into the depths of this central lake. This way, the flickering glow from the white heart of spirit would not be visible at night. He used a key to open the locked door of the ship and swam inside. That white heart of spirit was the only thing floating in the empty cargo hold, and Xia Fei made his way near it. The white heart of spirit rejected anyone from getting near it, haughtily stopping Xia Fei from coming close. He had to waste plenty of energy before he could get about 5 meters away from it. The next part will be the hardest. The energy inside the white heart of spirit will attack your meridians and make you feel great agony. The only solution is to grab hold of it with 2 hands. Let the energy circulate with your meridians, flowing in from your right hand before returning to the white heart of spirit through your left hand. Remember, this holds immense power, so don't even think of saving some of this energy for your own use. Your body is still unable to master cosmic origin energy, and the slightest mistake will result in your body getting torn apart. Phantom warned Xia Fei. Xia Fei had the sudden realization that the crux of subduing this great power lay in turning his body into a conductor so that no harm would befall him when the energy flew through him. He had not thought of this before and had even tried to utilize the white heart of spirit directly once. Had it not been for Peacock Blue being attached to him, he might have made a costly blunder. It seemed that Phantom had greatly improved after learning much during these 2 years he stayed with the Sentinel Goddess. All right, let me give it a shot. Widening his 2 arms, Xia Fei removed his gloves and directly tapped into the energy surrounding the white heart of spirit. Whoosh! A hot burning sensation instantly entered from Xia Fei's fingers to his body, circulating once before returning to the white heart of spirit via his left hand. As Xia Fei's palms shifted forward, the energy became even more intense, as if a turbulent tide of water was gushing right into his body. Xia Fei carefully directed out the energy inside him, less of a control and merely leading it. Any attempts to control this potent power would result in a catastrophe. Xia Fei thought that having this much energy flow through his body would be an excruciating experience, but reality proved otherwise. His body very quickly adapted to the huge amount of energy that was flowing through. Not only did he feel no pain, he instead felt more and more comfortable as it continued, a tingling sensation akin to the warmth from a bonfire burning during winter. Very good. Your body is slowly adapting to the flow of this cosmic origin energy, living up to the warrior bloodline coursing through your veins, Phantom excitedly commented. Very soon, Xia Fei's palms were not even a meter away from the white heart of spirit. Every centimeter he advanced, the energy flowing increased. If the energy flowing through Xia Fei earlier could be described as a river, then what he was now feeling was akin to an ocean of energy, a galaxy of energy even. 80 centimeters, 70, 50 centimeters. Xia Fei's fingers were practically about to make contact with the very body of the white heart of spirit. His entire body turned red. Xia Fei was like a piece of heated steel. Energy was overflowing in his body. The moment when the tip of fingers connected with the body of the white heart of spirit, Xia Fei's entire person shuddered greatly. It was too powerful. This sensation was so mighty that no words could describe it. If he could take such a powerful energy for his own, Xia Fei felt that he would be able to destroy an entire planet in a single punch. Danger! Phantom suddenly blurted out. Though the energy source of the white heart of spirit was powerful, it was highly unstable. It would flicker periodically, having less energy when dimmed and surging wildly when bright. Xia Fei had touched the white heart of spirit the instant it went dim, so the energy output was not particularly fierce then, but that changed when it brightened in the next second. Unbridled energy then burst forth. Quick, let go! Phantom exclaimed desperately. There was no way sound would travel faster than light, and a great amount of power had already rushed into Xia Fei's body. Let go! Who would have thought that, at this critical moment, Xia Fei would actually resonate with the cosmic origin energy? The hair all over his body stood upright. Just as the energy was about to tear Xia Fei's body apart, for his pores had all promptly opened, the energy was actually released. Instead, no one taught Xia Fei how to do this, and he had done this purely out of instinct. Several breaths later, the white heart of spirit was already safely secured in Xia Fei's 2 hands. I wish to learn how to control it, Xia Fei said somberly. In the cultivation room, Xia Fei was wantonly manipulating that white heart of spirit in his hands. In just the span of several hours, he had already managed to master the method of controlling this 3rd-grade cosmic origin energy completely. Could you be innately capable of controlling the cosmic origin energy? Phantom was in shock for a long time before he exclaimed, "This is simply too inconceivable." Xia Fei shrugged. I don't understand it, either, but I knew how to do it after understanding the method of controlling it. Right now, its potent energy is flowing through my body easily, without any obstruction whatsoever. Phantom gulped. Though Xia Fei had stagnated at the legendary rank for a very long time, that did not mean that he lacked potential. The control of the cosmic origin energy required extremely precise energy control and plenty of mental concentration. Xia Fei seemed to have come along and mastered the technique in a matter of hours, seemingly having a natural affinity toward energy. All right, the next step of this will be to direct the cosmic origin energy into the blood demon claw. First, we have to create a brand new organism incubator. Then let the cosmic origin energy enter this incubator through your body. There's actually an additional benefit to this, Phantom said, evidently pleased with himself. He felt proud now that he was able to use what techniques he had learned from the Sentinel Goddess. As the energy will use your body as a medium to enter the incubator, it will inevitably get contaminated with your presence. By the time the blood demon claw matures, it will be even closer to you, which in turn reduces the side effects greatly. Xia Fei nodded. Cultivating a plant was similar to raising a baby, and the more interactions made before maturity meant it would be even closer to him. This was something anyone understood. I'll go build a brand new incubator tomorrow, though I want to leave it on board the ship while it grows. What for? Are you leaving for long? Phantom asked. There's still 3 months till the date I've agreed upon with Yujiang and Yuhua. I wish to make a trip back to Earth. Who knows how long I'll be gone on this trip to the Law Realm, so... Phantom replied meaningfully. Indeed. Terminus is already on the right track, and there shouldn't be too many problems with the grizzled veteran old porter at the helm. Going back home sounds good, too. 3 days later, Xia Fei piloted Nirvana and accompanied Quantum Holdings' Ranger Fleet and Sarah's Trade Transportation Fleet on a voyage. Their destination, Earth. On the screen was the new Pan-Human Alliance president, Tai, and at his 2 sides were Layton and Williams. The military triumvirate was now the Alliance triumvirate. Tai was the president, while Williams was in charge of the Ministry of Finance and Interior Affairs, while Layton remained in the military. Xia Fei, you're finally willing to leave Terminus. In these 2 years, you've buried your head in the Death Tri-region, not once appearing in the Alliance. You'll pass by Venal Galaxy on your trip to Earth this time. Be sure to come and visit. Williams chuckled as he sucked on a maple syrup candy. Layton burst into laughter. That's right. Don't think that your Terminus is the only one that has been experiencing rapid development. Now that the reconstruction of Venal's complete, the sights and views are breathtaking. Xia Fei laughed as he answered, I definitely believe that. With the efforts of the entire Alliance focused on rebuilding the capital, of course the reconstruction will progress smoothly and swiftly. The triumvirate was left momentarily speechless. Xia Fei was right. The rebuilding of Venal Galaxy had depended on the entire Alliance, while developing the Terminus Star region was all on Xia Fei. There was simply no comparison between the two. After a brief pause, Xia Fei said, Gentlemen, I appreciate all your kind intentions, but I'll soon be embarking on a long voyage. As such, I don't really have that much time on my hands to visit. No matter what the triumvirate said, Xia Fei rejected it all. This trip from Terminus to Earth would take about 2 months, and whatever free time he had, he wanted to spend it on Earth, his one old home. In his training room, the new incubator appeared to be very heavy, made from a transparent white crystal, which could ensure that the plant within would receive sufficient sunlight and prevent any energy from leaking out. Xia Fei took out the white heart of spirit from his spatial ring, holding it with both hands to allow its energy to circulate in his body. He slowly let go of his left hand, releasing a huge amount of cosmic origin energy from his palm, and a thick white mist seemingly diffused. The incubator was instantly engulfed in white, which glowed brightly. That's enough. Stop! Phantom nervously yelped. Xia Fei hurriedly retracted his left arm, reforming the connection with the white heart of spirit once more. The blood demon claw could not withstand too much energy input, so releasing too much energy at once might very well cause it to die, which was why he had to control this input strictly. Squatting, Xia Fei and Phantom examined this plant, which could potentially give Xia Fei a new leash on life. They saw a lot of the slowly swirling white mist surrounding the blood demon claw before getting absorbed into it. Yes, the progress is quick. The blood demon claw has turned deep red in color again. This will make it the 3rd time, so if it matures now, it will have 3 times the original medicinal efficacy, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. I only hope that it will finish growing soon. There's not much time left, and I don't wish to enter the law realm with just a legendary rank cultivation. A lack of strength only meant that he would not be recognized no matter where he went. In fact, he might end up being bullied. This was an unchanging principle, and his lack of promotion in these last 2 years only increased his desire to become stronger. There's no rush. Once your 7th brain region is repaired, you'll have an amazing future ahead of you. From what I understand, the probability of having a completely open 7th brain region is 1 in every 10,000, so your potential can only be described as limitless. Right now, all we can do is wait patiently. He gave the blood demon claw a supplement of energy every 12 hours. Xia Fei closed the door to his training and cultivation room and left to find Avril and Pod waiting for him outside. Pod was holding a tray with tea and snacks laid upon it. It must have been tough. Avril smiled. Come over to the lounge to rest. Xia Fei nodded. He had very happily lived this couple's life, and he was extremely grateful to the meticulous care Avril and Pod had both provided him. Will you be leaving soon? Avril suddenly asked when they arrived at the lounge. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. He had yet to tell Avril about his departure for the law realm, so he had no idea how she found out or what she thought of it. Love was both happiness and also a form of responsibility. Xia Fei was of course not an irresponsible person, not the sort to just leave someone behind, but his loftier goals and the mysterious law realm had drawn him every minute and second of his waking moment, and he was having a hard time resisting its call. Earlier, I accidentally overheard your conversation with Tai and the others. Sorry, Avril said as if nothing had happened. Xia Fei replied somberly. That's indeed the case. I'll be leaving for somewhere really far away, and it may be a very long time before I return. Avril spoke first, appearing to be very excited. That's the Xia Fei I like. Wherever you go, I'll support you no matter. Men ought to chase their dreams, and you've already been quiet for 2 years. I was even worried that you'd stagnate as a result, but I see that all is well. You are finally setting out on a journey again, and will be visiting strange and fascinating places. I don't care. Just be sure to come back and tell me plenty of interesting stories then. Xia Fei's eyes turned mellow. He knew, deep down, that Avril was reluctant to see him go, but she intentionally put up such a front in order not to become a burden to him. Her understanding was a very fortunate thing, and Xia Fei could perhaps easily find himself the most beautiful lady in this universe, but it would be hard for him to find someone who could understand him as well as Avril did, a woman who was willing to sacrifice herself. With a pause, Xia Fei affectionately professed, I'm fortunate to have you. Avril blushed slightly as she hugged Xia Fei, saying in a soft voice, I'm fortunate to have you too. Xia Fei did not go to Venal Galaxy to meet the triumvirate, but he could not miss out on visiting Avril's father and grandfather. The beautiful Sunset Villa had already been razed to the ground by the insectoids. The Jian family rebuilt the Half Moon Mountain and Half Moon Lake, and both hardly looked any different from before, though Xia Fei felt that there was an additional scent of smoke in the air and was not as spirited as before. The spirits in the mountain and waters were not something that could be regenerated. Even though everything had been restored to its former glory, the atmosphere itself would forever remain scarred. After the Jian family received Xia Fei's gift of the Black Bat radar relays, the Alliance no longer had another business that could compete with Starlink Corporation and their handheld ultra-long-distance communicators, which were supported by the super-large bandwidth second-generation interplanetary internet. This was now standard equipment in the Alliance, so even the military had to rely on Starlink Corporation greatly. Now that the Jian family's Starlink Corporation and Xia Fei's Quantum Holdings were among the top 10 businesses in the Alliance, everyone knew that there was but a single heiress to the Jian family, and it was a matter of time before she married Xia Fei. That was why Quantum Holdings and Starlink Corporation were linked to each other in a sense, and the only person who would hold both had the family name of Xia. If these two giants joined hands, they would very likely become the well-deserved #1 organization in the Alliance. After spending a day on Venal Galaxy, Xia Fei once more took off with Avril and headed for Earth. In the training room, that blood demon claw once more regressed to a light green from its deep red hue, and Xia Fei's hope of repairing his 7th brain region came up empty once more. How could it be? According to records, the blood demon claw will at most mutate 5 times, and that's clearly the 5th time. How is it still not yet blooming? Phantom somewhat hysterically called in frustration. Xia Fei sighed and consoled himself. On the bright side, this is the 6th time that the blood demon claw has regressed, so if it matures and blooms now, it will have 6 times the medicinal efficacy. That's a great thing, too. Phantom shook his head and half-jokingly said, every metamorphosis it undergoes will take a month's time, and we'll be arriving on Earth tomorrow. We're only a month away from the date when you will have to depart for the Law Realm. I hope that it's able to bloom before you leave, or else you'll have to bring your half-crippled 7th brain region to meet with those law warriors. Xia Fei did not make any comment. He took off his top and revealed a body of muscles that came from strenuous training. That tattoo on his left arm was still there, and though Xia Fei had tried his best, he was still unable to decipher the mysteries of the law of primal chaos within. His right arm was entwined with the lone bluegrass with a single blade. Ever since Peacock Blue grew a blade of grass by chance and entered into deep sleep, it had not awakened. The law of primal chaos and Peacock Blue. One was an amazing law which reversed black and white and made everything chaotic, while the other was one of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, a natural type apex-grade weapon which had existed from the time the universe was born. He held these 2 great treasures in his hands, yet he was unable to use either, and Xia Fei could not help but feel quite vexed. Forget it. Perhaps everything will figure itself out when I reach the Law Realm. Xia Fei consoled himself once more. At this point, there were still 29 days and 14 hours left until Xia Fei's arranged meeting with Yujiang and Yuhua. Earth. Regardless if it was barren or prosperous, it was ultimately a cherished place of Xia Fei's. The enormous nirvana floated some 3 kilometers away from the surface, slowly making its way forward. Xia Fei and Avril were standing next to each other in front of a window overlooking the planet. This is your home planet. It's very pretty, Avril said. This was the first time she had been to where Xia Fei was born, and she felt very excited. After all, this was the planet that had traces of Xia Fei's past, and where he grew up. That's right. Earth is very beautiful. It's a good thing that Earth didn't lose any of its resources during the war and managed to escape from much harm. The insectoids merely fired a few cannons at it and moved on, Xia Fei said. Since you love your home planet so much, why don't you build a house here so that you can come and visit it often? Avril said. Xia Fei replied, oh, Wulong actually built a house for me here, and I heard that it's not a bad place. Too bad that I have yet to visit it. Shall we go and look at it right now? Avril giggled in agreement. So Xia Fei rang Wulong up and changed the location of their meeting to his new house. Along the way, Xia Fei would stop and tell Avril about what landmark or scenery point they passed, and she listened to everything avidly. Both only arrived on the outskirts of Hangzhou City by evening. The location Wulong had chosen suited Xia Fei's taste just fine. With the backdrop of the West Lake, it was serene and picturesque. The garden was not too large, approximately 5,000 square meters in size, which boasted Ming-style architecture and furniture, with artificial rockery and an ornamentally rich building that was exquisite and tasteful. Andre and Wulong, who had stayed on Earth these past years, were already waiting for Xia Fei in the garden, and even Charlie, who was stationed at Quantum Holdings headquarters, had returned as well. You're piloting such a big carrier, yet you arrived even later than we did. So how is it? This place I picked for you ain't bad, huh? Wulong laughed uproariously. Xia Fei replied, I was too focused on taking in the sights as I flew here, so I ended up late. Very sorry for making everyone wait. This residence doesn't seem to be newly built. Did you confiscate this from some nouveau riche? The land around the West Lake was worth its weight in gold, and any good location had already been snatched up by others. Managing to carve up land here and construct this residence was by no means an easy feat. Wulong's expression darkened. Do I look like someone who will eat up the people's assets? This building here was originally the Earth Federation's, and it's been left in disuse ever since the war, so I took the initiative to sell it to Quantum Holdings. The renovation cost used your personal funds, too, and you can ask Charlie about that. Charlie laughed. President Wu is right. I made the decision to buy this place, and it can be considered a piece of investment in real estate for the company. The price of land became cheap after the war, so I used the opportunity to buy plenty all over the world. Xia Fei nodded expectantly. Charlie's economical mindset was worthy of commendation, And considering how huge Quantum Holdings was, it was only natural for them to have some land and assets. Avril smiled and greeted everyone. They had already gotten to know one another during the war. Everyone showered her with compliments about how she was becoming prettier day by day, and that left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Westlake was not merely a picturesque setting. Its waters were also abundant with fish, and Avril was full of praise for the Westlake's vinegar fish dish that they had during dinner. That night, Avril retired to their bedroom to rest, and left Xia Fei to spend some time with his friends. Time passes so quickly. To think I got slapped by you due to my mistake back when we first met on board a plane, and I was even feeling rather disgruntled about it. Thinking about it now, that slap I took was totally worth it, seeing as I'm currently the Federation president. The straightforward Wulong chuckled. I've been on board spaceships too many times that interstellar travel has become common practice to me now. There's no way I would have imagined that such possibilities were in store for me in the past. Charlie chimed in. Indeed, the entire Earth ought to thank Big Brother Xia Fei. Had it not been for you or your quantum holdings, Earth would have never been able to progress from some unknown backwater planet to a first-class metropolitan world acknowledged by everyone in the Alliance. Xia Fei hurriedly gave everyone their due credits as well, but Andre could tell that Xia Fei seemed to have some things on mind, which was why he asked, "Where are you going off to this time? And how long will you be gone?" Charlie and Wulong were both very interested in this question, too, so they carefully waited for his answer. Well, it's going to be somewhere very far this time, and I can't say for sure how long I'll be gone. Is it dangerous? It won't be very peaceful. Just where exactly is this place? The ever-impatient Wulong cut straight to chase. Xia Fei laughed lightly. In any case, it's a very interesting place. You should all rest easy. I know how to take care of myself. Everyone was silent for a good while. Xia Fei was no longer that inexperienced youth he had been long ago, and they could hardly speculate his actions anymore. This was because Xia Fei's present status and identity were there for all to see. He was the Alliance's war god, the most mysterious and respected individual across the Panhuman Alliance. Have you finished that I asked you to set up? Xia Fei asked. Wulong patted his chest heavily. Why would I tarry in doing what you assign me to do? It's merely just tea leaves and cigarettes. They're now all stored in a warehouse. Everything is the best of the best. Da Hongpo, Pu'er, Yunwu, Tiguaning, Maojian, Longjing. Anything you can think of, I have it. But I simply can't understand why you still like smoking Hongtishan, and it's even the cheapest kind. Xia Fei laughed. It's a habit. I just can't get used to the taste of anything else. Charlie mused. This goes to show that Big Brother Xia Fei is a nostalgic person. From the time I got to know Big Brother Xia Fei, his favorite meal has always been a bowl of fried paste noodles accompanied with cucumbers. Xia Fei momentarily froze. Crap, I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. Be sure to prepare some sweet noodle sauce as well. Wulong burst into raucous laughter. You may have forgotten, but I haven't. I already got you 10 huge jars of the best sweet noodle sauce from Lubiju, including green onions from Zhangqiu District and the tomatoes and cucumbers from Shouguang. There's enough there to last you a long time. Silently, Xia Fei began to pack his luggage. Tomorrow was the day when he would proceed to the great unknown of the Law Realm. He had no idea what place it was like, who would be there, and what people did there, but he was certain that the Law Realm was anything but a peaceful place. Yuhua had already told him that it was a place where the strong were respected, while the weak were extremely suppressed living there. There was no future for anyone without any strength of their own. It was a ruthless and dangerous place, yet it was also filled with opportunities. Unlike the Alliance, where it was possible for people to get rich overnight, the Law Realm was a completely different plane, and it was not even a guarantee for those lucky enough to witness the peak of the universe personally. Pod, Furball, and Phantom would be following him. Time had attested that this team of man, ball, spirit, and machine was very effective. Pod was like Xia Fei's caretaker, in charge of his day-to-day life. Furball was Xia Fei's exclusive beast, and he was also a mysterious thug. Perhaps there would come a time when this pet could jump up and kill his enemies by himself, but until then, Xia Fei would have to tolerate the beast's indolent character. Phantom was both Xia Fei's mentor and friend. After learning all the pharmacology and medicinal knowledge stored in the Sentinel Goddess, he was proud of himself and greatly wanted to test himself in the Law Realm. However, his personality was not decisive enough and would often be beset with irresolute hesitance. In any case, this was an effective team that would give others trouble, and every one of them had their merits and flaws, all strangely and stubbornly surviving together. Sighing, Xia Fei stored that incubator with the blood demon claw into his spatial ring. The plant had once again disappointed him, ignoring the urgency of Xia Fei's need and starting its 7th round of regression again. Though this would mean that it would be 7 times as strong, it also meant that Xia Fei had no choice but to join the law realm with his crippled 7th brain region. We'll have to wait another month for the blood demon claw to grow for the 7th time and take things then, but I do hope that you won't immediately run into trouble upon entering the law realm, Phantom said. Xia Fei slightly froze. Phantom's comment had reminded him that trouble was like a specter that haunted every moment of his life. Xia Fei was indeed largely free from troubles these past 2 years, and life had been smooth sailing that even he was shocked by it. It was very peculiar and absolutely abnormal. Could this period of peace be the calm before a major storm of trouble? Xia Fei shook his head and abandoned these wild thoughts. He had already sold some of those purple hearts of spirit he got from the ancient ruins before in order to acquire the necessary funds to develop the Terminus Star region. There were also those that he used to feed Furball, so now all he had left was about 6 tons of those ores. He had to bring them all, for there was no telling if his pet would rebel when not given enough meal. The vastness of the world all seemed insignificant to Furball, and the only thing that mattered was whether he could have his meal or not. Next were all the tea leaves, cigarettes, sweet noodle sauce. These were all considered spiritual food for Xia Fei, and the tea leaves made for great gifts, too. In the foreign law realm, Xia Fei planned to continue his practice of giving small gifts wherever he went. It was as the old saying went, no one will complain about being given too many gifts. He then stored some of his personal necessities and commonly used medicinal fruits into his spatial ring, and that more or less filled the 1,000 cubic meter space within. Finally, it was time for him to take stock of all his equipment. Xia Fei took out a well-worn dagger and frowned. Guess I won't be bringing this crappy knife. I still have October flying snow. What crappy knife? Phantom screeched, his face red. That's the blood crystal, the #1 treasure of the assassin sect. Though it looks all blunt now, at best only able to cut watermelons, the power it holds is unimaginable. If it could only regain its spirituality. Xia Fei shrugged. He of course knew that what he was holding was the blood crystal, and it had once been described as an omnipotent weapon by the crazed sect master, Slaughter Shadow. It relied on absorbing human essence and blood to survive, becoming even more effective the more of an expert the blood came from. Once enough blood and essence was collected, it would be reborn to reveal the savagery within it. The truth was that Xia Fei did not particularly like this dagger, for it was not sharp at all. A stick would fare no better at killing than this weapon, and Xia Fei was proficient at striking while the iron was hot with assassination techniques that killed in a single blow. This was why this blood crystal was hardly used by Xia Fei. He would rather use a common metal dagger to kill his foes than this short stick. What a complete waste of a treasure. To think you'd refer to the powerful blood crystal as worthless. That ex-sect master of the assassin sect would most definitely blow a gasket if he were to find out. Phantom's habit of nagging started once more, so Xia Fei hurriedly stored that dark crimson stick into his spatial ring in order to save himself from a headache of a tirade. Avril had already fallen asleep in their bedroom, and Xia Fei curled up under the covers and had his 2 hands folded behind his head, staring up at the ceiling. Are you all packed? Avril turned around to ask. Yes. When will you leave? Tomorrow night. A brief period of silence. Even the moon was obscured behind clouds, unwilling to see this pair of lovers part again. I can't sleep. Avril snuggled into his chest. Same. Nighttime on Mount Everest, the highest peak on Earth. The blizzard was intense, and it was hard to make out anything beyond a half-a-meter range. The strong winds made it difficult for anyone to stand stationary. Xia Fei was standing upright in flimsy clothes. His 2 legs had already been buried by the snow, and his eyes still remained staring out east, looking in the direction of the land he once called home. There was no cheer or fresh flowers. There was no boisterous send-off party. Xia Fei left like this, all alone, standing here in this blizzard which would make anyone's heart tremble. What are you looking at? Phantom curiously wondered. That side of the mountain is China, the Chinese community. Xia Fei's answer was simple. You can see so far out despite this heavy snowing? Not at all, but I can feel it in my heart. Phantom sighed and did not say a word. There was no telling what mysteries lay in the law realm, and who knew when they would be back again. The Chinese would always have this habit of finding it difficult to leave their homeland, and Xia Fei was just the same. He might miss the place, but that was not going to stop him from going forward. His gaze was as resolute and calm as always. Xing, a figure emerged from this blizzard, and it was of course the merchant from the law realm, Yuhua. He could not help but shake his head when he saw Xia Fei standing in the blizzard, complaining, "Why did you choose such a place?" Xia Fei glanced at the man and simply answered, "I'm ready." Yuhua nodded his head slightly, softly saying, "Take another good look. Unless you grasp the law of space one day, or you become insanely rich, there's no way for you to come back." Xia Fei smiled. "I'm not worried about that." Yuhua approached Xia Fei and grabbed him by the shoulder. He pulled out a golden compass from his bosom and quickly entered a sequence of numbers to it, as if he was locating some landmark. "What's that there?" Xia Fei asked curiously. "This thing is called a spatial compass. A warrior who fails to learn the law of space can use it to travel across the stars." Xia Fei was stunned as he incredulously blurted out, "Would anyone be able to freely travel across the universe with that thing there?" Yuhua burst into laughter as he smugly replied, "It's not as simple as you think. Do you know how much this thing's worth?" "Is it very expensive?" Xia Fei asked. "That's an understatement. 4 or maybe 5 of the Pan-Human Alliance added together may buy you the most basic device, but it still costs you money every time you shuttle across space. So unless you're a commercial genius like me, you'll have to wait a long time before you can even afford one." Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. He might be a top businessman here in the Pan-Human Alliance, with wealth that could rival a nation, but what little assets he had would practically be worth nothing in the law realm. Xia Fei was still very much intrigued by the spatial compass, though. He would be able to freely traverse the stars with this device, and wormholes would hardly be a comparison to the mysterious law of space. "So you've been relying on this compass to move around those few times we met?" Xia Fei asked. Yuhua answered, "Then how else would I do it? Do you think every single person in the law realm is a law adept? If that's the case, law warriors won't be worth jack, and only the patriarch Yu Jiang is the only law adept out of everyone in the Yu family, and he's also the only one able to traverse through space. Of course, most people can't even afford this expensive spatial compass, nor can they afford the cost of the travel." Yuhua was acting very pleased with himself in front of a bumpkin like Xia Fei. Merchants and businessmen did not hold too much of a standing in the law realm and were at most free to live their lives, which was why Yuhua would often seize what opportunity he could to show off. "We can set off now, so you can experience what's called spatial transference," Yuhua happily announced. "This time, I'm paying for this travel upon orders from the Patriarch, so I'll count this on your bill. I'll come collect what you owe me when you make it rich one day." Xia Fei nodded. A shrewd businessman would of course be shrewd, counting every transaction clearly. It looked like the laws of commerce found in the alliance applied to the law realm as well, and that profits abound. Swoosh! Xia Fei felt his body lighten as a brief moment of dizziness came over him. Before him was an endless darkness, and both Yuhua and he were seemingly delving deeper toward it. Yuhua was gripping Xia Fei tightly, afraid that he would fall in. The biggest taboo with spatial transference is panicking. The consequence is dire if you get lost in the spatial barrier, Yuhua cautioned. Soon, a bright light could be seen ahead of them. A spatial door suddenly opened, and the two stepped out of it. In front of them was a small stream, and there was a pier by this stream where Yu Jiang was sitting cross-legged. He was busy fishing peacefully, and beside him was an ordinary earthen bucket with his catches inside. The old patriarch loves fishing, and you can always find him right here on this pier, but my advice for you is to bother him as little as possible. Solve whatever problem you run into yourself. There's a hierarchy to observe in this world, and the mid-level disciples will get upset if you skip the hierarchy and go directly to the patriarch." Xia Fei nodded. That was when Yu Jiang waved to Yuhua and Xia Fei, indicating for the two to come over. Xia Fei, How did it feel walking through a spatial door for the first time? Yujiang asked softly without even lifting his head. Xia Fei took a moment to think before answering. It's like walking along a dark and cavernous corridor. Everything's so silent around that it's oppressive, but one gets this invigorating sense of being reborn when they step into the light. Yujiang lifted his head and narrowed his eyes at Xia Fei before laughing. It is as you said. The spatial door is a passageway that connects two different spaces together. Grasping the law of space won't mean merely learning how to open a spatial door, but also how to distort and change the space before you. Keeping his fishing rod, Yujiang came over to his bucket while beaming brightly. There were several white fish swimming in that bucket, appearing to be extremely lively. Against all odds, you finally have the chance to join the Great Law Realm, which is both an opportunity and a challenge. Cook all these fish I caught this evening as a form of congratulations. Yuhua lightly prodded Xia Fei from behind. Quick, thank the patriarch. Those are phoenix-tailed carved spirit fish, able to exchange for 100 origin crystals if you sell them outside. They grant plenty of benefits to the body if eaten. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. These seemingly ordinary-looking fish were actually valuable enough that they could exchange for 100 origin crystals. And just what was an origin crystal, anyway? Food was simple, and it was a pot of fresh fish soup accompanied with pancakes. Xia Fei, Yujiang, and Yuhua all sat together on the ground, holding their bowl and chopsticks as they tasted the fish soup. Xia Fei had always had a good appetite, and he practically finished half the pot of soup himself, while also eating plenty of the pancakes offered. Yujiang and Yuhua merely stopped after sampling the fare, as if they had only tried the soup for the taste. Yuhua chuckled when he saw how much Xia Fei was eating. This here is the first lesson of the law realm, the law of energy. Xia Fei crooked his head toward him, apparently a little nonplussed. Yujiang lightly brushed his finger on his spatial ring and pulled out a purple heart of spirit. What was different from it with Xia Fei's hearts of spirit, though, was that it was shaped like a bead, as if someone had carved it. You ought to have seen this before in the Panhuman Alliance, right? Xia Fei nodded. It's called the Purple Heart of Spirit and said to contain cosmic origin energy. Then are you aware of how to use it? Xia Fei answered. Some mechanical equipment uses it as a power source. The energy contained within hearts of spirit is very pure, but overly violent. Though there are people who use it to replenish their energy, not many do so. Yuhua laughed. What you're speaking of are origin crystals that haven't undergone purification process, so of course the human body will be unable to accept them. In the law realm, origin crystals are used as currency and are also a precious source of energy for warriors. A large amount of energy is required for either the study or use of law, and just relying on food to replenish energy is no longer sufficient for a warrior's needs. That's why we use such origin crystals to replenish our energy. As for food and dining, it's nothing more than a pastime. After all, the sensation of going hungry doesn't feel good. It turned out that law warriors depended on hearts of spirit and the like to replenish their energy. Hearts of spirit contained plenty of energy, and who knew how much more energy it contained compared that of food? Whoosh! Xia Fei saw Yuhua slightly regulate his energy, and that purple heart of spirit in his hand instantly turned transparent, losing all its luster. Yuhua then tossed the bead into the grass carelessly. Once the energy has been completely drawn, the origin crystal becomes nothing more than trash. This sort of ore is called a grade 2 origin crystal, while a white one is grade 3 and yellow grade 4. The amount of energy contained in each is different, too, and a law warrior must first learn how to use these origin crystals to replenish their energy. How many crystals you own is also symbolic of your wealth, which is why there's a saying here in the law realm, all things are difficult without origin crystals. Xia Fei nodded. Then that purification process that you spoke of just now, what's up with that? Yuhua answered, that origin crystal I just used is different from what you've seen in the past, right? That's right. It seems that what you just used is a crystal that had been processed, looking very exquisite in its appearance. Meanwhile, the ones I saw in the Alliance were those that had just been mined, rough ores with jagged edges. Yuhua replied, origin energy is, as you said, violent in nature, and it's very difficult for the body to accept that raw energy. It's difficult even if you've been trained to do so, too. There's a form of energy purification law, allowing a law adept to process origin crystals, extracting the origin energy inside, and transferring it to an energy stone which can be accepted by living beings. Xia Fei asked another question. Is it possible to exchange the original ores for the purified crystals? This was a very important question. Xia Fei had brought with him about 6 tons of purple hearts of spirit, originally to be used as food for Fur Ball, but he suddenly discovered that these ores could actually be used for himself. This could be considered as quite a pleasant surprise, too. Sure, if you brought purple hearts of spirit with you from human territory, you can exchange them 10-1. Xia Fei was annoyed. 10-1? Such an exchange rate was really sinister, and the 6 tons of ores would only come up to be about 600 kilograms. Even if some of the energy would be lost in the purification process, it would not be that exaggerated, right? It was evident that the middleman of this transaction would be earning a lot. There aren't too many energy purification experts around, and every family will spend plenty of effort in recruiting an energy master who has this law. After all, there are plenty of families that would hope to acquire origin crystals to replenish their energy with, which is why their income is one of the highest among law adepts. If you think that you'll lose a lot in this transaction, your only choice is to learn the law of energy purification and become an energy master. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.